Chapter 1001. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce that entered the night was extremely quiet. In the laboratory where Chu Nan's life support cabin was placed, only a few equipment were still emitting light sounds. In the life support cabin, Chu Nan's eyelids suddenly moved and he slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at the various pipelines connected to him and the various patches responsible for collecting data, Chu Nan revealed a disdainful smile. Although these pieces of equipment were powerful, they could only collect some biological information that he had deliberately given. Now, under Chu Nan's extremely exquisite control of his body with his internal breath, although he had clearly woken up, the information gathered by these equipment still displayed that he was unconscious and there was nothing abnormal. Chu Nan turned around and sized up the surrounding environment before his gaze landed on a wall opposite the life support cabin. He knew very well that this wall did not look any different, but opposite it should be the room responsible for monitoring him in this laboratory. Chu Nan focused and waited for a moment before suddenly moving. One moment, he was still lying quietly in the life support cabin without moving. In the next moment, he had already broken through the life support cabin and arrived in front of the wall. He threw a punch. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The wall did not collapse. Instead, under the influence of the extremely high-frequency vibration spatial energy coming from Chu Nan's fist, it completely collapsed and turned into a fine powder that fell. In the blink of an eye, the entire wall turned to dust, revealing the space behind the wall and a researcher from the Tag Life Science Chamber who was staring at the wall with a rapidly changing expression. Chu Nan slapped him unconscious without holding back. At the same time, he pulled his hand and used his personal terminal to open the database of the AI in front of him and quickly search. Soon, the virtual screen in front of him froze in a separate room. There was a life support cabin alone in the room. At a glance, the situation in this room was exactly the same as the room Chu Nan was in. Chu Nan operated the mainframe AI and the camera on the virtual screen zoomed in on the life support cabin, clearly revealing the face of the person lying in it. This was a young girl. She had a beautiful face like a goddess, but because she was young, there was a vigorous youth in her eyes. Even if she was lying in the life support cabin with her eyes closed, it still could not hide her energetic temperament. However, Chu Nan knew very well that the description suitable for this girl should not be young, lively, and energetic, but heartless. Chu Nan's gaze locked onto the familiar face on the virtual screen. After looking at it for nearly 10 seconds, he heaved a sigh of relief. I finally found you. Yes, this girl was actually Angie Prairie. In fact, when he held Bogner hostage to sneak into the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce's Research Institute, although he did not find Angie Prairie at that time, Chu Nan was actually not completely at ease. After all, he had clearly seen her appear in the monitoring in the city closest to the headquarters. With Chu Nan's understanding of Angie Prairie, it was impossible for her not to go to the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to see the situation. Therefore, while forcing Bogner to bring him to Willen, Chu Nan also used the authority he had stolen from Zealer to secretly implant an extremely small cracking program into the mainframe AI of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. This cracking program took 3 days to crack all the information about the mainframe AI of the Research Institute. At that time, Chu Nan was hiding deep underground with Willen to avoid Supremacy Autoford's pursuit. When his personal terminal indicated that Chu Nan had checked the relevant information about Angie Prairie, he decided to leave the underground with Willen. Otherwise, for safety's sake, he originally planned to hide underground for at least a week before leaving. What happened next was very simple. After Chu Nan appeared on the surface with Willen, as expected, he was discovered by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Then, Chu Nan used Zealer as a condition to make a deal with Supremacy Autoford and used this to escape danger. Next, he deliberately pretended to be no match for Rowe and the others and was sent to the deepest level of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. There were undoubtedly many flaws in this plan. In fact, Chu Nan was not even completely confident that he could successfully implement it back then. Moreover, in the process of implementing the plan, he would face countless dangers. If he was not careful, he might be doomed. He was not a saint. He even had the thought of abandoning Willen and escaping if he could not do it. However, for Angie Prairie's sake, he had to take this risk. Now that he saw Angie Prairie lying safely in the life support cabin as if she had fallen asleep, Chu Nan's experiences in the past few days flashed through his mind. He sighed in his mind, but he was mostly happy. That was great. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce indeed could not bear to kill her. She was still alive. The most terrifying worry that had been pressing down on Chu Nan's heart finally dissipated. He felt that his entire body seemed to have relaxed from the inside out. He could not help but laugh before forcefully holding it in. He looked around and continued to operate the mainframe AI. He pulled out the detailed information of the room where Angie Prairie's life support cabin was and quickly confirmed the location. After memorizing the map of the entire research institute, Chu Nan did not hesitate to leave the room and run towards it as quickly as possible. Although he had already been discovered by 2 researchers in charge of night patrolling and had even alarmed 3 consecutive alarms, Chu Nan could not care less. Rushing to the room, Chu Nan kicked open the door. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the life support cabin. Looking down at Angie Prairie's familiar face in the life support cabin, the huge rock that had been pressing on Chu Nan's heart was truly relieved. After knowing that Angie Prairie had gone missing, he had been very worried in the past few months. Later on, even Supremacy Overly was gone, so he was even more worried. Now that he could finally see Angie Prairie with his own eyes, Chu Nan could truly feel at ease. No matter what state Angie Prairie was in now, as long as she was still alive, everything was fine. Chu Nan looked at the various tubes that connected to the life support cabin and sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to shatter the life support cabin with a palm strike to save Angie Prairie. However, just as he raised his palm and was about to land, Angie Prairie, who had her eyes closed in the life support cabin, suddenly moved her eyelids. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 1002. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. Shouldn't the guys locked in the life support cabin be in a coma and unable to take care of themselves? Why could Angie Prairie open her eyes herself? In fact, this fellow could even show a surprised and happy expression. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie in the life support cabin stared at each other for about 2 seconds before the ear-piercing alarm outside the room sounded, causing Chu Nan to shiver and wake up from his daze. He looked down at Angie Prairie, then pointed at his raised right palm and then at the life support cabin. Originally, he had only tried and did not expect Angie Prairie to react. Even if she could open her eyes herself, she might be in a violent and chaotic state because of the genetic virus. She had even lost her basic logical thinking ability, so how could she understand what he meant like a normal person? Unexpectedly, the muscles on Angie Prairie's face in the life support cabin suddenly moved. She threw a mischievous smile at Chu Nan and even shook her head. Chu Nan was even more stunned. In the next moment, a ball of milky white light suddenly erupted from Angie Prairie's body. The tubes and patches connected to her automatically bounced off. Then, Angie Prairie's body shook and her entire body broke through the wall of the life support cabin with a large amount of life support liquid. She actually rushed out. While Chu Nan was still in a daze, Angie Prairie had already cheered. She twisted her body in the air and pounced at him before hugging him tightly. "Hey, Chu Nan, how did you find this place? This is too magical." Angie Prairie cheered. Be it her voice or the appropriate strength she used to hug Chu Nan, she definitely did not look like a person who had lost her mind. Chu Nan was stunned for a moment before he retreated from Angie Prairie and seriously looked at her from head to toe. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her body and her mental condition, he could not help but ask in surprise, "About that, Angie Prairie, why? Why can you still maintain your consciousness?" Angie Prairie rolled her eyes and sized up Chu Nan before laughing. "I understand. Chu Nan, from the looks of it, you were also captured by those guys, right?" Chu Nan's face darkened. He and Angie Prairie had just left the life support cabin. Now, they were indeed naked. However, he was already used to this state. It was not like he had not been naked with Angie Prairie at the same time. The two of them were even hugging each other tightly at that time. "No, I was deliberately captured by them. Don't worry about this for now. Since you can recognize me, it proves that you still have your rationality, but can you maintain it?" Chu Nan asked anxiously. This question was very important and determined the direction of his next plan. If Angie Prairie could maintain her rational state, it would naturally be best. If she could not, Chu Nan would probably have to knock her out before escaping with her. "Don't worry." Angie Prairie placed her hands on her waist with a proud expression. "It's only some genetic viruses. Have you forgotten what my master does?" Chu Nan was stunned. On second thought, he immediately understood. Angie Prairie's master was Supremacy Ovally. Her other identity was an extremely famous human genetic engineering expert in the entire Earth Federation and even several countries in the Orion Arm. How could Angie Prairie not know about the genetic virus that even LV knew? Clearly, Supremacy Ovally had extremely deep attainments in this aspect. As her disciple, it was naturally impossible for Angie Prairie to be trapped by such a thing. No wonder Angie Prairie could still maintain her consciousness and even wake up after Chu Nan arrived. "Hey, since you've been awake, why don't you think of a way to escape?" Chu Nan could not help but ask. "Because I can't escape." Angie Prairie shrugged as if it was natural. "There are a few high-level heaven control martial artists in this chamber of commerce. I can't defeat them alone. However, with you, although the two of us initial stage heaven control martial artists still can't defeat them, we have a chance to escape. Come, Chu Nan, let's make a spectacular escape." Chu Nan was stunned again. He looked at the happy Angie Prairie in surprise. Apart from sighing that this girl was still heartless after not seeing her for more than a year, he was more shocked. You've also successfully condensed a star cloud. You've broken through to the heaven control realm." "Of course." Angie Prairie said proudly, "If I hadn't become a heaven control martial artist, how could I be confident in coming out of seclusion to find Greg to avenge you?" After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Chu Nan. "However, I didn't expect you to not be dead and cause me to cultivate in seclusion for so long for nothing." Chu Nan also rolled his eyes at her. "What? Aren't you happy that I'm not dead?" "No, of course, I'm happy." Angie Prairie's expression quickly changed and an extremely bright smile appeared on her face. She suddenly spread out her arms and hugged Chu Nan. "Do you know how happy I was when I heard that you were actually not dead after coming out of seclusion? I dare to say that the moment I received the news that you were still alive, this was the happiest moment I've been since I was young. I'm much happier than receiving Master's carefully prepared birthday gift on my 10th birthday." Feeling the powerful force coming from Angie Prairie's arms that were hugging him, although the two of them were hugging each other tightly naked, Chu Nan did not have any ambiguous thoughts and only felt extremely warm. "Alright, let's talk about this after we escape." Chu Nan smiled and pushed Angie Prairie away. He patted her shoulder and said confidently, "However, you can rest assured that we don't have to fight those guys to the death. I can bring you away now." As soon as he said that, Chu Nan pressed his palm on Angie Prairie's shoulder. The star cloud in his body circulated and quickly condensed the spatial energy around him. However, in the next moment, he did not forcefully open the spatial wall as he had expected and bring Angie Prairie into the alternate space. Although a large amount of spatial energy in the space around him was highly condensed, every time he was about to forcefully open the spatial wall, he would always be disturbed by a strange energy fluctuation, causing him to be unable to complete the last step. "Heh, Chu Nan, what are you doing?" Angie Prairie asked in confusion, didn't you say you were taking me away? Why are you still standing here? Chu Nan frowned and condensed spatial energy again, but his efforts were in vain again. Just as he was about to try again, a cold voice sounded from outside the room. Give up, Chu Nan. Unless you're a true star-grade martial artist, it's impossible for you to open the spatial wall while the spatial stabilization device exists. Chapter 1003. Chu Nan turned to look out the door. Ro walked in with a dark expression and looked at Chu Nan with a very complicated expression. I have to admit that I've always underestimated you. I always feel that you're only a young guy in the end. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible for you to be strong there. However, without Supremacy Mal's reminder, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought that you actually had the ability to forcefully open the spatial wall and survive in the alternate space. Before Chu Nan could react, Angie Prairie raised her eyebrows and asked him excitedly, hey, Chu Nan, is what he said true? Can you really open the spatial wall and enter the alternate space and survive? Let's not talk about the first one first. How do you think? If I can't survive in the alternate space, how can I still stand here safely after being slapped into the Stargate by Grek? Chu Nan shrugged. I knew it. Angie Prairie was even more excited. She slapped Chu Nan's shoulder and said happily, I knew you were definitely different from others. After we leave here, you must tell me how you survived in the alternate space after opening the spatial wall. Then we'll talk about it after we leave here. Chu Nan turned to look at Ro and condensed spatial energy again. Just like the previous two attempts, when he condensed spatial energy to a certain extent and was about to open the spatial wall, a very special energy fluctuation always came, preventing him from continuing. This special energy fluctuation was not something that martial artists could control and produce, but like the power of nature harmony from the positive space universe. Under normal circumstances, this would not happen, because the power of nature harmony of the positive space universe would only be triggered after the special point of spatial energy exceeded a certain limit. Just like the police, it was always late after the crime appeared. Now, this power of nature harmony seemed to have taken precautions in advance, causing the spatial energy controlled by Chu Nan to show a little intention of forcefully opening the spatial wall before it was forcefully interfered with. There's no need to try. I just said that unless you're a true star-grade martial artist, it's impossible for you to open the spatial wall under the interference of the spatial stabilization device. Ro sneered, I admit that your strength far exceeds my estimation, but you clearly haven't reached the strength of a star-grade martial artist, so you should obediently surrender. Surrender. Chu Nan stopped trying to open the spatial wall and shook his head. He grinned. You just said that this is the effect of a spatial stabilization device. Then, if I'm not wrong, the range of effect of this device should be limited, right? Yes, that's right. I admit that you're right. However, the corners of Ro's mouth curled into a sneer. Do you think you can break through our seal? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan felt three extremely powerful auras rising around him. Clearly, the other three heaven control experts of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, including Anklo, had surrounded him. Haha, kid, if you had ignored this girl and escaped yourself just now, I might really not have been able to stop you alone. However, now, the two of you can forget about escaping. Ro laughed and raised his hand. A frost that froze the entire space had already spread to the entire room. Chu Nan did not react immediately and looked at Angie Prairie. Although Angie Prairie had just said that she had successfully condensed a star cloud and was also a heaven control martial artist, Chu Nan still could not believe that she could successfully break through from a 5th stage internal breath martial artist to the heaven control realm in a short year. Especially since she had clearly been trapped by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce for so long, it was completely unknown how much her true strength could be unleashed. If he could not confirm her current strength, it would be very difficult for Chu Nan to cooperate with her and the two of them would find an opportunity to successfully break out. Coincidentally, Angie Prairie also looked at Chu Nan. The two of them looked at each other and understood each other at a glance. The two of them smiled at the same time. Without any greeting, they had already tapped their feet and attacked Ro from the left and right. Ro's expression changed slightly. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was naturally not afraid of Chu Nan or Angie Prairie. Even if Chu Nan had once fought him in Anklo alone, it did not mean that his true strength had surpassed him. However, in order to break out, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie would definitely give it their all. Even he was unwilling to fight the two of them head-on under such circumstances. In any case, he only needed to stop the two of them for a moment. When the three of them arrived, it was impossible for these two to escape. Thinking of this, he could not help but take a step back. However, this step almost doomed him. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were connected and had already used their full strength. He naturally had long adjusted his internal breath to the 7th revolution, which was the highest circulation internal breath he could master at the moment. Then, he used his 7th revolution internal breath to urge the star cloud to enter a high circulation state. Although this would greatly reduce the precision of his control of spatial energy, the amount of spatial energy he could control would become larger and the power would naturally be stronger. Moreover, at this moment, in order to break out, there was no need to accurately control spatial energy. Previously, when he was fighting two people in the Merlin star system, he had relied on the high circulation state of the star cloud urged by his 7th revolution internal breath to face these two people head-on. Now that half a year had passed, he was more skilled in the high circulation state of the star cloud, so his power was naturally stronger. In terms of power, this punch was not inferior to any 4th stage heaven control martial artist strike. However, compared to his punch, Chu Nan was more concerned about Angie Prairie's situation. He did not think Angie Prairie's current strength could be compared to his because his experience was too special and his ability was too special. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a second martial artist to be compared to him. Even if Angie Prairie was extremely talented and had a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Ovally as her master, she should not have grown faster than Chu Nan. Chu Nan was a little suspicious of her saying that she had successfully condensed a star cloud and become a heaven control martial artist, so he naturally had doubts about the power of her current strike. It's already not bad that she's not a burden. This thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he looked at Angie Prairie. However, at a glance, Chu Nan was immediately shocked. Chapter 1004. Previously, in order to fight the Sand Eagle on planet Lepler, Angie Prairie had once used an extremely special cultivation method, Life Explosion, to forcefully increase her level from a 5th stage internal breath martial artist to the Void Break realm, bringing great help to Chu Nan. Chu Nan had always had a deep impression of Angie Prairie, who had entered the Life Explosion state and was covered in a dazzling milky white light. However, the situation that appeared in front of him now was even more shocking than that time. When Angie Prairie entered the Life Explosion state on planet Lepler, her entire body was shining with a milky white light. Although her entire body was enveloped by the light, her human figure could still be seen clearly. Now, when Chu Nan turned around, he only saw a ball of light. Angie Prairie seemed to have instantly transformed into a ball of pure light and swept past Chu Nan. She even rushed to row a little faster than him and ruthlessly collided with him. Boom, boom. The figure of light representing Angie Prairie and Chu Nan's fist arrived one after another. Their speed far exceeded Ro's expectations. Moreover, he was in a retreating state and could not even dodge. The frost in front of him directly shattered. Before Ro could even set up his defense, he felt that he had been directly struck by two extremely terrifying huge forces. His body instantly flew out and shattered a few consecutive walls behind him before disappearing into the night sky outside with a series of frost intent. Chu Nan glanced at the figure of light in surprise and did not have the time to ask. He stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. The two of them continued to retreat and forcefully knocked open a series of hard walls behind them. A moment later, he felt the surrounding space suddenly open and they had already flown out of the research institute building that imprisoned them. Before the two of them could adapt to the change in the environment, a terrifying spatial energy fluctuation pressed down from above. Every trace of spatial energy contained in it rolled wildly as if it had a life of its own, like countless venomous snakes biting the two of them. Wherever it went, silk-like spatial cracks were left in the night sky. It was even darker than black, looking extremely strange and beautiful. Chu Nan immediately determined that this was one of the 4 heaven control martial artists who had surrounded him previously. The cultivation method he used was very strange and extremely difficult to completely block. Let me do it. Chu Nan shouted and still maintained the high circulation star cloud state with the increase of his 7th revolution internal breath before punching the air above his head. Crack, crack, crack. The night sky that was clearly empty sounded with a series of crisp sounds as if something had shattered out of thin air. Then, the night sky above his head cracked into countless pieces like a mirror. The poisonous snakes that pounced down from the sky were twisted into several pieces and danced wildly in the spatial fragment. In the end, they transformed into the most primitive spatial energy with the spatial fragment. Pew! The heaven control martial artist of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce above the night sky swayed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered an extremely great internal injury in this strike, and it even affected his body. Even his meridians had been severely damaged, causing him to have no choice but to spit out a mouthful of blood to reduce the energy fluctuations rolling in his meridians. He lowered his head to look at Chu Nan below and was shocked. Although this kid had indeed performed very tenaciously when he, Ro, and the other two surrounded Chu Nan a few days ago and his strength had greatly exceeded his expectations, he was definitely not as terrifying as today. He had actually heavily injured his body with a single strike. Such strength had clearly surpassed any of them. However, in fact, if he really had this strength, why had he been captured alive by the 4 of them previously? Due to this strike, Chu Nan was also not in a good state, but the strength of his body far exceeded the level of ordinary heaven control martial artists, so he naturally would not be heavily injured. In fact, if not for the fact that he was worried that something would happen if he continued to stay here, Chu Nan did not need to use such a desperate method. After injuring the enemy and forcing him back, Chu Nan turned around and discovered that Angie Prairie had already turned into a ball of white light and was fighting another heaven control martial artist behind her. From the arrows that continuously flew through the night sky, that person was clearly Anklo. Facing a true 3rd stage heaven control expert like Anklo, Angie Prairie actually did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Chu Nan was surprised. Although Life Explosion could greatly increase Angie Prairie's combat strength in a short period of time, since she could be on par with a 3rd stage heaven control expert like Anklo in the state of Life Explosion, it proved that her true strength should have indeed broken through to the heaven control realm. When he recalled that Angie Prairie was only a mere 5th stage internal breath martial artist before she went into seclusion, she had actually become a powerful heaven control martial artist in a row. Even if Chu Nan had been told by Angie Prairie previously, he still felt that it was very magical. He did not expect that other than a guy like him who had an extremely special data ability and the help of various fortuitous encounters, there was also someone like Angie Prairie who could really increase her strength to such an astonishing extent in a short period of time. Compared to him, only someone like Angie Prairie could be called a true genius. Sighs flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he immediately rushed towards Anklo. Seeing Chu Nan rush over aggressively, Anklo's heart involuntarily trembled. He and Ro had fought Chu Nan more than 100 times in the Merlin star system. They had long personally experienced Chu Nan's abnormal strength many times and knew very well that he could not even stop him alone. Now that Chu Nan had another abnormality like him beside him, how could they defeat these two people joining forces? As this thought flashed through his mind, his hands could not help but soften and he had the intention to retreat. Although he was an expert specially worshipped by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, it was really not worth it to put his life in danger for money. With the increase in strength, it was naturally even more impossible for him to block Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. In just a moment, he was forced to retreat and make way. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie naturally did not stand on ceremony. The two of them accelerated at the same time and instantly rushed out of the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Although there was still a strange energy shield outside the headquarters, this naturally was not a problem for Chu Nan. Soon, Chu Nan shattered the shield with a palm and rushed out with Angie Prairie. Feeling the strange natural harmony force that had been enveloping the surrounding space disappear, Chu Nan immediately felt his entire body relax. "Alright, Angie Prairie, I'll escape with you now." As soon as he finished speaking, the milky white light on Angie Prairie's body that had been flying beside Chu Nan suddenly faded and revealed her true body. Then, she fell. Chapter 1005. Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly flew over to catch Angie Prairie. Looking down at Angie Prairie in his arms, he discovered that not only had the light on her body disappeared, but her expression had also clearly dimmed greatly. "Alright, Chu Nan, I'll leave it to you first. I'll sleep for a while." After saying that, Angie Prairie closed her eyes and fell asleep. Hearing the slight snoring coming from Angie Prairie's nostrils, Chu Nan immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl could always maintain her cool under the control of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. She even immediately recovered as soon as he appeared. Now that she had finally broken out, she actually fell asleep boldly. However, this also meant that Angie Prairie completely trusted Chu Nan and had complete confidence in him. Otherwise, how could she sleep peacefully under such circumstances? Chu Nan shook his head and looked around. After confirming that there was no special interference in the surrounding space, the star cloud in his body immediately circulated and he instantly successfully opened the spatial wall. He brought Angie Prairie into the alternate space and the two of them disappeared from the spot. A moment later, Chu Nan carried the still sleeping Angie Prairie and appeared in a forest more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan carefully observed it and flew into a dense forest in the mountains with Angie Prairie. Then, he stopped at the foot of one of the mountains and found a small cave to enter. The space in the cave was not wide, but the ground was still dry. Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie who was still naked and thought for a moment. He stretched out his foot and wiped the ground. He activated the high-level earth elemental power cultivation method and the ground of the cave shook slightly. A layer of soil appeared and was higher than the ground beside him. Chu Nan used his cultivation method to make a soil bed. After cutting off another layer of soil on the surface of the bed, Chu Nan carefully placed Angie Prairie on the bed. Seeing that she was still sleeping, Chu Nan could not help but shake his head. This fellow was really at ease. She could actually sleep so calmly. However, she had been in the hands of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce recently. Although she had the ability to not be affected by the EYAG871 biological genetic virus and still maintain her rationality, she had never been able to escape. She must be under a lot of mental pressure. Now that she had finally escaped, it was normal for her to feel exhausted. Of course, this was only Chu Nan's guess. Chu Nan was really not sure if this heartless fellow would feel nervous and mentally exhausted. "No matter what, I've been worried for so long and searched for so long. Now that I've finally found her, I can finally be at ease." Looking at Angie Prairie's quiet appearance in her sleeping state, Chu Nan smiled and stretched out his hand to place it on the dantian of her abdomen. A trace of internal breath stretched out and quickly checked her body. The result of the investigation made him very gratified. Although the situation in Angie Prairie's body seemed to be a little weak, there was no problem overall. He believed that as long as she rested for a period of time, she could recover. Compared to the situation when he saved Willen, Angie Prairie was much stronger. Clearly, she was not bragging. Now, her strength had indeed greatly improved. Moreover, with her careful guidance from Supremacy Ovally, she could still maintain her state in such a dangerous situation. After confirming this, Chu Nan finally felt relieved. Then, he immediately felt an intense exhaustion surge into his heart. Ever since he came to Planet Zydam to investigate Angie Prairie's situation, he had been racking his brains these few days to think of how to successfully find her and successfully save her. In order to achieve this goal, he had even stayed with two powerful star-grade martial artists for a period of time and had even stayed in the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce for so long. It was equivalent to being surrounded by powerful enemies at any time, causing his mind to be tense and he could not even rest well. In the end, in order to accurately find Angie Prairie's location, he had no choice but to take the risk and deliberately pretend to be defeated by Ro and the others. Then, he even took the risk to be injected with the EYAG871 biological genetic virus and fought the virus for a few days. After doing all this, the consumption of Chu Nan's energy, stamina, and internal breath was extremely shocking. Although he looked normal on the surface, he actually knew very well that he was almost at his limit. Now that he had finally saved Angie Prairie, although they had not completely escaped, Chu Nan could finally feel at ease after confirming that she was safe. He endured the extremely intense sleepiness that he had never experienced since he was young and the shocking exhaustion coming from all over his body. He forced himself to slowly sit down and focus again. He slowly adjusted his internal breath and began to circulate the 9 revolutions technique. For a moment, the cave fell silent. Only the rustling of leaves in the forest outside could be heard, as well as the rustling sound of an animal occasionally shuttling through the forest. When the sky outside the cave gradually darkened and the star gradually fell below the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the entire forest and the cave became dark. Chu Nan's eyelids suddenly moved and he opened his eyes. His gaze naturally shot out two bright lights that were as bright as two gems in the dark cave. A moment later, these two lights restrained and Chu Nan's eyes returned to normal. He jumped up from the ground and felt that every inch of his muscles was filled with strength and his mind was unprecedentedly good. Chu Nan could not help but reveal a happy expression. After these few days of high pressure, the most important thing was that after fighting with the EYAG871 biological genetic virus for a few days, his understanding of his body and internal breath had improved further, and his strength had clearly increased. If his true strength before coming to Planet Zidam was only at the initial stage Heaven Control Realm, then the current him had already touched the peak of the initial stage Heaven Control Realm. He could further transform the star cloud in his Dantian at any time and step into the second stage Heaven Control Realm. He turned to look at Angie Prairie, who was still sleeping soundly on the soil bed, and discovered that her body was naturally emitting a faint milky white light. It seemed that even if she was sleeping soundly, she had still activated her cultivation method and was quickly recovering. Chu Nan thought for a moment and carefully stretched out his hand, planning to investigate the situation in Angie Prairie's body. Unexpectedly, just as her hand touched Angie Prairie's lower abdomen, she suddenly opened her eyes. She lowered her head to look at Chu Nan's right hand on her lower abdomen and blinked as if she had discovered something shocking. "Heh, Chu Nan, could it be that your beastly nature has finally erupted and you've decided to molest me while I'm asleep?" Chapter 1006. Chu Nan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who would want to molest you?" He glared at Angie Prairie. "I want to check the condition of your body, but from the looks of it, you should have recovered, right? It's not embarrassing to molest me. After all, you're a normal boy." Angie Prairie still looked carefree. She stretched and jumped up from the soil bed. "Yes, I've already recovered. Now, regardless of whether it's my mind or stamina, I've completely recovered and my state is 100% complete. However, there's a problem." "Is there a problem?" Chu Nan immediately looked at Angie Prairie nervously. If even he could not detect it, what Angie Prairie could not resolve would definitely be a huge problem. "Yes, this is a very serious problem." Angie Prairie nodded and spread out her hands. "I'm very hungry." Chu Nan involuntarily staggered and almost fell. "You're very hungry." Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at Angie Prairie. "This is the problem?" "This is a problem." "Of course." Angie Prairie nodded righteously. "Appetite is the #1 need of humans. How can we do anything else without filling our stomachs?" Chu Nan helplessly slapped his head. Then, without caring what Angie Prairie thought, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the dantian of her lower abdomen. He stretched out his internal breath and carefully investigated the situation in her body. The results of the investigation showed that Angie Prairie had indeed completely recovered and was no longer as weak as before. "Alright, no matter how hungry you are, you can only endure it now because we're not completely out of danger. Before you learn the Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique, it's best for us not to leave this cave," Chu Nan said seriously. "Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique." Angie Prairie blinked and revealed an interested expression. "What fun cultivation method is this? Why do I have to learn it?" "The reason is very simple." Chu Nan pointed at Angie Prairie. "Because you're too beautiful." At this moment, the headquarters of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce was in chaos. This was because of the aftershock of the battle between Chu Nan and Angie Prairie with Roe and the others. Now, not only was the Research Institute building in danger, but every part of the headquarters was also damaged as if they had just experienced a terrifying bombing. Doppler stood in front of the Research Institute building that could no longer be seen with a black face and looked at the silent Roe and the other three. Although he was trembling with anger, he could not say a word. Although he was dissatisfied with Roe and the others and felt that they had not done their best to stop Chu Nan and Angie Prairie's escape, he could not say that. The four of them were Heaven Control experts whom the Chamber of Commerce had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price to recruit. If their accusations made them dissatisfied and they abandoned the Chamber of Commerce, that would be the most serious loss. Although the Chamber of Commerce still had the backing of the 2-star grade martial artists, Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mal, it was impossible for a star-grade martial artist to accept the command of others. Therefore, the strongest personal strength of the Chamber of Commerce was these 4 Heaven Control martial artists in front of them. They were indispensable. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, he could only try his best to endure it and try his best not to show it. After a long time, he turned around and roared at the people of the Research Institute standing on the other side. "What are you doing? Didn't you tell me that you had already injected the EYAG871 biological genetic virus into those two fellows? Why can the two of them still move freely? They can even unleash their full strength as if nothing had happened. Tell me, why?" Everyone in the Research Institute had ugly expressions, but they were also silent. No one dared to answer Fleur's question. In fact, they could not answer even if they were asked. They were indeed injected with the EYAG871 biological genetic virus in Chu Nan and Angie Prairie's bodies. Logically speaking, the two of them would definitely be affected by the virus and could not control themselves. Coupled with the fact that they were all limited to the life support cabin and their physical conditions had always been strictly monitored, if there was any abnormality, they should have been discovered long ago. However, in fact, not only did Chu Nan run out of the life support cabin, Angie Prairie, who was saved by him later on, was clearly not limited by the EYAG871 biological genetic virus and the life support cabin. When Chu Nan appeared in front of Angie Prairie, she even opened her eyes. Clearly, she had been maintaining her consciousness. This was something that so many people in the entire research institute had never discovered in the nearly 2 months she had been captured. This was a situation they had never encountered before, so they did not know how to explain and answer. Seeing that everyone in the research institute was silent, Doppler was even angrier. He had already secretly made up his mind that he had to seriously propose at the next board meeting and let this damned genius genetic plan go to hell. For this damned plan, the Chamber of Commerce had invested an extremely large amount of manpower and material resources. They had even risked defending many countries on the Orion Arm after being exposed in many powerful martial artists. However, no research results had appeared until now. It was simply the most cost-effective plan since the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Doppler could not help but turn his gaze to Ro. It was this damned guy who made a mistake when escorting Chu Nan. Not only did he let this kid escape with a group of experimental subjects that he had painstakingly captured, he even brought great trouble to the Chamber of Commerce. Now, this kid had even swaggered around the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce and forcefully snatched another equally important experiment subject. According to the latest information, that female test subject called Angie Prairie was not a problem herself, but it was very likely that her master was the disciple of the female star-grade martial artist who had appeared on Planet Zydom and fought with Supremacy Autoford. Although the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was not afraid of the small country on the Orion Arm called the Earth Federation behind them, they had no choice but to be wary of a star-grade martial artist. It would have been fine if Angie Prairie had always been under the control of the Chamber of Commerce. After all, that female star-grade martial artist had not discovered her existence the last time she came and was forced to leave in the end. However, now that Angie Prairie had been saved by Chu Nan, if the two of them escaped and the female star-grade martial artist knew about this, it would be huge. When he thought of this, Doppler forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Ro in a low voice, "Ro, you know Chu Nan the best. Tell me, how can I capture this kid again and give him no chance to escape?" Ro frowned and thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "From the current situation, although this kid has the ability to bring people through space, the distance he can cross is not long. Therefore, if he wants to leave Planet Zydom with Angie Prairie, he can only take a spaceship like ordinary people. Therefore, as long as we seal the space station tightly and search every passenger on the spaceship strictly to ensure that the two of them can't leave the spaceship, we can restrict them to the surface of the planet. As long as they're still on this planet, it's not difficult for us to find them." Doppler pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's do that. Pass down the order to seal it immediately." Halfway through his sentence, a subordinate suddenly stumbled and rushed over in a panic. "No, not good. Someone is knocking on our door." Everyone was stunned. Someone came knocking on our door. Doppler was first stunned, then furious. Who's so bold to come to the headquarters of our Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble? After saying this, he suddenly felt a lack of confidence. One had to know that Chu Nan had just caused trouble at the headquarters and had even run away with his people. The panic on that subordinate's face did not disappear at all. He panted and pointed in the direction of the headquarters door. "That person is here to find Chu Nan. He said that if we don't hand Chu Nan over, he'll tear down this place." Doppler was even angrier. Where did this lunatic come from? Does he actually dare to threaten us like this? Does he want to die? No, if I'm not wrong, he's probably a star-grade martial artist. Everyone was instantly stunned, and the scene immediately fell silent. Chapter 1007. Looking at the unfamiliar face in front of him, Chu Nan smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Heh, Angie Prairie, you're really great. You got full marks for this face." The face in front of him was basically different from Angie Prairie's face with the eyebrows of a goddess, but it was undoubtedly her because she had changed her original face bit by bit in front of Chu Nan and finally became like this. Although it was impossible for Angie Prairie to cultivate the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique to the same level as Chu Nan in a short period of time, her talent was indeed very shocking. In just 2 days, she could already use the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique to slightly change the muscles on her face and clearly change the shape of her face from the surface. Now, although her face could still be said to have good facial features and barely reached the standard of beauty, because she had made slight adjustments to all the details, it was impossible for anyone to treat her as Angie Prairie. Even Chu Nan would not have thought that she was Angie Prairie if he saw this face at first glance. Angie Prairie touched her nose, then her eyes, mouth, and ears, and smiled. "Haha, this cultivation method is too fun. Chu Nan, where did you obtain this cultivation method?" Chu Nan shrugged and did not plan to tell Angie Prairie that the original owner of this cultivation method had almost killed him in Chuzaioxi. He only casually replied, "I snatched it from a guy who wanted to kill me. In fact, the main function of this cultivation method should be to assist in tempering the body, but I discovered that it's the greatest use to change its size and appearance as a disguise. I really hope there's a mirror here to let me see what I look like now." Angie Prairie still had an excited expression, as if she was a child who had found a new toy. "Heh, Chu Nan, do you think you won't recognize me if I become another face before I see you next time?" Chu Nan chuckled and shook his head. It was one thing for Angie Prairie to lie to people she was unfamiliar with, but it was not enough to lie to Chu Nan. Although Chu Nan might not recognize it at first glance because he did not expect it, if he took a few more glances, he would immediately discover the problem from the comprehensive data of Angie Prairie's entire body with his powerful data ability. Before Angie Prairie completely grasped the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique and could even change her bones, Chu Nan could completely determine her true identity from these deep data. Moreover, the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique could only change her appearance, but some characteristics were very difficult to change. For example, there was a very special mole under her chest. This could not be changed by relying on the purple cloud 8 desolate's body tempering technique. Of course, it was impossible for Chu Nan to pull off the clothes of a girl he did not know and look at the mole under her chest. Chu Nan's gaze unnaturally swept past NG Prairie's chest. He coughed lightly and stood up. Alright, since you can already use the purple cloud 8 desolate's body tempering technique to temporarily change your appearance, we can try to escape. However, before that, it seems that we have to find a set of clothes to wear. Otherwise, it's impossible for two fellows to run around naked in broad daylight and not attract attention. I thought you were already used to running naked. Angie Prairie chuckled and jumped up. She patted the dust on her butt and said, before we find clothes to wear, let's get something to eat. I'm almost starving. Chu Nan touched his stomach and could not help but nod. The injuries on his and Angie Prairie's bodies and a large amount of consumption had completely recovered in the past 2 days. Their life force had also been completely replenished, but their desire for food could not be replenished with cultivation methods. Moreover, the two of them had exhausted a large amount of energy stored in their bodies in order to recover. Now was the time to urgently replenish it, so it was very necessary to eat a large meal. It's fine if it's clothes and food, but the problem now is how to sneak into the spaceship that leaves this place. Chu Nan touched his chin and frowned as he thought for a moment. Forget it, let's leave this place first and adapt to the situation. At most, we'll fly out first and secretly board the spaceship in space. In any case, you're already a heaven control expert and can move freely in space. No problem. Angie Prairie patted her chest confidently. I've completely recovered now. It's not a problem for me to fly in space. Alright, let's go. Chu Nan waved his hand and walked to the entrance of the cave. He carefully sensed the surrounding environment and after confirming that everything was normal outside, he waved at Angie Prairie and left the cave. The two of them did not fly into the air directly. Instead, they quickly passed through the forest. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce would definitely search the two of them closely. Then, the entire planet's item was definitely under the careful monitoring of the satellite. If they flew in the sky, they would definitely attract attention. The safest way now was to try his best to avoid the monitoring from above. Their luck was not bad. As soon as they walked out of the forest, they saw a quiet village at the foot of a mountain. At this moment, the night was dark and windy. The two of them were extremely agile and easily sneaked into the courtyard of one of the families. They casually drew 2 sets of clothes from the clothes rack that was hung out to dry and put them on. Seeing Chu Nan put on his clothes, Angie Prairie suddenly chuckled. Heh, Chu Nan, don't you think this situation is very familiar? Chu Nan was stunned before he smiled. That's right, when he and Angie Prairie were on planet Lepler, they had also done such a thing. Haha, at that time, I had only just become a void break martial artist and you had yet to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Now, 2 heaven control martial artists are here to steal clothes. If word gets out, others will probably laugh to death. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Angie Prairie could not help but laugh. Her eyes darted around and she suddenly said, Hey, Chu Nan, do you think, after we become star-grade martial artists in a few years, we can do something like stealing clothes together? What, are you really addicted? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at Angie Prairie. No, think about it. How exciting is it to have 2 star-grade martial artists team up to be thieves who steal other people's clothes? It's best if we're still accidentally captured by those media outlets to report. Wow, just thinking about it makes me feel fun. We must do this once. Looking at Angie Prairie's excited expression, Chu Nan could only roll his eyes at her. You're thinking too much. If we're both star-grade martial artists, how can we be captured? That's simple. We can pretend to have been caught by accident. It's not difficult. Come, why don't we plan now? Chu Nan helplessly raised his hand to stop Angie Prairie. Alright, let's talk about this in the future. Let's think about how to escape first. If we can't even escape from here, not to mention becoming a star-grade martial artist, we might even lose our lives. I'm just discussing. Look. Angie Prairie suddenly stopped and raised her head to look at the sky with Chu Nan. Both of them revealed shocked expressions. A voice fell from the night sky. Chu Nan, you're right. Don't even think about escaping, because you can't see the sun. Chapter 1008. As soon as he heard the voice, Chu Nan did not hesitate to reach out and press on Angie Prairie's shoulder. The star cloud in his dantian circulated and a large amount of spatial energy gathered at the same time. He instantly opened the spatial wall and brought the two of them into the alternate space. However, as soon as the beautiful and strange scene in the alternate space appeared in front of him, Chu Nan clearly sensed a strange spatial energy fluctuation coming from the alternate space that was almost close behind him. Clearly, someone had also opened the spatial wall. Chu Nan did not dare to be negligent. He only took a step in the alternate space with Angie Prairie and opened the spatial wall to leave. However, before he could adapt to the more colorful and beautiful environment in the positive space universe, the voice from before had almost sounded beside his ear. Kid, don't try to escape from me. The last time you could escape from Overpowered, he mistook you for a true star-grade martial artist and misjudged your strength. However, now that I know that you have the ability to cross the spatial wall, do you think I'll let you escape easily? Chu Nan did not hear this at all. Almost the moment he heard the voice, he urged the star cloud again and brought Angie Prairie into the alternate space. This time, he was not in a hurry to move. Instead, countless data flashed through his mind. He instantly calculated the location and threw a punch to the right. He had already circulated his 7th revolution internal breath to urge the star cloud in this punch and did not pay attention to any variations in his moves. When he threw this punch, he did his best to urge the spatial energy in the alternate space. He did not pursue any precision at all. His goal was only to disturb this portion of the alternate space. The spatial energy in the alternate space was originally abnormally chaotic and violent. Now that Chu Nan deliberately stirred it, it immediately became even crazier. The entire alternate space seemed to have stirred up a small storm. After punching out, Chu Nan left the alternate space with Angie Prairie again. When he appeared in the positive space universe, he had already appeared above a vast sea. Chu Nan was not surprised. He did not expect to escape the pursuit of this powerful enemy with a simple spatial transfer. When he was chased by Supremacy Autoford, he already had a full understanding of this. Therefore, before he made the second spatial jump, he had thought of his next actions in advance. Now that he had finally obtained this gap, he immediately pulled Angie Prairie. The two of them instantly entered the sea and were drowned by the seawater in the blink of an eye. Chu Nan stretched out his hand and pointed down. Angie Prairie replied with an understanding gesture. Then, the two of them quickly dived into the sea. A moment later, they discovered that the light in the sea had completely been blocked and the surroundings had fallen into darkness. However, Chu Nan did not have the intention to stop. He still stretched out his hand to grab Angie Prairie. His internal breath circulated and he controlled the star cloud in his body to the limit, controlling his influence on the spatial energy around him to the lowest extent. Angie Prairie, who was beside him, quickly sensed Chu Nan's actions. Without his signal, she immediately understood what he meant and the spatial energy flow around her immediately changed. Chu Nan quickly discovered that even if Angie Prairie was beside him, he could not rely on his perception of the spatial energy fluctuations around him to sense her existence. If not for the fact that the soft touch of Angie Prairie's palm was still clearly on his hand, he would even suspect that she had suddenly disappeared. This discovery surprised Chu Nan. One had to know that he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of spatial energy around him. If there was anything wrong, he could sense it with his powerful data ability. However, now that Angie Prairie could do this, it could be seen that her control of spatial energy had far exceeded ordinary standards. Or perhaps she had grasped some special cultivation method and could really completely restrain her aura so that others could not sense it. No matter what the reason was, it was enough to surprise Chu Nan and comfort him. Originally, he felt that it would be much more difficult for him to escape with Angie Prairie. However, he did not expect that not only had Angie Prairie surprised him when he saved her previously, but she could also actually maintain her consciousness without Chu Nan's help and even show such outstanding qualities now. I really underestimated Angie Prairie. Chu Nan sighed in his mind. He exerted a little force and gently pinched her hand to confirm that she was still beside him. Angie Prairie's hand moved, but she stretched out her finger and scratched Chu Nan's palm twice. Chu Nan almost laughed. This guy was still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Should he say that she was usually carefree and heartless, or should he say that she really did not think much of the threat from a star-grade martial artist? Knowing that even heaven control experts could not see clearly in the depths of the sea, Chu Nan could not be bothered to roll his eyes at Angie Prairie. He exerted strength in his hand and pulled her deeper. Chu Nan did not know how deep the depths of the sea on planet Zidam were, but after choosing this sea area to dive more than 4,000 meters, he finally touched the seabed. He did not stop there. Instead, he brought Angie Prairie to explore the underground of the seabed. After half an hour, the two of them discovered a hole in a cliff at the bottom of the sea. The space inside the cave was not very deep, but this was not a very serious problem for Chu Nan. He carefully controlled his body and mobilized the spatial energy hidden in his body. He very accurately controlled them to only cover his right palm lightly. Then, he pressed his palm on the inside of the cave and circulated the high-level earth elemental power cultivation method. Under the effect of this strange cultivation method, as Chu Nan's palm moved, the space in the cave expanded bit by bit. Chu Nan's actions were not fast, but he was very patient. Angie Prairie had also been quietly and patiently waiting. This lasted for another 2 hours before Chu Nan stopped. At this moment, the space in the cave had already doubled. Although it was still not very large, it could easily accommodate the two of them completely stretching out their limbs inside. After doing this, Chu Nan tapped Angie Prairie's palm and gestured for her to wait a while. Then, he let go of his hands and circulated the high-level water elemental power cultivation method with his left hand, forcefully squeezing out the water that stretched out of the cave. His right hand circulated the high-level earth elemental power cultivation method again and controlled the cave to produce an extremely fine and forbidden rock layer, cutting it into 2 spaces. These actions took Chu Nan more than an hour. After finally completing these tasks, Chu Nan finally heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, he activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method. A ball of flames appeared in his palm and illuminated the space in the cave. Angie Prairie was looking at Chu Nan curiously. Not only was there no panic on her face illuminated by the flames, but it was also filled with curiosity and excitement. Chu Nan, you should have used the elemental power cultivation method you learned from the Ran clan just now, right? If I had known that these cultivation methods were so fun, I should have begged High Priest Zima to teach me. We'll talk about this in the future. Let's think of a way to escape first. Chu Nan raised his head and frowned deeply. Now, it seems that we're under the strict monitoring of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid it's not reliable to rely on changing our appearance alone. We have to change our plan. Tell me, what do we do? Angie Prairie asked. A trace of hesitation flashed across Chu Nan's face. He lowered his head to look at Angie Prairie with an extremely serious expression. Angie Prairie, can you endure the pain of your body being completely crushed hundreds of times? Chapter 1009. Completely crush my body. Angie Prairie's reaction was completely beyond Chu Nan's expectations. Not only did she not look afraid, her face was also filled with excitement and curiosity. How? Why do you have to crush it hundreds of times? What's the use of crushing it? Have you experienced it before? Chu Nan helplessly looked up at the sky. Alright, he had long known that Angie Prairie's personality was completely different from ordinary people's. If anyone else heard that their body was going to be crushed hundreds of times, how could they not care like her? Alright, don't ask so many questions in a row. Since that old demonic woman didn't chase after us, it proves that we should still have time. I'll slowly tell you. You should still remember that I was slapped into the Stargate by Greg. Chu Nan asked. Of course I remember, Angie Prairie immediately replied. I haven't asked you how you survived. Heh, this has something to do with me crushing my body hundreds of times as you said. Chu Nan smiled and slowly explained his experience after falling into the Stargate. When she heard that Chu Nan's body would soon be unable to hold on after falling into the Stargate, even though Angie Prairie knew that he was sitting in front of her alive, she still could not help but reveal a nervous expression. However, later on, when she heard that Chu Nan had actually used the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to reconstruct his body over and over again, his body finally adapted to the invasion of the violent energy of the alternate space and had the qualifications to survive in it. Even she could not help but reveal a frightened expression and look at him with heartache. It must be very painful, right? Angie Prairie stretched out her hand and touched Chu Nan's arm, her tone filled with sorrow and concern. In order to survive, pain is nothing. Chu Nan shrugged and chuckled at Angie Prairie. Moreover, you might have to endure the same pain now. Angie Prairie thought for a moment and asked, in other words, you plan to let me learn the goddess song cultivation method now and rely on 2 cultivation methods to continuously reconstruct my body like you to increase the strength of my body to the extent that it can endure the violent energy of the alternate space. That's right. Chu Nan nodded. However, I'm not letting you do it alone because you won't be able to learn the goddess song cultivation method in a short period of time, so I can only help you. As for you, you only need to continuously use the flame of life to treat your body. After a pause, Chu Nan asked, with the strength of the flame of life you're cultivating now, you should be able to do it, right? No problem. Angie Prairie stretched out her arm without any fear. Come, I'll leave my body to you. You can do whatever you want. Hey, you sound like you mean something else. Chu Nan waited for Angie Prairie and grabbed her arm before asking seriously, think carefully. If you can't endure this pain, immediately say it. There's no need to force yourself. Angie Prairie raised both eyebrows. Humph, who do you think I am? Chu Nan shook his head. He knew that it was useless to tell Angie Prairie this. In any case, he would closely monitor her situation for a while. Once her body could not hold on, he would definitely forcefully end this attempt. In the next moment, the star cloud in Chu Nan's body circulated and completely condensed all the spatial energy in a small area. Then, he adjusted the spatial energy to a special high-frequency vibration state and quickly resonated with the spatial wall. If it was said that Chu Nan had opened the spatial wall by accumulating a large amount of spatial energy in a short period of time and opening a hole in it, then in order not to alarm Supremacy Mel who was chasing after him from above, he carefully drilled a hole in the spatial wall. This process was not fast, but after the spatial wall was opened, everything became much simpler. Soon, the strange and beautiful scene in the alternate space appeared in front of Chu Nan and Angie Prairie again. Don't think about anything and urge the flame of life to recover your body with all your might. Chu Nan sent a voice transmission to Angie Prairie through the microwave vibration of spatial energy. Angie Prairie nodded seriously. Her body immediately emitted a milky white light that enveloped her entire body. Are you ready? Chu Nan asked again. Alright, Chu Nan, when did you become so wishy-washy? Angie Prairie frowned and replied impatiently. Chu Nan laughed and suddenly stretched out his hand to tear off the clothes that Angie Prairie had just put on. He casually threw them away and the clothes were immediately destroyed into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space and disappeared. Although these clothes would definitely be completely destroyed in the process of reforging Angie Prairie's body, if the basic particles of the clothes affected her body, it would be a huge problem. Chu Nan naturally would not allow such an oversight to appear. Angie Prairie did not even frown at Chu Nan's actions. She only looked at him and waited for his next action. Chu Nan focused for a moment and carefully considered all the steps again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the star cloud in his body circulated again and suddenly retracted the energy shield that was originally surrounding Angie Prairie's body. Previously, when he brought Willen and Angie Prairie into the alternate space, he relied on him to provide an energy shield to protect the two of them from being torn to pieces by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. Now that he had removed the energy shield, Angie Prairie was immediately exposed to the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. Her body instantly suffered the most direct destruction. In the blink of an eye, countless blood stains could be seen on the skin of her body, and soon, even her bones were revealed. Angie Prairie could not help but open her mouth. Although she could not hear anything, it was obvious from her furrowed eyebrows that she must be in pain now. However, soon, the milky white light on her body flourished, and the skin and flesh that had just been destroyed by the violent spatial energy immediately recovered at a visible speed. However, after Angie Prairie finally used the flame of life to recover her body, she removed it again and allowed the violent spatial energy to crazily corrode her body before using it to recover. During this process, Chu Nan knew better than anyone what pain his body would endure. The reason why he had fallen into the Stargate previously was for his life. He was forced into a corner and could only endure no matter how painful it was. However, even so, there were still many times when he almost could not hold on and wanted to give up and die. Now that Angie Prairie had him protecting her and could retreat at any time, it was much more difficult for her to persist in such inhumane pain than Chu Nan. However, other than frowning at the beginning and looking a little pained, Angie Prairie did not say anything else. She had always silently followed the arrangements Chu Nan had taught her and continuously allowed the violent spatial energy to corrode her body before using the flame of life to recover and repeat it. Seeing that Angie Prairie had already let go of her body to the extent that her bones were corroded by the violent spatial energy, Chu Nan's heart stirred. He stretched out his hand and approached her. The green light on his hand enveloped her completely. Chapter 10:10. Compared to the time when Chu Nan helped the mysterious girl reconstruct her body, not only was Angie Prairie stronger than the mysterious girl, but most importantly, she had grasped an extremely special cultivation method, the flame of life. Chu Nan did not need to be responsible for this aspect. He only needed to use the goddess song cultivation method to maintain enough life force, so the difficulty was naturally greatly reduced. In addition, when he helped the girl reconstruct her body, she was completely unconscious and could not cooperate with Chu Nan. Everything had to be handled by him. Although he could do everything according to his own thoughts in the process of reconstruction, that was not his own body after all. Therefore, he could not resolve it perfectly, causing him to be unable to completely resolve the hidden danger of the mysterious girl's cultivation method in the end and leaving behind regrets. Now, Angie Prairie's ability to endure pain far exceeded Chu Nan's expectations. She had always maintained a clear consciousness and could interact with him at any time. Chu Nan only needed to adjust the flow of life force injected into Angie Prairie's body to remind her what to do and make the process of reconstructing her entire body smoother. Coupled with the fact that Angie Prairie was the disciple of Supremacy Ovally, her understanding of the human body was far deeper than ordinary people's. In many aspects, she did not need Chu Nan's reminders to discover the problem. The reconstruction of her body would naturally be more perfect. Just like that, he watched as Angie Prairie's body was destroyed bit by bit and healed bit by bit. At first, only a milky white light seeped out of her body. Later on, her entire body was enveloped by an intense milky white light, and the speed at which her body was reforged became faster and faster. In the beginning, Chu Nan was a little worried that Angie Prairie would not be able to hold on and was also worried that there would be any mistakes. Therefore, he had always been tense. However, later on, as the entire process became smoother, the worry in his heart gradually relaxed and he began to focus more attention on observing the situation of Angie Prairie's body. With this serious observation, Chu Nan discovered something that surprised him. Back then, when he was reconstructing his body hundreds of times in the alternate space, he had completely relied on his instincts to use the flame of life to recover his body. In terms of the details of his body reconstruction, he mainly worked hard to strengthen his body to resist the impact of the violent energy of the alternate space, so he paid more attention to strength. Now that Angie Prairie was reforging her body, she actually seemed to have been prepared for this. Her entire body was reforging and strengthening bit by bit in a very regular manner. Moreover, the effect of the flame of life on her body was completely different from Chu Nan's. It was clearly reforging her entire body as a whole. It was much more systematic and perfect than Chu Nan's previous actions. Clearly, if Angie Prairie's body was successfully reforged, the increase in strength would probably be much stronger than Chu Nan's. When he discovered this result, Chu Nan was surprised and happy. He was shocked that he did not know why Angie Prairie was prepared for this, but he was happy that this way, the process of reforging her body would be very smooth. There should not be any flaws that he was worried about. As expected, as the light of the flame of life on Angie Prairie's body became stronger and stronger, the process of her body being reforged became faster and faster. Until the last time, Chu Nan actually saw Angie Prairie's entire body disappear in front of him, leaving only a ball of blazing milky white light. Chu Nan was shocked, but he did not rashly interfere. Instead, he continued to circulate the goddess song cultivation method and increase the injection of life force. A moment later, little lights condensed in front of him and gradually gathered to form bones before forming a complete skeleton. Then, the flesh on it grew bit by bit and covered a layer of skin and hair on the skin. Angie Prairie's head gradually appeared. The facial features on it gradually became clear, and her hair grew bit by bit, finally turning into a complete human body. Chu Nan watched this process in a daze. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. After her entire body was completely formed, Angie Prairie opened her eyes. A strange light flickered in her eyes and she casually restrained it. A huge smile suddenly appeared on her face and she suddenly stood up from her lying flat state. She immediately pounced on Chu Nan and hugged him tightly. She opened her mouth as if she was continuously saying something. However, there was only violent spatial energy flowing in the alternate space, so how could it transmit sound waves? Chu Nan could not hear what she was saying. Chu Nan patted her shoulder and the star cloud in his body circulated before bringing her through the spatial wall again. His vision darkened and he returned to the positive spatial universe. Feeling the dense damp aura around him, Chu Nan confirmed that they should have returned to their previous location. With a flip of his hand, he activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method. Bright flames were stimulated from his palm and illuminated the space in the cave wall again. Angie Prairie, don't be in a hurry to be excited. Chu Nan pushed her away and carefully looked at her from head to toe. Although her overall appearance did not change much, Chu Nan could clearly tell that Angie Prairie's current body had an extremely obvious increase from before. All her skin was naturally emitting a milky white light and looked quite holy. Coupled with her beautiful face that was like a goddess, she simply looked like a real goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Of course, the premise was that you had to ignore the exaggerated silly smile on her face. Tell me, did you use the body rebirth taught by Supremacy Ovally just now? Chu Nan asked. Angie Prairie was stunned. You know. Yes. Chu Nan nodded and told her about the place where he had unintentionally discovered the death of Supremacy Ovally in the Merlin star system and helped her complete her body rebirth. Isn't this too coincidental? After hearing this, Angie Prairie had a surprised expression. You actually happen to encounter Master, and you happen to know the goddess song cultivation method that can help her replenish her life force and quickly be reborn. Then what happens after Master recovers? Where did she go? You don't seem surprised that Supremacy Ovaly's body has been reborn, Chu Nan said. Of course, she's my master. Why wouldn't I know? That's why I told you before that my master won't die, but you didn't believe me. At this point, Angie Prairie chuckled. Moreover, I can tell you that from now on, I won't die so easily. Chu Nan sized up Angie Prairie from head to toe again. You mean that you've also grasped body rebirth? That's right. Chapter 10-11, Body Rebirth? Chu Nan carefully recalled the situation when he helped Supremacy Ovaly's body be reborn and seriously recalled the last time Angie Prairie's body was reforged. A question arose in his mind. Speaking of which, I can be considered to have grasped the flame of life cultivation method. Does that mean that I can also undergo body rebirth too? I don't know. Angie Prairie shook her head bluntly. Master said that she has been trying different things since she first grasped the flame of life cultivation method. Her body rebirth is only a technology she unintentionally discovered after fighting other star-grade martial artists to death. I don't know if it's equally effective on others. Then how did you succeed? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. Didn't I reconstruct my body with your help just now? In the beginning, I didn't think so, but later on, I suddenly thought of it. Isn't this situation similar to the physical rebirth Master mentioned? Since you thought of it, try me. In any case, with you beside me to provide me with life force, the possibility of success is very high. If you fail, you're dead. Chu Nan glared at Angie Prairie. You actually dare to try such a thing without complete confidence. Do you really want to die? Didn't I succeed? Angie Prairie smiled indifferently. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes helplessly. She had long known that this girl was not afraid of anything. Now that she had encountered such a good opportunity, it would be strange if she was willing to let it go. However, it was fortunate that Chu Nan was beside her just now. Once he discovered that Angie Prairie's situation was bad, he would definitely react immediately. He should not have let her die just like that. Heh, Chu Nan, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Angie Prairie continued, if you can also master body rebirth, it won't be easy for the two of us to die in the future. It won't be a problem for star-grade martial artists to pursue us. Chu Nan shook his head and did not comment. Although the extremely special ability of body rebirth tempted him, now was not the time to learn this. He thought for a moment and carefully sized up Angie Prairie. After confirming that she had completely recovered, he pressed his hand on her shoulder and carefully opened the spatial wall again to bring her into the alternate space. This time, Chu Nan did not put an energy shield on Angie Prairie. Instead, he allowed her to be exposed to the violent spatial energy impact in the alternate space. However, after hundreds of reforging, the strength of Angie Prairie's body had indeed increased greatly like Chu Nan. Now, she could completely endure the scouring and corrosion of the violent spatial energy. Even if she stood in the alternate space without any defense, it was still not difficult. Moreover, compared to the first time Chu Nan fell into the Stargate, the current Angie Prairie was already a heaven control martial artist who had successfully condensed a star cloud. Her use of the spatial energy around her was even easier. It only took a moment for her to adapt to the situation in the alternate space. Before long, she could barely control a small amount of violent spatial energy in the alternate space and fly freely. After flying around, Angie Prairie returned to Chu Nan with an excited expression. Heh, Chu Nan, although Master has once brought me to fly in an alternate space in the past, this is the first time I've flown however I want inside. This feels really great. If Master knew, she would definitely be shocked. You're thinking too much. Chu Nan shook his head. Supremacy Ovaly has seen me fly in the alternate space with her own eyes. I'm afraid she'll at most be surprised if you can do this, but she won't be shocked. Oh, right, you've already seen Master before. Angie Prairie patted her head with a regretful expression. What a pity. I still wanted to pretend to have accidentally fallen into the Stargate and scare her when I saw her. I'm afraid I can't do it now. Save it. Chu Nan knocked Angie Prairie's head and pointed behind him. Let's leave this damn place first. Since Angie Prairie could already fly freely in the alternate space, Chu Nan could finally implement his next plan. Pass through the alternate space and escape with her. The reason why he could not do this previously was because Chu Nan could not maintain the energy shield for Angie Prairie under the corrosion of the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. At most, he could only move her for a very short distance, so it was naturally impossible for him to escape through the alternate space. However, now that Angie Prairie had the same ability as him, it was very easy to explain. Of course, it was impossible to fly aimlessly in the alternate space like this, because there was no fixed location in the alternate space. If he flew around rashly, who knew where he would fly to in the end? Therefore, Chu Nan only planned to fly away from planet Zidam and find the Stargate near it to locate it before thinking of a way to truly leave this star system. As long as they could leave the Sparian Federation or return to the Orion Arm, no matter how powerful the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was, it was very difficult to do anything to the two of them. All kinds of complicated data quickly flashed through Chu Nan's mind. After careful calculations, he quickly confirmed the distance and range he needed to move in the alternate space. He turned around and gestured for Angie Prairie to follow and fly towards the location of the calculated Stargate near planet Zidam. In the positive space universe, the straight-line distance between the Stargate and planet Zidam was about 6 light minutes. Because this was the first time Chu Nan had flown in an alternate space with Angie Prairie, his speed was not fast. It took 3 minutes before he finally arrived at the location of the Stargate in the calculations. Probably because he was still a distance away, Chu Nan could not sense the abnormal spatial energy fluctuation displayed by the Stargate in the alternate space, so he could not confirm an accurate location. If he wanted to obtain this precise coordinate, the only way was to return to the positive space universe and locate it through the real situation. Chu Nan gestured for Angie Prairie to come over and pulled her hand. The star cloud in his body circulated and he prepared to open the spatial wall and return to the positive space universe. However, just as he was about to do this, he suddenly felt the violent spatial energy in the surrounding alternate space unexpectedly stop in an instant. Originally, the spatial energy in the alternate space had always been in an extremely violent state and continuously ran amok. However, at this moment, it was as if time had suddenly stopped. From a violent and uneasy state, it immediately became completely still. The change was so great that it was simply as if they had suddenly changed to another world. Even Angie Prairie, who was not that familiar with the alternate space environment, sensed such an obvious change immediately. Just as the two of them were surprised, a figure appeared out of thin air not far from them. Supremacy Mal. Chapter 10-12. As soon as Supremacy Mal revealed herself, she revealed a sinister and terrifying smile at Chu Nan. "Kid, I admit that you've always surprised me, but do you really think you can escape from me with this small trick?" Chu Nan silently urged the star cloud but discovered that the spatial energy in the surrounding alternate space seemed to have been completely locked. He could not affect it at all. Clearly, in order to prevent the situation of being used by Chu Nan to cross the spatial wall many times to escape again, Supremacy Mal completely locked the surrounding space from the beginning and did not give him any chance. This is a spatial domain that only star-grade martial artists can master. In this domain, other than star-grade martial artists of the same level, other martial artists don't have the ability to affect the spatial energy in the surrounding space. The person who explained was not Supremacy Mal, but Angie Prairie beside Chu Nan. Supremacy Mal, who had been focused on Chu Nan, suddenly looked at Angie Prairie in abnormal surprise. "Ha, girl, you can actually speak." Supremacy Mal did not hide his words and directly used spatial energy to microwave vibration to spread throughout the entire space. Therefore, not only did Angie Prairie hear it clearly, but Chu Nan also heard it clearly. After being reminded by Supremacy Mal, Chu Nan could not help but look at Angie Prairie in surprise. Now that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was locked by Supremacy Mal, how did Angie Prairie use the spatial energy to microwave vibration and transmit sound? Angie Prairie smiled at Chu Nan and reached out to hold his hand. However, she turned to Supremacy Mal and said, "My master is also a star-grade martial artist. She taught me these small techniques." Supremacy Mal narrowed his eyes slightly. "Humph, your master? The crazy woman who came that day? Don't worry, on account of your master, I won't kill you today. However, this kid is dead for sure today." Chu Nan frowned. In fact, he did not understand why Supremacy Mal suddenly appeared and was aggressive toward him, looking like she wanted to kill him. Logically speaking, the last time she and Supremacy Autoford left with Zealer, the two sides had clearly temporarily let go of the grudge. Supremacy Autoford had even expressed a trace of kindness to Chu Nan before he left. Why did they turn against him after not seeing him for a few days? Even if she stood up for the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, they should not have the intention to kill Chu Nan. Chu Nan tried, but he was still unable to control the spatial energy around him. He could only raise his hand and gesture twice to indicate that he was very puzzled. "You still want to play dumb?" Supremacy Mal sneered. "You dare to say that you don't know that guy called Quadairo?" "Quadairo?" Chu Nan was stunned. His eyes darted around and he instantly understood. Before sending Willen away, Chu Nan thought about it and finally chose to send a request for help to Supremacy Quadairo in order to ensure his safety. Originally, he only had the mentality of trying and did not think that Supremacy Quadairo, as a star-grade martial artist, would cross tens of thousands of light years to come so far for his request. He did not expect that Supremacy Quadairo would actually agree and really come. Although Supremacy Quadairo made it a condition for Chu Nan to agree to his previous request, he did not think such a condition could be compared to what he had asked him to do. Now, it seemed that after Supremacy Quadairo received Willen, he had probably obtained information about him from him and found his way to Planet Zydom. Moreover, he had fought with Supremacy Mal for some reason. It was unknown what Supremacy Quadairo had done to actually provoke Supremacy Mal to pursue Chu Nan and even look like he wanted to kill him. Seeing Chu Nan's expression change, Supremacy Mal's expression immediately sank. "It's indeed the help you called over. I don't know where you know so many star-grade martial artists, but how can he defeat us alone? It's worth it for a star-grade martial artist to die with you." Chu Nan was even more surprised. From Supremacy Mal's tone, could it be that Supremacy Quadairo was dead? If Supremacy Quadairo died here because of him, he would be in deep trouble. Thinking of this, he hurriedly gestured at Supremacy Mal with all his might, trying to explain. However, it was obvious that Supremacy Mal did not plan to give Chu Nan a chance to explain. Her eyes turned sharp and she raised her hand. Chu Nan immediately felt the spatial energy that had originally frozen in the surrounding space instantly become violent again. However, it was different from the violent spatial energy in the alternate space previously. Although this spatial energy was also violent, it had clearly become organized and disciplined. In the blink of an eye, this spatial energy had already condensed highly and turned into countless sand that almost became solid. Chu Nan instantly determined that this was clearly the strange cultivation method that Zealer had used to transform spatial energy into a sandstorm. However, compared to Zealer using this cultivation method, the power of a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Mal was more than dozens of times more terrifying. Previously, under the invasion of Zealer's sandstorm, Chu Nan was only the first to be injured on the surface. After adapting slightly, he could easily resist. However, now that Supremacy Mal used this cultivation method, he immediately felt that his body had been turned into a sieve and countless violent sand forcefully penetrated his body. Chu Nan's body could block the extremely destructive violent spatial energy in the alternate space, but he was like paper in front of this sand and could not resist. In comparison, Angie Prairie's situation was much better than Chu Nan's. Earlier, Supremacy Mal had said that she would not take Angie Prairie's life, so those sand only targeted her limbs. Although they also riddled her limbs, they did not cause any damage to her fatal points. Chu Nan frowned. He knew that although Supremacy Mal did not plan to take Angie Prairie's life, it was impossible for her to let her go like this. She would probably send her back to the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce and guard her strictly. "Hey, you damned old woman. If you dare to kill Chu Nan, I definitely won't let you off." Just as Chu Nan was thinking about how to deal with it, Angie Prairie's shout suddenly sounded throughout the entire space. Chu Nan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Old woman? Although this was the truth, calling a star-grade martial artist like this was too bold. Chapter 10:13. As expected, Supremacy Mal's expression instantly became even uglier. She said gloomily, "Little girl, although I'm willing to let you go on account of your master, if you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Angie Prairie sneered and suddenly turned around to hug Chu Nan. Her body was completely pressed against his and she raised her voice. "If you want to kill me, kill me. Since you want to kill Chu Nan, kill me too." Chu Nan frowned and was about to push Angie Prairie away when she suddenly pressed her head against him. Her mouth had already reached his ear and an extremely subtle voice sounded. "Watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Nan suddenly felt a very subtle change in the space around his body. Originally, the spatial energy in the space around him was completely controlled by Supremacy Mal. Be it completely locking down or turning into sand that filled the sky, Chu Nan was unable to affect it at all. However, now, the surrounding space seemed to have suddenly loosened. The spatial energy that was originally completely controlled by Supremacy Mal seemed to have been affected. Clearly, a small portion had no longer been completely controlled by him and had returned to the natural violent state of spatial energy in the alternate space. Chu Nan was surprised. Could this be the small trick Angie Prairie had mentioned to Supremacy Mal? "Listen carefully, Chu Nan. I can't last more than a minute. We have to do something in this minute." Angie Prairie's voice entered Chu Nan's ears. Chu Nan turned to look at Supremacy Mal, who seemed to be hesitating in the distance. His mind raced and he instantly made a decision. In order to avoid being discovered by Supremacy Mal, he stretched out his finger and gestured simply at Angie Prairie's stomach. "It's so itchy." Under such circumstances, Angie Prairie actually had the mood to laugh a few times. However, before Chu Nan could glare at her, she quickly nodded to indicate that she understood his meaning. After confirming that Angie Prairie really understood, Chu Nan took a deep breath that did not exist. His body had already quickly completed the 7th revolution and urged the star cloud with the strongest aura. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the high circulation state of the star cloud and caused all the spatial energy contained in his body to erupt with all his might. In an instant, he had already set up a defense in his body and his entire body emitted a faint golden light. Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Not only did the golden light envelope Chu Nan, but it also enveloped Angie Prairie. This was a gap that Chu Nan had used Angie Prairie to forcefully open. He forcefully controlled a portion of the spatial energy that had finally loosened in the space and transformed the spatial energy outside his body into the energy structure of the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. It was equivalent to forming a larger golden body. The Arhat Overlord Golden Body was indeed worthy of being the top S-rank cultivation method. Even if the surrounding sandstorm was a powerful cultivation method used by an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Mal, it still allowed Chu Nan and Angie Prairie to temporarily block the corrosion of the sand. Taking advantage of this moment of danger to resolve, Chu Nan hugged Angie Prairie tightly, but he did not take the opportunity to escape from Supremacy Mal. Instead, he rushed towards him in a straight line. "You're courting death." Supremacy Mal glared, the anger in her heart rising. At this moment, she had already made up her mind to kill that girl even if she risked becoming enemies with that crazy woman. Since she insisted on dying with this kid, she would fulfill her wish. Seeing Chu Nan rush over, Supremacy Mal sneered. Although he was a little surprised that Chu Nan could actually block the attack of the quicksand cultivation method after emitting golden light, he still did not move and continued to urge the quicksand cultivation method to make the sandstorm that enveloped the two of them even more intense. Of course, this was not because she did not have any other way to kill Chu Nan, but firstly, this method was the safest under such circumstances. Secondly, this was the greatest torture for these two fellows. Not to mention that girl, this damned kid could not die so easily. In the sandstorm, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie moved forward with difficulty. The milky white light emitted from Angie Prairie's body became stronger bit by bit. With the method she had learned from Supremacy Ovally to resist the star-grade martial artist domain, she was now focused on trying to escape the control of the spatial energy in the surrounding space. As Chu Nan carried her and flew towards Supremacy Mal, he tried his best to maintain the Arhat Overlord Golden Body to protect the two of them. At the same time, his most important job was to absorb all the spatial energy in the surrounding space that had escaped Supremacy Mal's control because of Angie Prairie's influence and form a special cycle to maintain his body. Chu Nan did not even let go of any trace of controlled spatial energy. As he flew over, more and more spatial energy was accumulated. In the end, he had already reached an extremely terrifying level, but it was forcefully condensed by Chu Nan and would not dissipate. Feeling the terrifying spatial energy condensation in the surrounding space, not only was Angie Prairie not worried, she even looked up at Chu Nan excitedly. Clearly, Chu Nan planned to make his strongest strike. Although Angie Prairie did not think that Chu Nan's strongest strike could defeat the old woman opposite him, she was very curious about what level his strongest strike could reach with his strength. Even if it was impossible to defeat a star-grade martial artist, the power should definitely be shocking to that old woman. Compared to this curiosity, Angie Prairie did not mind the very likely imminent death. Angie Prairie, listen carefully. Chu Nan's voice suddenly entered Angie Prairie's ears. He had divided a trace of spatial energy from the huge spatial energy he had condensed and sent a voice transmission. I only have one chance to attack. After this attack ends, no matter the outcome, I'll open a gap in the spatial wall and send you back to the positive spatial universe. Then, think of a way to escape yourself. Although I don't dare to guarantee that you can escape in the end, there's still a chance. As long as you. I won't do it. Before Chu Nan could finish, Angie Prairie had already raised her head and looked into his eyes. Her firm voice entered his ears. Previously, I've already escaped once in the Lepler star system. After that, I can only watch helplessly as you fall into the Stargate. It's enough to experience this once. I don't want to do it again. Seeing that Angie Prairie was actually unwilling, Chu Nan immediately panicked. But we've already made it very clear last time. You're only courting death by staying. Why don't you go back and cultivate well and find a chance to take revenge for me in the future? So be it. I don't care about revenge. Angie Prairie interrupted Chu Nan again. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie in surprise and did not understand why she had such a reaction. In his impression, although Angie Prairie had always been carefree and heartless, because of her personality, she would always appear very calm at critical moments and take extremely rational actions. She should not be so emotional. Why was her reaction completely different from the last time she was in the Lepler star system? She had actually become willful. However, he did not have that much time to ask this question. Looking at the extremely firm expression on Angie Prairie's face, he could only smile bitterly. Alright, since you want to die here with me, let's go. Chu Nan took another deep breath of non-existent air and turned to look at Supremacy Mal, who was not far away. Looking at the enemy who brought him the greatest danger in his life, he suddenly felt heroic. Come, Angie Prairie. This might be the last time we punch in our lives. Since it's the last time, let's use our full strength. There can't be any regrets. Come, make the scene gorgeous. Chapter 10:14. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying spatial energy condensed around Chu Nan's body suddenly accelerated. Originally, they were only absorbed by Chu Nan and circulated in a simple cycle around his body. Now, they began to use him as the axis and surged into his body while flowing out. This way, every time he entered and exited, it made these spatial energies surge and be filled with life, as if they suddenly had breathing. In just a moment, this abnormally huge spatial energy had already completed the 36th cycle in Chu Nan's body. At the same time, he mobilized it to an extremely high vibration frequency. Coupled with the 9 revolutions technique and the high-frequency vibration internal breath of Chu Nan's unique secret manual, it completed the 7th revolution increase in this abnormally huge spatial energy. At the same time, it entered a high-frequency vibration state, and the power increased by more than 10 times. However, the consequences of this were that it had already far exceeded the limit of Chu Nan's body. Even with his extremely powerful body, he was still unable to endure such a terrifying amount of spatial energy circulating in his body. In just a millisecond, the skin on Chu Nan's entire body had already cracked and countless flesh and blood rolled out. Even every cell was stretched to the limit by the terrifying spatial energy, and his entire body seemed to have grown larger. As for the clothes he had finally stolen, he could not care less now. They had long been crushed into the tiniest basic particles by the terrifying spatial energy. The power of the spatial energy circulating around Chu Nan had even far surpassed the terrifying violent spatial energy in the alternate space. However, under such circumstances, Chu Nan did not have the slightest intention of dividing his internal breath to heal himself. Instead, with a thought, a strange energy fluctuation appeared in his body and circulated in his body for a few rounds. It immediately stimulated the cells in his entire body to expand again. His entire body became larger and he seemed to have become a monster. Angie Prairie suddenly laughed. Haha, Chu Nan, so you've also injected the EYAG871 biological genetic virus. You've also learned the method to use it to stimulate your body for a short period of time. Although he knew that the situation had already reached the most critical moment, Chu Nan still could not help but look at Angie Prairie in surprise. With this glance, his already huge eyes immediately widened. On Angie Prairie's naked body, red lights that were a little flirtatious darted back and forth, instantly connecting her entire body from head to toe. From the special energy fluctuation emitted by these red lights, it was clearly identical to the special energy fluctuation Chu Nan had experienced on Willen because of the stimulation potential of the EYAG871 biological genetic virus. However, unlike Willen, who had completely lost his mind at that time, the current Angie Prairie was clearly still conscious. Chu Nan immediately understood and could not help but laugh. He had deliberately been captured by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce and deliberately let them inject him with the EYAG871 biological genetic virus because he wanted to understand what was going on with the so-called potential eruption brought about by the EYAG871 biological genetic virus. After fighting with the biological genetic virus EYAG-871 in the life support module of the headquarters of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce for a few days, Chu Nan completely understood the characteristics of this biological genetic virus. In fact, this thing was only stimulating the genetic effect of the human body through a special method, allowing the physical energy to surpass the limit. If he grasped it well, it was a method to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, if he did not master it well, the side effects of this thing would attack the human brain and make people lose their minds and control, just like when Willen was first saved by Chu Nan. From the current situation, Angie Prairie had clearly fully grasped the characteristics of the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus. She had even grasped it much better than Chu Nan. At the very least, her body still maintained its original appearance. Go! Chu Nan waved at Angie Prairie and turned around to rush toward Supremacy Mal. As soon as his body moved, the terrifying spatial energy circulating around him was completely absorbed into his body. Then, it drove all his internal breath, spatial energy, and even all his physical strength together in his right fist. Then, Chu Nan took a step forward with his right leg and dragged his left foot back. He clenched his left fist at his waist, twisted his waist, and threw his right fist from his waist. The second and first move of the Hong clan's long fist, shooting horse rush fist. With this punch, all of Chu Nan's internal breath, spatial energy, and physical strength, as well as the powerful data ability brought about by his powerful brain that was like an AI, had completely condensed on it without leaving any trace. Facing a star-grade martial artist who far exceeded him, he was not allowed to leave any retreat for himself, nor was he qualified to. This punch was the strongest punch he could use now. At the same time, an astonishing white light like the sun suddenly erupted from Angie Prairie's body beside him. Not only did it envelop her entire body, but it also stretched out into a large space. Her entire body seemed to have completely turned into light. In this milky white light, there were traces of strange red light flashing, as if it was adding fuel to this light. Extreme life explosion. It brought about the most extreme power. All of Chu Nan's essence, energy, and spirit were focused on his fist. Not only could he not sense any spatial energy fluctuations around his body, even his body, which had expanded a few times, had shrunk. It was even smaller than his original body, and his entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. As for Angie Prairie, her entire body turned into light and her body almost disappeared. Their images were very different, but it meant that the two of them had really used their full strength in this strike. Supremacy Mal immediately sensed the change in the two of them, but there was only a sneer on her face. They're only two brats who have just stepped into the heaven control realm. Even if your master is outstanding and your cultivation method is strange, so what? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Chu Nan's fist was already infinitely close to the tip of her nose. Not only did this punch cross space, it even seemed to have crossed time. He had clearly just struck out, but he could break through the seal of Supremacy Mal's spatial domain and arrive in front of her without any tricks. Supremacy Mal's expression changed and her eyes suddenly focused. She activated her spatial domain again and focused her gaze on Chu Nan. Boom! Chu Nan's fist stopped at the tip of Supremacy Mal's nose. Then, it erupted. An extremely terrifying spatial energy fused with the same terrifying internal breath and flowed out like a flood. Such terrifying energy was completely gathered at a point. This eruption was only dozens of times more terrifying than before they condensed. A black dot appeared between Chu Nan's fist and the tip of Supremacy Mal's nose. Then, countless black cracks spread out from this black dot as if the alternate space had been torn apart. A moment later, the black dot quickly expanded in the direction of the black crack. The originally extremely violent spatial energy in the alternate space seemed to have been provoked by something and became even more violent. Moreover, it was used in the direction of the black dot. The space opened by the black dot quickly expanded. Supremacy Mal could no longer maintain her calm, and for the first time, a trace of panic appeared on her face. This kid actually triggered a spatial vibration. In the next moment, she felt her domain shatter. Then, Chu Nan's fist stretched forward and heavily and firmly struck the bridge of Supremacy Mal's nose. Chapter 10:15. Ah! Extreme shock appeared on Supremacy Mal's face. She opened her mouth and screamed. Although there was no air naturally transmitting sound in the alternate space, the spatial energy around Supremacy Mal surged. This sound wave easily spread in all directions along the vibration of the spatial energy. Wherever the sound wave spread, the already extremely chaotic alternate space surged. The violent energy of the alternate space became even more violent. Not only did countless spatial cracks appear where Chu Nan's punch struck, but even countless obvious spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding large areas. In these spatial cracks, one could vaguely see specks of starlight flickering. Be it Chu Nan's circle or Supremacy Mal's scream, they had actually broken through the spatial wall. Supremacy Mal felt a trace of panic and confusion, but mostly anger. Ever since she broke through to the star-grade martial artist realm, no one had been able to directly attack her body. She could even clearly sense the blood in her body surging. A warm current surged out of her nostrils, and her nose actually bled. If it was said that Supremacy Mal only wanted to kill Chu Nan because of Supremacy out of Ford's matter, then now, the killing intent that filled her heart was all because of her own anger. She was actually injured. She was injured. However, before she could truly vent the anger in her heart and release her killing intent, a change occurred. Originally, it was already extremely surprising that Chu Nan's punch could actually shatter Supremacy Mal's spatial domain and directly hit her main body, but this was not the end. After punching out, Chu Nan seemed to have lost all his energy and his entire body became extremely withered. However, the result of his punch did not end there. The spatial crack opened and the spatial wall was forcefully opened. The violent spatial energy in the alternate space was crazily used. A moment later, with the point where Chu Nan had just struck the bridge of Supremacy Mal's nose as the center, it formed an extremely terrifying spatial energy storm vortex. The shocking destructive power contained in this could not be ignored even by a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Mal. As a star-grade martial artist, she knew better than anyone how dangerous and terrifying the alternate space was. Now, Chu Nan's punch had actually caused the space in the alternate space to tremble. It even dragged the worst situation over in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the violent spatial energy in the alternate space had already collided with the stable spatial energy in the positive space universe through the open spatial wall. The two completely different spatial energies collided intensely. Not only was it not instantly annihilated every time Chu Nan temporarily opened the spatial wall and passed through the positive and negative space, but it was also not like the Stargate that could be maintained forever. Instead, an extremely intense collision quickly occurred in an astonishing destructive power that was dozens of times more terrifying than the spatial energy explosion erupted. Could it be that this kid did it on purpose? Supremacy Mal was shocked, but then she immediately rejected it. No, impossible. It's impossible for this kid to have such an ability. This thought arose, but she could not think about it completely, because at this moment, an extremely blazing white light had already enveloped her. Supremacy Mal's eyes focused, and she did not dare to be as arrogant as before. She quickly raised her palm. Although the spatial energy around her had already fallen into an extremely chaotic situation, it was still instantly absorbed into her palm. At the same time, the cosmic sea of stars in her body erupted, and she prepared to fuse the inside and outside and slap Angie Prairie back. However, just as she thought about it, she felt an energy fluctuation that continuously vibrated at an extremely shocking high frequency rising from the bridge of her nose. It instantly invaded her brain along the bridge of her nose and spread to all the meridians in her body before rushing to her dantian. Under the influence of such a strange high-frequency vibration energy fluctuation, regardless of whether it was the internal breath she was mobilizing or the spatial energy in her body, they were all affected. They actually showed signs of being defeated. This energy fluctuation even rushed into her dantian, and even the star sea in her dantian was affected to a certain extent. Although this effect was extremely weak, it still slowed down the star sea that she could casually circulate in her dantian. This trace was already a decisive difference. Although Supremacy Mal had time to raise her hand to block her chest, because it was so close, she did not have the time to completely mobilize sufficiently powerful spatial energy. The power of this counterattack naturally decreased greatly. As for Angie Prairie's strike, it was a double enhancement provided by the life explosion and the characteristics she had learned from the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus. It was also the ultimate strike that Angie Prairie ignored the consequences, left no room for retreat, and focused all her energy. Even if Angie Prairie was only an initial stage heaven control martial artist, the power of this strike was comparable to a top-notch 5th stage heaven control martial artist at this moment. Boom! The spatial energy shock wave that was far stronger and more obvious than Chu Nan's punch on Supremacy Mal quickly spread out. It was as if a terrifying wave had suddenly risen in the alternate space. The highly concentrated spatial energy formed all kinds of visible gorgeous postures. For a moment, the originally boring alternate space became colorful and colorful. Supremacy Mal felt an impact that was much stronger than Chu Nan's punch surge into her body through her palm. It actually shattered several meridians in her arm and headed straight for her internal organs with unstoppable momentum. After being shaken by the force, a blush flashed across Supremacy Mal's old face. Her body suddenly swayed and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Compared to the nosebleed Chu Nan had caused earlier, although it looked much worse on the surface, this actually meant that Supremacy Mal had suffered internal injuries. Of course, the price Angie Prairie had to pay to make a star-grade martial artist suffer internal injuries was only even more terrifying. After fighting Supremacy Mal head-on, the light on Angie Prairie's body seemed to have been sucked dry. The light decreased sharply and her original figure appeared. At the same time, her body bounced back like a cannonball and she happened to pass by Chu Nan. She hugged him and entered the colorful spatial energy storm in the alternate space. Supremacy Mal moved and hesitated for a moment before stopping. Although the alternate space in front of her only looked like it was changing colors, Supremacy Mal knew very well how terrifying this alternate space was. What was even more terrifying was that the spatial shock caused by Chu Nan's punch had shattered the spatial wall here. Be it the positive space universe or the alternate space, they had already become extremely chaotic and dangerous. Even if she was a star-grade martial artist, she would be in great danger if she rashly rushed into such a terrifying energy storm. After thinking for a moment, Supremacy Mal sneered and retreated. In any case, these two fellows had already exhausted all their internal breath in the desperate strike just now, and their bodies were extremely hurt. If they fell into the alternate energy storm that even she had to be wary of, it was definitely impossible for them to survive. The only result waiting for them was that their bodies would be crushed into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy without any traces. Chapter 10:16. The alternate space energy storm that was dozens of times more violent than before wreaked havoc beside him. Angie Prairie hugged Chu Nan tightly and tried her best to increase the area of contact between her and his body. She especially paid attention to strengthening the protection of the vital parts of his upper body and even pressed his head firmly against her chest. She did not mind that his face was completely pressed against the two soft lumps on her chest without any gaps. She knew very well that Chu Nan had really used his full strength in the last strike and did not leave any room for retreat. At this moment, she could not sense any internal breath in his body and the spatial energy contained in his body had been completely released in the previous strike. Apart from his body still being much stronger than ordinary people after countless tempering, the current Chu Nan was almost no different from ordinary people. he was even weaker than ordinary people. Not to mention surviving the violent spatial energy storm of the alternate space, he had even lost his basic mobility. Of course, Angie Prairie knew why Chu Nan did this. This was because only then could he find the only chance from the impossible to give Angie Prairie the possibility of truly injuring Supremacy Mal. At the same time, Chu Nan had clearly calculated the next change before he threw that punch. The extremely shocking violent spatial energy storm in this alternate space was simply deliberately triggered by him. Even star-grade martial artists would more or less be wary of such a terrifying energy storm. Supremacy Mal was clearly unwilling to take the risk to chase after the two of them. In Supremacy Mal's opinion, Chu Nan had clearly entrusted everything he had to that punch. After punching out, he was actually no different from death. Even if Angie Prairie's situation was slightly better than Chu Nan's, it was impossible for her to survive the energy storm. Reality proved that Chu Nan's calculations were not wrong and Angie Prairie did not disappoint him. She perfectly used the opportunity that Chu Nan had almost risked his life to injure Supremacy Mal and grasped such a fleeting gap to use the power of Supremacy Mal's counterattack to carry him into the energy storm. As for Supremacy Mal, she indeed did not pursue him. Now, everything was within Chu Nan's expectations, but the situation was not perfect. Although Angie Prairie hugged Chu Nan tightly and tried to protect him from the corrosion of the violent energy storm, the effect was not that good. Although her current situation was much better than Chu Nan's, in order to injure Supremacy Mal, she had almost erupted with her strongest internal breath and spatial energy. She had even used the double enhancement of life explosion and the biological genetic virus EYAG-871 in a row. She was also almost exhausted after that strike. Life explosion was originally the use of the life explosion cultivation method under extreme circumstances. The internal breath circulation method used based on the characteristics of the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus was even more pressing on the life force of the human body. The two cultivation methods that were forcefully increased were actually extremely terrifying to Angie Prairie's body. Moreover, she had been ruthlessly counterattacked by Supremacy Mal. If it was any other martial artist, they would probably be on the verge of death. The reason why Angie Prairie was still alive and even had the strength to escape with Chu Nan was only that she had been using the flame of life to maintain the basic integrity of her body. Not only that, but she also had to do her best to protect Chu Nan in the violent energy storm. This way, her consumption was even more shocking. The surrounding energy storm was too terrifying. Angie Prairie used all her strength to urge the flame of life to protect herself and Chu Nan. In just a few breaths, she discovered that her internal breath had almost been exhausted. Helpless, she could only forcefully urge the cultivation method she had learned according to the characteristics of the EYAG-871 biological genetic virus again and squeeze out more life force. At the same time, she maintained the state of life explosion and continued to barely maintain the current situation. Angie Prairie knew very well that this situation could not last long. Due to the special cultivation method grasped by the EYAG-871 genetic virus to stimulate the eruption of her potential, it would only greatly consume her life force. Now, she did not have Chu Nan to provide her with enough life force to consume. If this continued, she would quickly be unable to maintain the life explosion state because her life force had been exhausted, so she would naturally be unable to maintain the effect of the flame of life. At that moment, not only her, but Chu Nan, who was currently in her arms, would also instantly be crushed by the violent energy in the alternate space and turn into dust. No, there would not even be dust left. However, Angie Prairie did not feel any fear or panic. Instead, she had a smile on her face and only felt a little regretful. What a pity. I'm going to die before I can say goodbye to Master. If she knows, she will be very sad. Supremacy Ovalie's face flashed through Angie Prairie's mind. Then, she lowered her head to look at Chu Nan in her arms and raised his head slightly, revealing his face. Looking at Chu Nan's face that was squeezed between the two lumps of fat on her chest, Angie Prairie suddenly shook her head. No, this is an opportunity that this guy risked his life to create. I can't let him die like this. I must let him live. After calming down, Angie Prairie moved her attention away from Chu Nan's face and looked around. Now, she had already lost the ability to sense the spatial energy in the surrounding space, and it was useless even if she had it. Now, a large area of the surrounding alternate space was swept up by the violent energy storm. Her perception would only be completely shattered under such circumstances. Apart from her eyes, she did not know what was going on around her. She could move freely in the alternate space with Chu Nan's help. She was not familiar with what was in the alternate space to begin with. Now, the surrounding energy storm was wreaking havoc. Just by looking, she could only see that the surroundings were beautiful and could not see any special difference. However, Angie Prairie had an extremely tenacious personality. Now that she could find a trace of hope for herself and Chu Nan, she would not give up. As long as he was not dead, it was possible for them to die together. Chu Nan had already done everything he could. Next, it was her turn to do everything she should. She still hugged Chu Nan tightly. As she continued to maintain the life explosion state and used the flame of life to maintain their completeness, she carefully continued to explore the relatively stable direction of the energy storm in the alternate space. After persisting like this for a while, Angie Prairie's gaze landed on a space not far away on the right. Chapter 10:17. In that space, in the gorgeous and colorful waves formed by the energy storm, it was as if an eye had opened, revealing darkness for no reason. There were occasional stars flickering in the darkness, but most of the time, a gorgeous but strange deeper color wave appeared out of thin air. Then, it returned to darkness, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Angie Prairie's gaze stopped on that space and she hesitated for a moment. Although she did not have the freedom to come and go in the alternate space like Chu Nan, she had a star-grade martial artist as her master and the knowledge she obtained elsewhere was far richer than Chu Nan. Not only did she know what was going on with that strange phenomenon in the space she noticed now, but she had also even seen it with her own eyes. This phenomenon was actually the spatial energy conflict phenomenon triggered by the spatial wall being forcefully opened, but because the spatial energy in the alternate space was extremely unstable, it caused a positive and negative spatial imbalance. That space that was shaped like an eye was actually a tear in the spatial wall. The shining starlight in that eye was the true starlight in the positive space universe. However, crossing this crack was not as easy as Supremacy Overly had once brought her through space, let alone as easy and safe as crossing the Stargate. The gorgeous and strange waves that appeared from time to time in that eye were actually terrifying energy tides produced by the collision of positive and negative spatial energy. The energy storm raging in the alternate space was already extremely terrifying, but compared to these energy storms, the energy tide in the eye was only 10 times more terrifying. In less than a second, Angie Prairie carried Chu Nan and flew towards the space. She knew very well that if she continued to stay in the alternate space, she and Chu Nan would not be spared in this energy storm that spread to an unknown place. If they wanted to survive, they could only return to the positive space universe through that spatial rift. She also knew very well that she would definitely suffer the violent scouring of terrifying energy through that crack. She was not even confident that she could protect Chu Nan and survive completely. As for herself, she had never considered this at all. That space did not look far, but it actually took Angie Prairie a full minute to fly there. Just by approaching, she could clearly sense the terrifying spatial energy fluctuation pouring out of the energy tide in her mouth. Angie Prairie glanced at the crack and lowered her head. She looked at Chu Nan's face, which was still pressed tightly against her chest and revealed an extremely bright smile. Then, she lowered her head and pressed the most tightly against Chu Nan's ear. She barely separated a trace of internal breath and sent it through the vibration of spatial energy. "Heh, Chu Nan, it's my turn this time. Remember what you advised me. When you become powerful enough, come take revenge for me." With that, Angie Prairie looked up at the crack again. Her figure moved and she flew over. As soon as she moved, an extremely dazzling milky white light suddenly emitted from Angie Prairie's body. Her entire body turned into a figure of light and completely enveloped Chu Nan's entire body. The light was extremely intense and actually pushed the surrounding energy storm to the side before wrapping around Chu Nan and throwing him into the crack. As if stimulated, strange waves of gorgeous, strange, and brilliant light instantly appeared in the crack and instantly swallowed the light. In the endless black starry sky of the positive space universe, it was as if an eye-shaped crack had opened out of thin air. An extremely beautiful but strange dense color light seeped out and continuously erupted, causing the surrounding space to surge. After this situation lasted for a while, a figure wrapped in milky white light was suddenly spat out. This figure appeared out of thin air, but after it appeared, it did not move as if it was dead. It flew into the depths of the starry sky at high speed with the force that erupted. If nothing unexpected happened, this figure would probably float in the starry sky endlessly until the end. However, not long after he floated out, he accidentally collided with an asteroid that happened to fly through the starry sky. The huge impact created a deep pit on the surface of the asteroid, but it also allowed him to directly step into the bottom of the pit and embed himself in it. The asteroid stopped drifting aimlessly and was captured by the star's gravity. It began to spin around the star along a fixed orbit. After this rotation lasted for less than half a week, the figure embedded in the asteroid suddenly moved. Then, a faint green aura suddenly appeared out of thin air around his body and entered the figure's body. It was one thing for this light green aura not to appear, but as soon as it appeared, it seemed to be endless and continuously entered the figure's body. At first, it was only a trace, but before long, it turned into one. Then, it gradually thickened and increased. In the end, it even turned into an extremely dense green ball of light that completely enveloped the entire figure. If one looked carefully, one would discover that in this green ball of light, outside the figure, a slender figure vaguely began to appear. At first, this figure was extremely faint, as if it would disappear at any time. However, later on, it slowly stabilized and was completely fixed. After the asteroid continued to sneak a short distance around the star along the orbit, this green light gradually faded. In the end, it was completely absorbed into the bodies of the two figures and the light faded. Chu Nan's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes. He stretched as if he had just slept well and forcefully opened two ravines on the surface of the asteroid. Then, he lowered his head to look at Angie Prairie, who was still lying on his chest. He reached out to pat her shoulder and smiled as he used spatial energy to microwave and send a message. "Heh, get up. What else are you sleeping for?" Angie Prairie twisted her body and muttered, "It's quite comfortable to sleep on you. Let me sleep a little longer." Chu Nan immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Alright, I still have to investigate Supremacy Quadairo's situation. I don't have time to waste here." Only then did Angie Prairie stand up. She opened her eyes and looked down at Chu Nan, who was under her with a serious expression. "Heh, Chu Nan, have you recovered?" Chu Nan smiled. "You're sitting on me now. Can't you tell?" Angie Prairie rolled her eyes and turned to look at Chu Nan's lower body before nodding. "Yes, you're so energetic. It seems that there's no problem." Chu Nan blushed and his body shook, causing Angie Prairie to leave his chest. He glared at her. "It seems that you won't be able to learn the reservedness of a girl in your life." After glancing at it, Chu Nan was stunned. "Hey, Angie Prairie, why do I realize that? You seem to be more mature than before." How should I say it? Mature. Angie Prairie touched her face, lowered her head, and pointed at her chest. Are you referring to my breasts growing larger? Chu Nan rolled his eyes and waved his hand. No, oh, no. Although your chest has indeed grown a little larger, when I say mature, I mean the overall feeling. It's as if. Right, it's as if you've grown a year or two. Chapter 10:18. A year or two older. Angie Prairie looked down again. Her eyes darted around and she clapped her hands. I understand. Oh. Chu Nan looked at her curiously. Master once said that if my body can be successfully reborn, after being reborn, my body will be closer to the most perfect stage of the human body. I was only 16, no, I should be 17 years old. I haven't reached the peak of my body's natural growth, so after my body is reborn this time, it will make my body undergo an obvious change. At this point, Angie Prairie glanced at Chu Nan. Didn't you say that you helped Master undergo physical rebirth? Then, you should have seen with your own eyes that Master's body is even younger than before. Yes, I saw it. Chu Nan nodded and was still a little puzzled. However, Supremacy Overly has clearly become younger, but you've grown up. This is different. There's nothing different. We're only approaching the peak of the human body. Master was older in the past, so after her body was reborn, she would become younger. As for me, I'm too young, so I naturally seem to have grown up. Is that so? Chu Nan carefully looked at Angie Prairie and discovered that not only had her chest become larger, but the other parts had also clearly become more mature. Even the trace of childishness that still existed on her face had faded, causing people to feel that she was an adult girl at a glance. She could no longer be described as a girl. Then your body has to mature. What about your mind? Will it be affected? Chu Nan asked curiously. Angie Prairie tilted her head and thought for a moment before shaking her head. I don't think there's any change. That's right. You were also 17 years old previously. Your current appearance looks at most 2 years older. There's not that much difference. The psychological change is not that great. Chu Nan shrugged. On the other hand, Supremacy Overly is very different. I feel that after helping her be reborn last time, not only does she look like a young girl, her entire psychological state seems to have changed into a different person. Angie Prairie chuckled. Then you haven't seen Master's earliest appearance. When I first remembered, Master looked like a middle-aged woman who was at least 50 to 60 years old. Later on, when you first saw her, didn't she become a young beauty in her 20s? You mean, Supremacy Overly's mind has been affected and changed? Perhaps. I've never asked Master this question. If you're interested, ask her yourself the next time you see her. Chu Nan waved his hand. He was certain that Supremacy Overly definitely did not like to be asked this question. In the end, any woman, even if she was a star-grade martial artist, would definitely care about her appearance and age. Otherwise, Angie Prairie would not have continuously emphasized to Chu Nan not to call Supremacy Overly senior. Chu Nan suddenly thought of another problem. Speaking of which, Angie Prairie, since your body and Supremacy Overly's will become more perfect after being reborn, if you use it a few more times, won't you save a lot of time to refine your body and your strength increase faster? Impossible. Angie Prairie shook her head, because regardless of whether it's me or Master, we can't guarantee that we can be successfully reborn. In fact, when I rushed through that spatial crack, I didn't think I could survive in the end and be successfully reborn. Is that so? Chu Nan sighed and suddenly strode over. He opened his arms and hugged Angie Prairie tightly before whispering into her ear, do you know? Angie Prairie suddenly raised her hand and pressed a finger on Chu Nan's lips to stop him from continuing. There's no need to say anything. I know what you're thinking. There was a smile in Angie Prairie's voice. However, after my previous experience, I'm definitely unwilling to leave you behind and escape by myself now. Look, the current result is the best, right? Not only are you fine, but with the life force provided by the goddess song cultivation method, I can successfully regenerate my body. This is already the most perfect result, right? Chu Nan was silent for a moment before hugging Angie Prairie tightly. He nodded and let go of her. Alright, I don't like to talk nonsense. Now that we've successfully escaped, it's time to think about what to do next. Didn't you say that you were going to inquire about that Supremacy Quadiro? Angie Prairie asked. Supremacy Quadiro came all the way here because of my request. If anything really happens to him or he even loses his life here, I won't be at ease for the rest of my life. No matter what, I have to ask for definite information, even if it's confirmed that he's dead. However, we have a problem now. If we rashly return to planet Zidam, we might be immediately discovered by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. If we provoke that old demonic woman again, we might not be so lucky to escape. After a pause, Chu Nan frowned and said, speaking of which, why would we be discovered by them no matter how we hide? This is too ridiculous. Old demonic woman. Angie Prairie chuckled. That's right, that's a good nickname. However, you don't have to worry about this. I think I've already found out why we were discovered. You found the reason? What's the reason? Chu Nan asked in surprise and joy. Angie Prairie did not answer. Instead, she stretched out her hand and pressed on Chu Nan's lower abdomen. Come, relax. Chu Nan immediately pulled open the internal breath and spatial energy used for natural defense in his body and allowed the trace of internal breath that Angie Prairie had thrown into his body to enter without any obstruction and invade his dantian. He completely trusted Angie Prairie, but he was curious what she was doing. A moment later, he felt the trace of internal breath that Angie Prairie had invested begin to flow throughout his body. Unlike ordinary internal breath used to investigate, when Angie Prairie's trace of internal breath flowed in Chu Nan's body, it had always followed a special frequency fluctuation. The way it circulated was also very special. Moreover, wherever it flowed, Chu Nan felt as if something had darted out from the deepest part of his body, causing him to feel a strange feeling of soreness and itchiness. Angie Prairie's trace of internal breath was not fast. It carefully flowed through every part of Chu Nan's body and did not even miss the most hidden and subtle part. In the end, it gathered at the dantian in his lower abdomen and flowed out of his body. Angie Prairie retracted her palm and placed it in front of Chu Nan. Chu Nan glanced at it and was immediately stunned. At this moment, a ball of liquid like mist condensed in Angie Prairie's palm. Its form continuously changed, looking very strange. It even revealed a bewitching dark red thing that automatically circled and twisted in her palm, as if it had life force. Chapter 10:19. What the heck is this? Chu Nan asked with a frown. This should be the genetic information mark left in our bodies by the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce, Angie Prairie replied. What's that? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. This thing should have been injected into our bodies by the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce when they injected the EYAG871 biological genetic virus. From the perspective of human genetic engineering research, its function is mainly to stimulate human genes to investigate and study a method of genetic reaction change in the human body. With it in our bodies, we can monitor the genetic information naturally emitted by the experiment at any time through equipment. Chu Nan's heart stirred and he understood. You mean to say that the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce relied on such a thing to test and track us? Yes, I didn't notice its existence previously, but during the process of your body being reborn, it was very eye-catching. Only then did I discover it. Angie Prairie grabbed Chu Nan's hand and probed another trace of internal breath. Come, I'll teach you a special cultivation method that Master taught me. It can enter the deepest genetic information in your body and help you investigate if there are any other discordant things. Chu Nan nodded and focused on the trace of internal breath that Angie Prairie entered. Soon, he memorized the root and characteristics of the internal breath. This cultivation method was only a very simple cultivation method to detect his body and was not difficult. Chu Nan quickly grasped it and followed Angie Prairie's guidance to investigate his entire body in the deepest manner. The result of the investigation was not bad. Chu Nan did not discover any abnormalities, proving that the checkup Angie Prairie had done on his body was already very perfect. Phew. After confirming that there was no problem, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. We shouldn't be easily discovered by the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce anymore. Right, how far is the detection range of this thing? Could we have been detected by the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce here? I don't think so. The genetic information naturally emitted by the human body is actually very weak. If we don't specially investigate, I reckon that the best equipment can at most cover the entire planet. Moreover, it should be greatly affected. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to temporarily hide in the middle of planet Zydom. Yes, that's good. Chu Nan tapped his feet lightly and flew up from the pit he had smashed. He landed on the surface of the asteroid and quickly followed the light to find the direction of the star. Looking at the distant star, Chu Nan silently calculated in his mind and quickly came to a conclusion. The distance you flew in the alternate space with me just now was not very far, so we shouldn't have left the star system where planet Zydom is now. That star should be the star we saw on it. Angie Prairie, are you interested in another exciting adventure with me? Angie Prairie smiled. What adventure can be more exciting than the one we experienced before? Chu Nan laughed and grabbed Angie Prairie's hand. Their figures instantly disappeared from the surface of the asteroid. Half an hour later, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie appeared outside a medium-sized city in a plane on a continent on planet Zydom. Now that this planetary hemisphere was in the night, it very well covered their whereabouts. With their skills, they easily sneaked into a small family courtyard in the suburbs outside the city and easily took out a set of clothes to put on. Heh, Chu Nan, to think that I previously agreed to meet you to steal clothes after we become star-grade martial artists. I didn't expect you to come again after a few days. Angie Prairie chuckled as she put on her clothes. Chu Nan shrugged. Not only are we stealing clothes this time, but there are also many things we have to steal. After putting on their clothes, the two of them used the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique to change their figures and appearance slightly before touching the center of the city. Before long, the two of them had already found a multimedia sales center. Then, they did not spend much effort to pry open the door and enter. They took out 2 personal terminals and some simple electronic components. This time, they escaped again. Then, they found an abandoned factory-like place in a remote corner and hid. Heh, Chu Nan, you even know these. Angie Prairie watched as Chu Nan used the electronic equipment he had stolen to blindly adjust the 2 stolen personal terminals and could not help but ask curiously. I knew that I would encounter such a situation before I came this time, so I got Dong Fong to find someone to help me undergo surprise training in advance. I don't think I can deal with those high-end things, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with such a simple public personal terminal, Chu Nan casually replied. He was not bragging. After 40 minutes, he finally successfully cracked these 2 personal terminals and brought them along with Angie Prairie. Come, this thing is still not connected to the network of the entire Milky Way for the time being, but it can log into the internal network of the Perseus arm. Let's attack at the same time and check if there's any news that might be related to Supremacy Quadiro recently. I don't believe Supremacy Quadiro will die so easily, but from what that old witch said, he probably fought with her husband, Supremacy Autoford. I don't believe the battle between 2 star-grade martial artists will be silent. There should be some relevant news. Okay. Angie Prairie agreed immediately. The two of them opened their personal terminals at the same time, logged into the Milky Way network, and began to search. After a while, Angie Prairie cried out softly and turned the virtual screen on her personal terminal to face Chu Nan. Look at this. A series of star explosions occurred in the Gemso asteroid belt. According to many witnesses, this phenomenon is extremely abnormal and definitely not a natural phenomenon. Many people claim that it's very likely that two powerful martial artists who have at least reached the heaven control realm fought intensely in the Gemso asteroid belt, causing this abnormal phenomenon. However, according to the description of the famous martial artist, Eddie Kan, he also observed this abnormal phenomenon at that time, but he's certain that this is definitely not a battle between heaven control martial artists. This is because although heaven control martial artists are powerful, they haven't reached such a level of destruction. Below this report were some pictures and short videos. In the eyes of ordinary people and martial artists, these were only strange phenomena, but in the eyes of Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, they could tell at a glance. How was this a star explosion phenomenon caused by an intense collision between asteroids? It was clearly the violent energy of the alternate space crazily leaking after the space was torn. The two of them were naturally familiar with this phenomenon because they had just experienced it not long ago. Chapter 10:20. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie looked at each other and nodded at the same time. There were only two possibilities for creating such a shocking spatial tear and causing violent energy to leak out. One was that the top-notch battleship was fighting with the strongest firepower, and the other was a battle between star-grade martial artists. Of course, there had never been a firefight between top-notch battleships on planet Zydom. Then, there was only one possibility. A star-grade martial artist had once fought in the Gemso asteroid belt. Star-grade martial artists were not cabbages, let alone easily fight. The only possibility was that Supremacy Quadiro and Supremacy Autoford had once fought there. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and said to Angie Prairie, "I'll go to this asteroid belt to see if there are any clues. Angie Prairie, stay here and continue to inquire if there's any other news. Keep in touch at any time." "Alright, go." Chu Nan did not waste any time. He first found the star map near planet Zydom on his personal terminal and confirmed the location of the asteroid belt and the exact location of the chain star explosion phenomenon. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. 5 minutes later, Chu Nan had already appeared in space, which was only shining with starlight. The surrounding asteroids of various sizes were connected and floated in the starry sky like a ribbon. Chu Nan did not spend much effort to find the location mentioned in the report because this area had clearly become completely different from the other areas because of the battle between the two star-grade martial artists, revealing an almost completely blank area. Before he really flew into this area, Chu Nan had already sensed abnormal spatial energy fluctuations. This discovery could not help but make Chu Nan secretly speechless. According to that report, the date of the battle between Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Quadiro should have been 4 days ago. Now, there were still traces of their battle in this area. It could be seen how shocking the battle between the two of them was. Now that he thought about it, other than the fact that the two of them dared to risk their lives, the main reason why Chu Nan and Angie Prairie could successfully escape from Supremacy Mal was that he had underestimated his opponent and did not understand the two of them at all. This allowed them to use their cultivation method to recover after escaping. Star-grade martial artists were really not something ordinary people could compare to. Even if he and Angie Prairie were theoretically heaven control martial artists who were only a large level away from star-grade martial artists, the difference between them was far greater than the difference between the previous martial artists. They could even be said to be worlds apart. After sighing, Chu Nan began to carefully search this area. Apart from searching in the positive space universe, Chu Nan also entered the corresponding alternate space to search, but he still could not find any clues. This was not out of Chu Nan's expectations. After all, a few days had passed since the two of them fought. The power of their battle was so terrifying that even if there were any traces left, they would probably be completely shattered. Sigh, if only I could ask Supremacy Autoford about everything. Chu Nan shook his head and knew that he was dreaming. Not to mention Supremacy Mal's attitude, it was hard to say if Supremacy Autoford was still alive. Even if he was still alive and maintained his mind, how could he answer Chu Nan's question normally? Before that, Supremacy Mal had long slapped Chu Nan to death. Just as Chu Nan planned to return the way he came, he suddenly saw a light green light quickly shooting in his direction from the distant starry sky. With a thought, Chu Nan immediately circulated the purple cloud 8 desolate's body tempering technique and slightly changed his appearance. He waited quietly on the spot. Before long, the light green light arrived near Chu Nan and suddenly stopped, revealing a figure. Chu Nan focused his gaze and discovered that this was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s. His appearance had obvious local characteristics of planet Zydom, but his cheeks were thin and his eyes were small and narrow. He looked shrewd and a little cunning. He stopped about a kilometer away from Chu Nan and looked at him warily from afar without any intention of continuing to approach. Their gazes crossed a kilometer and collided. Chu Nan raised his hand and waved at the other party through the vibration of spatial energy. "Hey, friend, hello." This guy who suddenly appeared could fly freely in space. Clearly, he should be a heaven control expert. He just did not know why he suddenly came here. That person clearly had the same thought as Chu Nan and his expression revealed dense doubt. He thought for a moment and also raised his hand to greet him. I've never seen you before. I'm afraid you're not a local heaven control martial artist on our planet." Chu Nan was a little surprised. Could it be that this guy knew all the heaven control martial artists on planet Zydom? However, on second thought, this was not impossible. Although star-grade martial artists were not cabbages on the street, heaven control martial artists were not much inferior to star-grade martial artists. There would not be many of them either. Planet Zidum was not the capital planet of the Sparian Federation. However, because the headquarters of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce was here, it was slightly more lively than other planets. However, there were still not many heaven control experts on it, so this guy might really know them all. Yes, I'm from planet Eton. For safety's sake, Chu Nan said that other than planet Zidum, he was the only familiar inhabited planet on the Perseus arm. I learned from the Milky Way network that a star-grade martial artist was fighting here, so I rushed over immediately because I wanted to personally witness the grand occasion of the two star-grade martial artists fighting. Now, it seems that I'm still too late. That person still looked at Chu Nan in doubt and did not answer. After Chu Nan pretended to sigh, he asked that person again, right, friend? Since you're a local martial artist of planet Zidum, you must have personally seen this grand occasion at that time, right? Can you introduce the situation to me in detail? To be honest, I'm really curious about this. Although I've come into contact with a few star-grade martial artists, I've never had the chance to ask them for guidance, and I've never seen a star-grade martial artist truly attack. Therefore, when I heard that two star-grade martial artists were fighting here, I rushed over immediately, but I still didn't catch up. That person narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Nan for a while before slowly speaking. How can the battle between two star-grade martial artists be explained clearly just by talking? Leave quickly. They should not be here anymore. They're not here anymore. Chu Nan put on a stunned posture. That's not right, right? I received news that one of the two star-grade martial artists fighting is a local star-grade martial artist of your planet's item. Where can he go? That person sneered. You know a lot. Let me tell you, after the two of them fought here 4 days ago, there was no news again. It said that Supremacy Autoford. At this point, that person's expression suddenly changed. No, who are you? Could it be that you're with that star-grade martial artist from the Orion? Chapter 1021. Chu Nan's expression changed slightly. Just this person's words had already revealed a lot of information. Firstly, this person clearly knew a lot about Supremacy Quadiro, who was fighting Supremacy Autoford. At the very least, he knew that Supremacy Quadiro was from the Orion arm. Secondly, when this person thought of this, he revealed obvious hostility. Then, it was very likely that he was related to Supremacy Autoford, or at least to the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. In the end, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be relatively familiar with the situation of the battle between Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Quadiro. Moreover, from the half of his sentence, Supremacy Autoford was clearly not dead. As for Supremacy Quadiro's current situation, Chu Nan did not know if this person knew, but this was undoubtedly a clue. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chu Nan's originally relaxed gaze toward this person became sharp. He quickly made a decision and smiled at him. What if I say I am? That person's expression changed drastically and the aura on his body suddenly increased. A ball of light green light that was much brighter than when he flew over erupted, but his actions completely exceeded Chu Nan's expectations. He did not attack Chu Nan. Instead, he turned around and flew towards planet Zidum. Chu Nan could not help but be stunned. No matter what, this guy was a heaven control expert. Why did he choose to escape without a word? However, the other party's reaction confirmed Chu Nan's thoughts. This guy must know something. Otherwise, this should not be his reaction. Chu Nan sneered and narrowed his eyes slightly. The star cloud in his body circulated and his figure flashed. He instantly crossed the starry sky between the two of them and stood in front of that person. He raised his hand and palm shadows that filled the sky flew. They seemed to be illusions, but every palm was fully mobilized and fused with spatial energy. In an instant, it completely mobilized the spatial energy in the surrounding space and completely enveloped that person. That person's expression immediately became even uglier. He only instinctively felt that since Chu Nan dared to swagger here, his strength must be extraordinary. For safety's sake, he did not plan to fight him. However, he did not expect that Chu Nan's strength was far stronger than he had expected. Just his flying speed far exceeded his and he could actually catch up so easily. Knowing that he probably could not easily escape, he made up his mind and the light green aura on his body soared again before he threw a punch at the palm shadows that filled the sky. On the surface, this punch looked very simple, but in fact, after punching out, he could sense spatial energy fluctuations and undercurrents emitting from his fist, sealing every angle on his body. At the same time, he could vaguely guide and connect with each other. The power was clearly extraordinary. Just this punch fully displayed that this person was indeed worthy of being a heaven control expert. His strength was definitely not weak. However, when he felt the power displayed by this punch, Chu Nan only sneered and was relieved. Although this person's strength had indeed reached the heaven control realm, he was only at the initial stage heaven control realm. When Chu Nan was at the initial stage overlord body realm, he could already rely on the characteristics of the 9 revolutions technique and his especially powerful body to fight back and forth with the 2/3 stage heaven control martial artists, Ro and Enkla. Now that he had experienced several life and death breakthroughs and his strength had clearly improved, even in his normal state, he was enough to reach the strength of a 2nd stage heaven control martial artist. Not to mention that he had various special cultivation methods that forcefully increased his strength. He naturally did not feel any threat from an initial stage heaven control martial artist. Since he had slapped out with the flowing cloud indefinite palm, Chu Nan had no intention of retracting it. His internal breath quickly completed the 4th revolution in his body and urged the star cloud to enter a high circulation state. He continued to slap out continuously, and the spatial energy brought about by his palm increased layer by layer compared to before. That person only felt palm shadows that filled the sky surging over like waves. Every wave contained terrifying power than the previous wave. At first, he could barely deal with it, but soon, he looked a little miserable. He knew very well that his strength was clearly inferior to the other party and no longer had any wishful thinking. As he continued to endure, he flew towards planet Zidum. However, how could Chu Nan give him this chance? He increased his palm force again and swept through all the space around that person like an endless wave, causing him to have nowhere to dodge and be powerless to resist. Before long, he finally revealed a flaw and was forcefully broken through the star cloud shield around him by Chu Nan's palm and struck his chest. The destructive power of this palm strike was far more shocking than he had imagined. He did not even have the ability to mobilize his internal breath to resist with all his might before it was completely invaded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and could no longer resist. If not for the fact that Chu Nan did not have the intention to kill him, this palm strike could have completely taken his life. Chu Nan's right palm transformed into a claw and entered and controlled the spatial energy in the surrounding space. It shook slightly at an extremely subtle frequency. That person immediately felt that he had lost control of the spatial energy around him. Even the spatial energy contained in his body seemed to have been affected and shook slightly, causing him to feel as if he could leave his body at any time. That person opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His expression relaxed and he raised his head to look at Chu Nan in surprise. This guy looked a little younger than him, but his strength was actually so terrifying. Chu Nan completely ignored his gaze. His eyes darted around and he suddenly revealed a mocking smile. He suddenly condensed the spatial energy around him and instantly forcefully opened the spatial wall to bring that person into the alternate space. That person sensed the strange change in his body and the scene in front of him magically changed. At first, he did not understand what was going on, but it did not take long for him to understand. This should be an alternate space. This guy actually opened the spatial wall and brought him into the alternate space? He was actually a star-grade martial artist. 5 minutes later, Chu Nan broke through the spatial wall with that person and returned to the positive spatial universe. The surrounding scenery was green, but Chu Nan had directly brought him back to planet Zidum. That person blankly looked at the surrounding environment for a cycle before turning to look at Chu Nan. The surprise in his eyes turned into shock. Senior, you're from the Orion arm. Chu Nan chuckled in his mind. As expected, at the very least, until now, the others still thought that crossing the alternate space with their bodies was only the specialty of star-grade martial artists. After this guy experienced it, even if Chu Nan did not show the terrifying strength of a star-grade martial artist, it still made him misunderstand that he was a star-grade martial artist. This was the effect Chu Nan wanted. He chuckled in his mind, but he said expressionlessly, "I originally planned to secretly inquire about that old friend. Now that you've discovered his identity, there's no need to continue hiding." Hearing Chu Nan admit it without holding back, that person was even more shocked. He begged with a bitter expression, Senior, please investigate clearly. I have nothing to do with the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, I'm not qualified and don't have the guts to have designs on your friend. His current situation has nothing to do with me. Don't misunderstand." Chu Nan was still expressionless. "You just have to answer my question honestly. I'm not interested in killing you." Yes. Senior, if you have any questions, please ask." "Very good." Chapter 1022. Angie Prairie suddenly raised her head and saw Chu Nan suddenly appear. "How is it?" Angie Prairie immediately stood up and asked. "Any clues?" Chu Nan smiled. "My luck is not bad and I indeed know some clues. However, I only know that Supremacy Quadiro should still be alive, but I don't know where he is now." "What's going on?" Angie Prairie asked curiously. "It's like this." Chu Nan told him the information he had obtained from that person. In other words, Supremacy Quadiro indeed fought with that Supremacy Autoford. Then, he was heavily injured and successfully escaped under the protection of Supremacy Mel. I wonder where that Supremacy Quadiro went. Angie Prairie rolled her eyes, but an interested smile appeared on her face. It seems that this Supremacy Quadiro is really strong. He's actually able to heavily injure one of them under the siege of 2-star-grade martial artists and successfully escape. Even Master will probably not be much stronger than him. You have more confidence in Supremacy Ovally. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her. The problem now is that although the various signs observed by that person can show that Supremacy Quadiro successfully escaped, no one knows where he fled to, and they don't know the situation of his injuries. He has no relatives or friends here. If his injuries are too serious. Chu Nan shook his head and threw out the worst guess in his mind. Our greatest problem now is that there are too few information sources and too little understanding of the outside world. We can't determine the situation. It's fine if it's in the Orion arm, but in this lousy place, it's really troublesome. Angie Prairie did not frown like Chu Nan. She smiled and pointed at the personal terminal in her hand. Who said that we don't have a source of information? Isn't that so? Chu Nan glanced at it and shook his head. This personal terminal is not completely cracked to begin with. Even if it can be connected to the Milky Way network, it's impossible for it to know anything specific. What's the use? Of course it's useful. Angie Prairie turned the virtual screen of her personal terminal around and faced Chu Nan. Look, according to the information I found just now, that old demonic woman is no longer on planet Zidum. Chu Nan focused his gaze and discovered that what was displayed on the virtual screen was not formal news. Instead, it was like a post with some simple video information pasted on it, showing the situation of a group of guards from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce stepping into a spaceship. From the video information, this group of guards was clearly protecting someone. Of course, Chu Nan did not know those guards, but he saw Supremacy Mal in the crowd. Apart from him, there was actually Anklo and another heaven control martial artist from the Tag Life Science Chamber who had fought Chu Nan. The author of this post and some of the people following it only thought that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was protecting an important person, but Chu Nan knew very well that the only person who could make a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Mal and two heaven control martial artists protect him so seriously could only be Supremacy Autoford. In that case, Supremacy Mal protected Supremacy Autoford out of here to treat his injuries. Chu Nan's eyes lit up and he raised his head to look at Angie Prairie. He discovered that she also had a smile that said she wanted to do something bad. Heh, Chu Nan, you should know what to do without me saying, right? Angie Prairie raised her eyebrows and asked Chu Nan with a smile. Chu Nan looked at the virtual screen of the personal terminal on her wrist again. After confirming that the date of the post was 2 days ago, he chuckled and nodded. Let's go, Angie Prairie. Let's do bad things together. In the vast and boundless starry sky, dozens of lights of different colors tore through the starry sky at high speed. Due to their speed, they left dozens of afterimages, as if they had dragged dozens of ribbons in the dark starry sky. These lights were not side by side. One of the two lights at the front was bright white, and the other was faintly green. They were Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. Chu Nan turned around and looked at the dozens of light belts chasing after him. He was secretly speechless and shouted at Angie Prairie, who was flying at high speed beside him. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce must be crazy. They actually invited so many heaven control experts to capture us. Angie Prairie did not have any panic or fear on her face. Instead, she was filled with excitement and an interesting smile. When she heard Chu Nan's words, she laughed. Haha, of course, they should have gone crazy long ago. If anyone was harassed for so many days, they would definitely go crazy. After saying that, Angie Prairie looked around with her bright eyes. After glaring at Chu Nan, she pursed her lips and smiled. However, compared to them, I think you're even crazier. We're clearly being chased by so many heaven control experts. Why don't you think of bringing me into the alternate space to escape? It's not time yet. Wait a moment. Chu Nan shook his head. When he turned around, he discovered that the dozens of lights chasing after him had already begun to disperse and show signs of encirclement. He nodded and called out to Angie Prairie. The two of them pretended to be chased by the pursuers behind them and ran in a straight line. Oh, no, flying wildly. After chasing for nearly half an hour, a stargate that was very dazzling and obvious even in the vast starry sky appeared in front of him. It was the only stargate in the star system where planet Sidon was. At this moment, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were surrounded by dozens of heaven control experts. There were dozens of battleships blocking their way ahead. No matter how they looked at it, they had nowhere to escape and could only die. However, their reaction greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Seeing that they were surrounded tightly, the two of them actually risked enduring a few high-energy particle light cannons of the battleship. Then, they transformed into two streams of light and flew straight into the Stargate. Seeing this scene, the dozens of heaven control experts chasing after him stopped and looked at each other. Of course, not so many heaven control experts were subordinates of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. They were purely entrusted and temporarily hired by the Tag Life Science Chamber to surround and pursue Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. Now that they were about to catch up to the two of them, they actually fell into the Stargate together. Logically speaking, these two fellows were only at the heaven control realm. If they fell into the Stargate like this, they would definitely die. Didn't that mean that their mission to accept the employment of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had been completed? However, Ro, who was in the crowd, still had a gloomy expression without any joy. Others might not know, but he knew very well. It was one thing for Angie Prairie, but although Chu Nan was only a heaven control martial artist, he clearly had the ability to survive normally and move freely in the alternate space. Ro had long seen it. He even knew that Chu Nan had the ability to freely tear open the spatial wall with his people. In other words, on the surface, it looked like he had fallen into the Stargate with Angie Prairie, but in fact, Chu Nan had deliberately chosen to do this. How could such two fellows die after falling into the Stargate? Chapter 1023. Be it Ro or the surrounding temporarily hired heaven control martial artists, none of them had the ability to survive in the alternate space, so they completely lost the possibility of continuing to pursue. When he recalled the various damage these two fellows had done to the Chamber of Commerce on planet Sidon these few days, while Ro was depressed and angry, he could only helplessly admit a fact. Unless a star-grade martial artist attacked, they would probably be helpless against Chu Nan. Even if a star-grade martial artist attacked, that was not necessarily true. Previously, Supremacy Mal had personally attacked, but in the end, these two still appeared alive and kicking. Now that Supremacy Mal had clearly expressed that she would focus on finding someone to help Supremacy Autoford treat his injuries and recover, she would no longer pay attention to this aspect, so he did not need to expect her to attack anymore. Therefore, Ro could only helplessly admit that regardless of whether it was him or the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, they were already helpless against Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. Fortunately, this guy knew that it was impossible for him to fight dozens of heaven control experts in the end and tactfully fled. If he really ran away like this, even if he took away Willin and Angie Prairie, these two important experiment subjects, it could only be considered a huge blessing for the Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Ro heaved a sigh of relief. Although he knew that it was meaningless, Ro still left those battleships under the Chamber of Commerce to monitor the situation near the Stargate. Only then did he return to planet Sidon with the dozens of heaven control martial artists he had temporarily hired. However, when he finally dragged his exhausted body back to the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, he had just arrived at the door when his body immediately stiffened. Outside the entrance of the headquarters, a group of guards from the Chamber of Commerce surrounded the two of them nervously. The two people surrounded by them and pointed at by countless weapons were extremely relaxed and did not feel nervous at all. These two people were Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. Seeing Ro appear, Chu Nan actually raised his hand as if he had seen an old friend and greeted him. "Heh, Ro, you're finally back." Beside him, Angie Prairie also raised her arm happily and waved at Ro, as if she had completely forgotten their previous hostility. The muscles on Ro's face twitched, and he wished he could curse now. These two damned fellows. If you left, so be it. Why did you come back? However, he was not interested in cursing at all. As if he had lost all his strength, he slowly walked to the two of them and asked expressionlessly, "What do the two of you want? Could it be that you haven't caused enough trouble a few days ago?" "Trouble?" Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. No, we're not fooling around, we have a goal." "A goal?" The corners of Ro's mouth twitched. His gaze jumped past Chu Nan and looked at the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce behind them. The headquarters was still in a mess. Many places could still be seen emitting thick smoke and dust. It was no longer as neat and orderly as the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. The reason for this was the sudden attacks these two fellows had carried out in the past few days. It would be fine if they really came to attack the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, but they always came to fight and ran away. They did not give the Chamber of Commerce any time to react and completely gave the experts of the Chamber of Commerce like Ro a chance to counterattack. Not only at the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce but also at various places that belonged to the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce on planet Zydom. They had all come once or a few times like this. Although it had only been a few days, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had already suffered huge losses. Even the headquarters on planet Zydom was half paralyzed. It was also because of this that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce finally could not endure it anymore. They paid a huge price to invite as many as 36 heaven control experts on planet Zydom to pursue the two of them wildly. However, the facts that had happened in front of Ro proved again that it was almost impossible to rely on them to kill these two fellows. Ro knew very well that he definitely did not have the ability to kill Chu Nan and Angie Prairie alone. In fact, with the strength they had displayed previously, he did not even think that he could defeat either of them. If the two of them joined forces, he could only escape. However, Ro was not stupid. He heard something else in Chu Nan's words. "Alright, what do you want? What's your goal?" Ro retracted his gaze and looked at Chu Nan again. He sighed and asked helplessly, "Are you finally willing to listen to me seriously?" Chu Nan smiled and continued, "My goal is very simple. I only want you to help me." "Help?" Ro was stunned. "Do you think we'll help you?" "You're unwilling." Chu Nan shrugged. "If you're unwilling, let's continue playing. In any case, I know that Supremacy Mal and Supremacy Autoford won't be back for a while. I have a lot of time to play with you." Veins bulged on Ro's forehead and he wanted to immediately attack Chu Nan and teach this arrogant kid a lesson. However, reason immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what do you want us to help you with?" "3 conditions." Chu Nan stretched out 3 fingers. "Firstly, give the two of us a personal terminal that can connect to the Milky Way network. I'm talking about the true Milky Way network, not the local area network of the Perseus arm." Ro frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "No problem." "Secondly, let go of the young martial artists you captured from the Orion arm." That's impossible." Ro immediately interrupted Chu Nan. "Those people are precious research subjects of our Chamber of Commerce. How can we let them go so easily?" "Not letting go." Chu Nan shook his head and the smile on his face was filled with mockery. "I don't know who gave your Chamber of Commerce the guts to do this. Perhaps it's because you have the support of the 2-star grade martial artists, Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mal? However, I have to tell you that even with the support of 2-star grade martial artists, you can't resist the anger of the Orion arm." Ro's expression sank. "Are you threatening us?" "No, I'm talking about the truth." Chu Nan smiled. "I've actually long sneaked into the internal database of your Chamber of Commerce and know a lot about your Genius Gene project. The reason why you chose to capture these young martial artists is not only because they're talented enough, but also because you feel that their background is not deep. Therefore, you won't offend too many overly powerful enemies if you capture them, right?" Ro was silent. "But is that really the case? Have you thought about it? Just because of me, 3-star grade martial artists have already come here. Moreover, you don't even know that Angie Prairie's master is a star grade martial artist, but you dare to capture her. This really makes me admire your boldness." Chapter 1024. Ro glanced at Angie Prairie and could not help but smile bitterly. "She came to us herself, we did not capture her." Angie Prairie snorted softly. "When my master came to find me, you didn't plan to let me out." Ro shook his head and did not argue with Angie Prairie. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying to Chu Nan, "I'm not qualified to agree to this condition. It can only be decided by the board of directors." "Then help me propose this condition to your board of directors." Chu Nan said seriously, "If you don't agree, I guarantee that your Chamber of Commerce will never have peace in the future. Perhaps you have the ability to find a way to deal with my and Angie Prairie's harassment, but I guarantee that you can't deal with the questioning from the Orion arm. This is because I've long sent back the information of those young martial artists who were captured. If I'm not wrong, the person who came to find trouble with your Chamber of Commerce is already on the way." Ro's expression immediately changed. He widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan in shock. When did you do this? Have you forgotten? I've already successfully sent Willen back." Willen's face, which did not have a deep impression of the two of them, flashed through Ro's mind, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. No wonder Chu Nan thought of a way to send Willan back even if he had to risk being a hostage. He had even hired a star-grade martial artist as a bodyguard from somewhere. It turned out that he had this idea. If it was only Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, although the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce felt an extreme headache for the two of them and was a little helpless against them, they would not feel that it was really a huge problem. After all, it was impossible for the two of them to shake the foundation of the Tag Life Science Chamber. In fact, once Supremacy Mal returned, it was impossible for the two of them to cause trouble like a few days ago. They would probably not be able to protect their lives. However, if Chu Nan really leaked everything here, the pressure from the Orion arm would become extremely great. Chu Nan said that 3-star grade martial artists had come just because of him. Who knew if there were other troublesome figures like him among the people captured? Thinking of this, for the first time, Ro deeply regretted the Chamber of Commerce's decision to activate this Genius Gene project. Even if there was the secret support of the Alliance and the Federation behind this plan, if it really came to this, it was really uncertain what the Alliance and the Federation would choose. These thoughts flashed through Ro's mind before he threw them away. In the end, he was only a heaven control martial artist specially hired by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. He could not be considered loyal to the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, so there was no need to consider so much for it. After a moment of silence, Ro asked in a low voice, "What's the third condition?" "The third condition is much simpler. I hope your Chamber of Commerce can let me fully open the monitoring of this star system." Open monitoring. Ro was puzzled. What do you want to do? You don't have to worry about that. Chu Nan shook his head and clearly did not plan to tell Ro. Ro's eyes focused as he sneered, "Do you think I'll agree easily?" Chu Nan shrugged and still smiled. "I'm not asking you to agree, but to get the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to agree." Ro fell silent again. After thinking for a moment, he gently took a deep breath and looked straight at Chu Nan. "I can tell the Chamber of Commerce your conditions, but before that, you have to agree to one of my conditions." "Oh, what condition?" Chu Nan was a little curious. Ro narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Nan. He stretched out his hand and posed. "To martial artists, fists are always more effective than words. If you can't defeat me, don't even think about me sending a message for you. Come, if you can fight me in a proper and official battle and not escape, you don't have to come again after your strange cultivation method recovers and can still defeat me. Then, not only am I willing to send a message for you, I can even help you persuade the Chamber of Commerce to agree to the 3 conditions you proposed. What do you think?" Chu Nan looked at Ro in surprise. He did not expect him to propose such a condition. Angie Prairie chuckled and patted Chu Nan. "Heh, Chu Nan, it seems that he has always been unconvinced by you." "Yes, I'm just not convinced," Ro said seriously. "Although we've fought hundreds of times, we've never fought head-on. If you can't defeat me head-on, I'll never be convinced." Seeing Ro's serious expression, Chu Nan put away his smile and was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "All right, let's fight." 10 minutes later, on a grassland 400 kilometers southwest of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, Ro and Chu Nan floated in the air at the same time, exactly 100 meters away. "Chu Nan, I admit that you're the most talented and strongest young martial artist I've ever seen, but in the end, you've only condensed a star cloud not long ago and your strength is limited. Even if you can rely on your cultivation method to erupt with powerful strength in a short period of time, how can you truly defeat me head-on?" Ro stared at Chu Nan and said in a low voice. Chu Nan was not interested in continuing to chat with Ro and waved at him. "All right, cut the crap. Let's begin." Ro sneered. Without any action, a layer of frost suddenly emitted from his body and instantly froze the surrounding space. Chu Nan put away his relaxed expression and immediately urged his internal breath to enter the 4th revolution, allowing the star cloud to enter a high circulation state. Although his true strength had greatly improved after the battle with Supremacy Mal, he was only at the 2nd stage heaven control realm in the end. Naturally, he could not be compared to a 3rd stage heaven control martial artist like Ro. If he did not use a special cultivation method to forcefully increase his strength, how could he resist Ro in a head-on battle? Seeing Chu Nan slap out and turn into palm shadows that filled the sky, the spatial energy around him surged. Compared to him, he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, back in the Merlin star system, he had fought Chu Nan hundreds of times with Anklo and knew him quite well. He knew very well that although Chu Nan looked young, his strength was shocking. Most importantly, his cultivation method was magical and he could always unleash strength that far exceeded his true level in a short period of time. It was even enough to fight him and Anklo alone. However, it was clearly impossible for Chu Nan to maintain such a high level of combat strength for a long time. Otherwise, he would have a lot of opportunities to repel Ro and Anklo in the Merlin star system. As long as he blocked this kid's initial ferocious attack, he would not be able to hold on and had no choice but to immediately choose to retreat. Now, he had made an agreement with Ro not to escape easily. He had to defeat Ro head-on. That was equivalent to being unable to unleash his greatest advantage. He was powerful enough to escape and survive. It was equivalent to him taking the initiative to give up the sharpest weapon. In Ro's opinion, Chu Nan was clearly courting death. Ro had even made up his mind. As long as Chu Nan showed signs of exhaustion later, he would definitely take the opportunity to heavily injure him and not give him any chance to escape. At that time, how could this kid have the chance to talk about conditions? However, after the official battle, Ro discovered that his thoughts seemed to have been too simple. Chapter 1025. 5 minutes passed. In the hundreds of times Ro had fought Chu Nan in the past, he had never lasted more than 5 minutes. However, this time, Chu Nan still looked energetic and his aura was not chaotic. Be it his moves, internal breath, or the spatial energy fluctuations he mobilized, they were no different from when the battle first began. He even looked like he was at ease. Ro was a little surprised, but he was not too anxious. After all, it had been a long time since Chu Nan last fought with him and Anklo in the Merlin star system. Chu Nan's talent was extremely outstanding, so it was not strange for his strength to increase during this period of time. Moreover, after discovering Chu Nan on planet Zidam, his performance was clearly stronger than the last time. 10 minutes passed. Ro was increasingly surprised. This had already far exceeded the time Chu Nan could last when he fought him previously, but his aura still did not decrease. No matter how one looked at it, there were no signs of him being unable to persist. How did this kid improve so much? Ro originally planned to hold back a little. This kid would not be able to hold on himself and he could easily win. However, from the current situation, if he wanted to wait until this kid could not hold on, he really did not know when he would go. When he thought of this, Ro frowned slightly. With a thought, the star cloud in his dantian circulated at high speed. The frost condensed by spatial energy around him became even denser, and the temperature suddenly seemed to have decreased by dozens of degrees. Chu Nan was currently fighting Ro intensely and instantly sensed his change. He immediately reacted and slapped out. A ball of flames suddenly surged out of his palm. In an instant, the flames rose and swept through a large area of space around him. The frost and flames collided. It was immediately as if ice and snow had encountered the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, they were burned away. Ro was shocked and could not help but retreat to avoid the flames. He looked at Chu Nan in surprise and doubt and could not help but ask, "What cultivation method is this? Why is it so strange?" Chu Nan chuckled, "To deal with frost, flames are naturally the best. What do you think?" Ro knew that it was impossible for Chu Nan to kindly explain this cultivation method to him, but he was still very puzzled. The battle just now was far from as simple as the flames melting the frost on the surface. The frost condensed around Ro was formed after he used a special cultivation method to specially transform the spatial energy around him. The frost was only a manifestation of spatial energy. In fact, the power of the cultivation method was mainly reflected in the powerful strength brought about by the spatial energy that was highly condensed in the frost. After Chu Nan slapped out, the flames brought about were clearly extremely similar to Ro's cultivation method. They were both reflected after using spatial energy to condense. The true power was not reflected in the high temperature brought about by the flames, but the terrifying spatial energy contained in it. The similarity between these two cultivation methods was extremely high, and it even made Ro have the illusion that Chu Nan had secretly learned his cultivation method and changed it slightly. However, when the flames collided with the frost, he clearly felt that the spatial energy contained in the flames was not powerful, but it carried an extremely shocking vibration, causing the highly condensed spatial energy in the frost to immediately collapse. Therefore, on the surface, after the flames corroded over, this frost immediately faded and could not resist at all. Ro could not understand where Chu Nan had learned this special cultivation method, let alone why there was such a cultivation method that seemed to be specially targeted at him. However, he did not have the time to think too much now. Seeing that the flames were about to corrode in front of him, Ro knew that he could not continue like this. With a thought, he urged the star cloud to circulate again and the frost around him suddenly changed. If it was said that it had only caused frost to condense in the space around him just now, the temperature of the space around him had suddenly decreased again. The frost turned into ice, and the entire space seemed to have been frozen. After the flames collided, they could not take half a step forward and were directly extinguished. Ro raised his hand and the frozen space quickly spread towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes slightly and felt the rapid change in the spatial energy around him. He did not dare to be negligent. Previously, he had almost been killed by Ro and Anklo because Ro had used this move, causing him to be instantly frozen. Although he had done that on purpose, it proved that the power of this move was extraordinary. The flames he had used just now were actually from the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method. However, when he used this cultivation method, Chu Nan made a small adjustment and adjusted the spatial energy condensed inside to a high-frequency vibration state. The frost transformed by the Ro cultivation method was miraculous. Now, this was clearly not enough to deal with an even more special cultivation method like Ro. With a thought, Chu Nan continued to urge the flames to pounce over. As he tried his best to block the invasion of the ice, he pulled out and dodged. At the same time, he tried his best to collect the various details condensed by the spatial energy in the ice through the contact of the two sides. His mind spun rapidly as he calculated the method to deal with it. Looking at Chu Nan dodging left and right, Ro mocked loudly, "Heh, Chu Nan, didn't you say that you wanted to fight me head-on and stop hiding? What, do you think you still can't defeat me head-on? With your ability, how can I persuade the Chamber of Commerce to agree to your conditions?" Chu Nan did not have the time to pay attention to Ro's words. Angie Prairie, who was watching the battle from afar, could not stand it. "Hey, do you think a head-on battle is like two people standing together and punching and kicking each other? This is simply a battle between two little hooligans, okay?" Ro laughed and continued to urge the ice to spread throughout the entire space and suppress Chu Nan's mobility. "In any case, we've long made an agreement. As long as Chu Nan leaves the area we designated, even if he escapes, he'll lose. Kid, can you really persist?" Before the official battle, Ro had asked Chu Nan to agree to his conditions to prove that they were indeed fighting head-on and not escaping and healing like before. Therefore, he had set a range for the battle. As long as Chu Nan left this range, he would lose. The range of the two of them was the grassland below them. To ordinary people, this grassland was naturally very large, but to heaven control martial artists, this grassland was only a distance that could be flown out in a few breaths. Not to mention large, they could not even completely use it. When Ro raised this condition, it was naturally a restriction on Chu Nan, forcing him to face him head-on. In his opinion, Chu Nan's true strength was inferior to his in the end. If he faced it head-on, it was impossible for him to gain any advantage. The current situation simply perfectly proved his thoughts. "Humph, kid, let's see how long you can escape." Ro sneered in his mind. Just as he was about to continue urging the ice purity with all his might, he simply sealed the entire space and left Chu Nan with nowhere to escape. He suddenly discovered that he had stopped. Could it be that this kid has given up resisting? Ro was immediately overjoyed. If Chu Nan still fled in all directions, he could not say the result. If there was really no other way, he could at most admit defeat and escape this area. He still could not do anything to him. However, now that this kid was so arrogant, it meant that a huge opportunity was placed in front of him. Kid, die. Chapter 1026. Layers of frost condensed into a physical object, seemingly absorbing the surrounding space into a vast ice layer. Not only did the temperature in the space plummet, but it was also as if even the air had frozen to death. The two birds had originally only flown through the sky here, but at this moment, they turned into two ice sculptures under the ice. Then, they did not fall and hung in the air. At this moment, the clouds floating in the air had already stopped floating and also froze. However, they did not turn the water vapor into rain and snow because of the extreme cold. Instead, they directly froze in the air without moving. The entire sky seemed to have suddenly turned into a painting. Apart from Ro, everything else suddenly froze. The only exception was Chu Nan. In the beginning, Chu Nan was still dodging and burning the quickly spreading ice with flames. However, not long after, the entire area was completely enveloped by ice. From the dome under the clouds to the soil on the grassland, there was almost no room for Chu Nan to hide. Therefore, Chu Nan stopped. Ro's eyes emitted dense killing intent again. If he could take advantage of this kid's arrogance and miscalculation to kill him, it would resolve the recent problem in the Chamber of Commerce. However, just as he planned to urge his cultivation method with all his might and kill Chu Nan regardless of the consequences, he suddenly moved. Chu Nan's actions were very simple. He only threw a punch. The powerful internal breath that had long been urged by Chu Nan to the 7th revolution surged into his dantian and instantly urged the star cloud that had been maintaining the 4th revolution high circulation state to the 7th revolution high circulation state. Then, his internal breath transformed into spatial energy and drove all the spatial energy around Chu Nan. The spatial energy flowed back to the star cloud at the same time and was transformed into internal breath by the star cloud. Spatial energy and internal breath quickly transformed each other through the star cloud. They were endless and continuously stacked. In an extremely short period of time, they had already fully mobilized almost all the powerful and terrifying strength that Chu Nan could unleash in his body infused into this punch. When he threw his fist, no phenomenon happened. However, in the next moment, the space in front of Chu Nan shattered inch by inch. Countless deep black spatial cracks that seemed to want to absorb everything stretched out like a spider web. In these dark spatial cracks, one could even see a 7-color dazzling energy storm vaguely seeping out, as if it had dyed this cobweb in gorgeous colors. Immediately, it made the entire sky look extremely beautiful, but it revealed a strange aura that made one's mind seem to be sucked away. The ice knot that had originally frozen the entire space seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow in front of the dense spatial cracks. It was first forcefully cut open by the spatial crack, and then the entire space was corroded by the energy storm seeping out of the spatial crack. The ice knot that filled the space had completely shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. The space that had become dead silent because of the ice instantly recovered its vitality. The clouds in the sky continued to float. Countless miserable lightning struck down in the clear sky, and then a large area of rain and snow mixed with hail smashed down. However, after touching the space covered by the cobweb, it immediately turned into the tiniest basic particles and could not affect this space at all. The moment the ice space was shattered, Ro's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he shouted in his mind that something was wrong, an unstoppable terrifying aura swept toward him. In the next moment, a fist happened to stop in front of him. The back of the finger at the front touched the tip of Ro's nose completely. However, Ro did not feel any strength from this fist, as if it had grown on his nose out of thin air. However, it was precisely this that did not feel any strength that shocked Ro even more. It could even be said to be shocking. In that situation earlier, he had actually exhausted himself greatly because he had used the deep ice freeze. Later on, he was heavily injured by Chu Nan's punch and his strength instantly decreased to less than 20%. If Chu Nan really threw a punch at him at this moment, he would not have much ability to resist. Moreover, the power of Chu Nan's punch was so world-shaking and terrifying. Even in his peak state, he might not be confident in blocking it, so how could he block it in his current state? However, Chu Nan actually stopped such a terrifying punch. To martial artists, the moves they used could be released and retracted at the same time. This meant that this martial artist's realm was enough. Chu Nan could actually unleash such a terrifying punch freely. Didn't that mean that he had completely grasped this punch? No matter what Chu Nan's true strength was, just this punch was enough to allow him to have combat strength that far exceeded Ro's. Ro still could not understand how Chu Nan had such terrifying combat strength, but this question was no longer important. Not only did Chu Nan's punch shatter his ability to resist, it also shattered his last confidence and dignity. Reality proved that he, a third-stage heaven control martial artist, had already been completely defeated by Chu Nan in a head-on confrontation. There was no lie. Ro glanced at Chu Nan's fist that stopped in front of the tip of his nose with an ashen expression and smiled bitterly. He raised his gaze and looked at Chu Nan. "Why don't you just kill me?" With your previous actions of wanting to kill me several times, I naturally have sufficient reason to kill you now, Chu Nan said coldly. However, if I kill you, where can I find such a suitable person to convey my conditions to your Chamber of Commerce? Go, now that you've already lost, tell your Chamber of Commerce the conditions I proposed. Tell them that I'll give them a day. If they don't agree, I guarantee that your Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce will never be peaceful in the future. After being defeated by Chu Nan's punch, Ro no longer had the arrogance to be arrogant in front of him. After looking at him deeply, he nodded lightly. I'll tell him the truth and work hard to help you persuade the Chamber of Commerce to agree to these conditions. As for whether the Chamber of Commerce will agree, I can't guarantee it. Just tell them. It's their business to agree or not, Chu Nan said. Okay. Ro nodded and took a deep breath. He barely perked up and flew in the direction of the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that he had flown far away, Angie Prairie, who was watching the battle from afar, flew over and said to Chu Nan with an excited expression, "Wow, Chu Nan, you're really a genius. Previously, when I only threw this punch at that old demonic woman, you still looked like you were about to die, but now, you can already skillfully punch. The power of this punch is really powerful. You must teach me, I." Halfway through her sentence, Chu Nan revealed a forced smile at her. Then, his body swayed and he fell. Chapter 1027. When the star rose into the air from the horizon again, Ro's figure appeared above the grassland with the star. Behind him was a low-altitude shuttle with the symbol of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Compared to his dejected appearance when he left yesterday, Ro's expression had become much more normal. However, Chu Nan clearly felt that he no longer had the condescending performance of a high-level martial artist when facing a low-level martial artist when facing him. Although he was not respectful to Chu Nan, there was clearly an additional trace of reverence. Ro's attitude satisfied Chu Nan. Although the punch yesterday had taken him more than half a day to completely recover, with this punch, Ro fully recognized his strength. It must have brought great pressure to the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, the low-altitude shuttle that came with him today should not be the Tag Life Science Chamber's low-altitude shuttle, but other heaven control experts. After the low-altitude shuttle landed on the grassland with Ro, 5 representatives of the Tag Life Science Chamber walked down. Chu Nan, let me introduce you. Ro took the initiative to introduce the 5 representatives to Chu Nan. The first person he introduced was a tall, rough-looking, and shrewd middle-aged man walking at the front. This is our Deputy President, Mr. Doppler. Deputy President. Chu Nan's heart stirred and he thought to himself that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was quite sincere to directly send a big shot like the Deputy President. Doppler sized up Chu Nan and stretched out his hand with a smile. Mr. Chu Nan, actually, I'm already very familiar with you, but this should be the first time you've seen me. Chu Nan casually stretched out his hand and shook it. No, you're very familiar with my so-called very familiar. I believe you obtained the information from various information. From this perspective, I'm not unfamiliar with you. Oh. Doppler and the other members of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce looked surprised. To tell you the truth, I once invaded the database of your Chamber of Commerce. It was also there that I learned of the existence of the Genius Gene Project. In that information, it shows that this Genius Gene Project was actually first proposed and pushed by you, the Deputy President who was mainly responsible for the internal management of your Chamber of Commerce. Am I right? This time, not only was Doppler shocked, but Ro and the other 4 representatives of the Tag Life Science Chamber also widened their eyes and looked at Chu Nan in surprise. You. Doppler opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Chu Nan deeply. To be honest, I'm starting to regret letting Jigs capture you. Not only did you destroy Ro's operation that time, but you also brought endless trouble to our Chamber of Commerce in the future. If we didn't provoke you, we definitely wouldn't be so passive now. Chu Nan shrugged. You can't say that Jigs did something wrong. I'm indeed a genius who completely meets the requirements, right? Doppler smiled bitterly. That's right. You're indeed very suitable, or rather, you're too suitable. I'm very curious now. Why didn't we discover an outstanding genius like you in our Chamber of Commerce's previous investigation of the Orion Arm? Can I ask when your Chamber of Commerce started this investigation? Chu Nan asked. We've already started to prepare this plan 18 years ago. It was not until 3 years ago that we felt that the time was ripe that we started to take action. Perhaps because he felt that Chu Nan already knew so much, Doppler did not have the intention to continue hiding. We originally planned to observe and collect it in a cycle of 15 years. 15 years is enough for a young martial artist to fully show his talent and enter our vision. No wonder. Chu Nan smiled. There's nothing special about me 3 years ago. It's normal for you not to notice. However, Chu Nan turned around and pointed at Angie Prairie. Let's not talk about it for now. Why didn't you notice her? I don't think I need to say more about her talent, right? Before Doppler could answer, Angie Prairie smiled. Heh, Chu Nan, you don't seem to understand the status of our Earth Federation in the Orion Arm. Chu Nan still looked at Angie Prairie before turning to look at Doppler. He discovered that he and the others had awkward smiles. He thought for a moment and immediately understood. All right, I understand. It seems that the martial artists of our Earth Federation did not enter your vision, right? Doppler laughed dryly. To be honest, the Earth Federation is only one of the hundreds of small countries on the Orion Arm. Moreover, it's located outside the arm. If we want to arrange our limited resources in the Earth Federation, this is a little. Chu Nan shrugged. I know. Our Earth Federation is a small country. If you don't fancy it, I've long known. Angie Prairie pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Nan, you really should go to other countries to take a look. Then, you'll discover that our Earth Federation is really only a small country with no reputation and is not valued at all. I've seen this situation many times when I followed Master around other countries. Do you think anyone on the Orion Arm knows or even values a small country that not many people know about? I know. Chu Nan could only sigh helplessly. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Vice President Doppler, what do you think about the 3 conditions I proposed? Doppler did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and gestured to the 4 followers behind him. 2 of them carried a box to Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. The 2 of you, this is only the latest personal terminal developed by our Chamber of Commerce. It's also the latest generation of personal terminals with the most advanced technology. In some technology, this personal terminal even has hope of surpassing the V711 presidential personal terminal released by the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce last year. I believe you should be satisfied with it. Hearing Doppler's introduction, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie picked up their personal terminals and tried to connect to the Milky Way network. They confirmed that these 2 personal terminals could indeed directly connect to the true Milky Way network according to Chu Nan's requirements and not only the local area network. Yes, very good. This is the first condition. What about the other 2 conditions? Chu Nan asked. Doppler pointed at the personal terminals on their wrists and smiled. These 2 personal terminals have a built-in system that can directly connect to the monitoring of the entire star system of our Chamber of Commerce. You can directly obtain the monitoring video through this system. With the help of the 2 followers, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie quickly familiarized themselves with this operation. Very good, the 3rd condition has been satisfied, but I want to ask now. What do you think of the most important 2nd condition? After testing his personal terminal, Chu Nan did not give Doppler any time and directly asked. This time, Doppler hesitated. Chapter 1028. About the 2nd condition. Doppler revealed a troubled expression. Chu Nan, since you've already invaded the database of the Chamber of Commerce and seen the relevant materials, you should understand that the Genius Gene project is a large project that our Chamber of Commerce has invested a large amount of manpower and resources in. If we give up now, what about the serious losses of the Chamber of Commerce? Vice President Doppler, I believe Ro has already told you some of the information regarding your Chamber of Commerce's plan. I've already gotten Willen to bring it back. I believe that after these few days, the Orion Arm should have already reacted. Since your Chamber of Commerce has invested a large amount of manpower in the Orion Arm to collect the data of genius martial artists, it's impossible for you not to have received any news of this, right? Chu Nan asked bluntly. The expressions of Doppler and the other representatives of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce changed slightly. Chu Nan was right. In fact, they had indeed received news from the Orion Arm. It was said that many countries in the Orion Arm had expressed great concern about this matter. Many countries had even seriously protested to the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance. Just yesterday, the Chamber of Commerce had already received a warning from the Alliance Committee, asking them to deal with this matter properly and not bring unnecessary trouble to the Alliance. Seeing that the other party did not respond for a moment, Chu Nan continued, Vice President Doppler, if you can satisfy the 2nd condition I proposed and let go of those young martial artists you captured for experimentation, I believe that as long as your attitude is sincere enough and give a certain amount of compensation, allowing them to safely go back on their words, I can even help you explain to the countries on the Orion Arm. I don't think this will bring you much trouble. What do you think? Doppler pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. That's right, I think you make sense. However, Chu Nan, I believe you know very well that this decision is very important to our Chamber of Commerce. There are many things involved and it's definitely not easy to decide. You only gave us a day, so we really don't have time to make a decision. Then you mean? I hope you can give us a few more days to seriously study it. I'm not saying that I'll reject your request, but there are many details we need to discuss with you in the Orion Arm. I believe you can understand. Seeing his sincere expression, Chu Nan smiled and asked, then can you give me an accurate time? You can't make me wait forever. Doppler thought for a moment and stretched out both hands. 10 days. Give us 10 days. In 10 days, we'll give you an accurate answer. 10 days? Are you sure? Chu Nan looked at him suspiciously. Doppler paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. I'm not sure I can give you a complete answer, but no matter the outcome of the discussion on the Chamber of Commerce, I'll definitely give you a clear result. Alright, I'll wait for your news. Chu Nan nodded in agreement. Doppler immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then in the next 10 days, please wait calmly, Mr. Chu Nan. Don't cough, you understand. Chu Nan shrugged. I'm not bored. Don't worry. That's good, that's good. After chatting with Chu Nan and Angie Prairie for a while, Doppler and the other 4 representatives boarded the low-altitude floating shuttle and left. However, Ro stayed behind and watched the shuttle fly away. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Nan for a while before suddenly asking, Hey, Chu Nan, I still don't understand why you took such a huge risk and even risked almost being killed by Supremacy Mal to save those young martial artists we captured? Don't tell me you purely want to be a good person. I'm not that noble. Chu Nan smiled and pointed at Angie Prairie. To be honest, the reason why I came to the Perseus Arm this time is only to find her. Ro's gaze landed on Angie Prairie and he suddenly looked enlightened. That's right. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend as young as you, I definitely wouldn't hesitate to lose my life to save him. I'm not his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Angie Prairie shook her head. At least not now. Ro was stunned and looked at Chu Nan in confusion before looking at Angie Prairie in disbelief. You, the 2 of you are actually not lovers? How is this possible? Chu Nan touched his nose and was a little embarrassed. I haven't considered this problem. I only treat Angie Prairie as an ordinary friend. Ordinary friend. Ro looked at Chu Nan seriously and suddenly laughed. He stretched out his hand and patted Chu Nan's shoulder. Haha, kid, I'll use my experience to advise you not to let go of the opportunity you can grasp. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it in the future. After saying that, Ro seemed to have obtained an answer to the question in his heart. He waved at Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, turned around, and flew away. Chu Nan watched with a strange expression as Ro disappeared into the distant sky. Why did this guy deliberately stay? Just to ask such an irrelevant question? What did his relationship with Angie Prairie have to do with him and the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce? In any case, they knew that he was here for Angie Prairie. Just as he was thinking, Angie Prairie suddenly called out to Chu Nan. What? Chu Nan turned to look at Angie Prairie and discovered that she was frowning slightly with a serious expression. After staring at Chu Nan's face for a long time, Angie Prairie relaxed her eyebrows and revealed a bright smile. Chu Nan, can you be my boyfriend? Ha! Chu Nan was immediately stunned. He thought that there was actually a problem with his powerful physical hearing that was comparable to a star-grade martial artist. What did you say? Be my boyfriend, Angie Prairie said casually as if it was as easy as asking Chu Nan to accompany her for a walk. What? You're unwilling. No, this is not a question of whether I'm willing or not. Why did you suddenly think of asking me to be your boyfriend? Are you sure you know what a boyfriend means? Chu Nan immediately asked. Of course I know. Isn't a boyfriend just a higher level relationship than ordinary male friends? I feel that you're higher than ordinary male friends to me, so be my boyfriend, Angie Prairie said matter-of-factly. Wait. Chu Nan raised his hand to stop Angie Prairie from approaching. You clearly told me that you don't even have a normal friend, let alone an ordinary male friend. Now, how do you know that I'm higher than ordinary male friends to you? Do you know that couples have to like each other? Do you know what liking means? Do you like me? Yes. Angie Prairie nodded without any hesitation. The liking between a man and a woman is to be willing to spend time with each other and have more concern for each other than ordinary people. When they're together, the adrenal hormones will be additionally stimulated. It might even stimulate the desire to mate with the other party. And Stop. Chu Nan hurriedly waved his hand to stop Angie Prairie from continuing. Hey, you heard these things from Supremacy Ovally, right? Yes, Master is an expert in human genetic engineering and also in sociology. She once specially took a class with me on the relationship between a man and a woman. These are her own words. What a disciple. Chu Nan weakly patted his forehead. Then, Angie Prairie, you rely on these theories to think that you like me and want me to be your boyfriend. Yes, in the past, when I was in the Lepler star system, Master asked me this question. At that time, I felt that I did not have these thoughts when facing you, so I did not answer her. However, when I heard you tell Ro that you ran to the Perseus arm for me, I carefully thought about these questions and discovered that everything matched the situation Master mentioned. That's right, Chu Nan, I like you and want you to be my boyfriend. Answer me now, do you like me? Do you want me to be your girlfriend? Looking at Angie Prairie's clear and beautiful eyes and the focused and serious expression on her beautiful goddess-like face, Chu Nan hesitated. Chapter 1029. The star of the Zidam star system was 14.73 light-minutes away from the planet. On the surface of the planet, it looked the same size as when he saw the sun on Earth, but its actual size was much larger than the sun. When they were still a light year away, the star had already filled all the vision in front of Chu Nan and Angie Prairie. All they saw was a blazing light that could instantly blind ordinary people. Of course, there was also an extremely terrifying temperature that was enough to melt any metal in the blink of an eye. This was only for ordinary people. To heaven control experts like Chu Nan and Angie Prairie who were very sensitive to spatial energy fluctuations, the closer they were to the star, the stronger they could sense the spatial energy fluctuation in the space around the star. When they flew to a light-minute away, the two of them discovered that the spatial energy fluctuation in the surrounding space was so intense that it was not much inferior to the alternate space. They stopped at the same time. Chu Nan, are you sure that Supremacy Quadiro should be hiding in the star now? Angie Prairie frowned slightly and pointed at the star in front of her that did not need to be specially pointed at. Chu Nan turned his head and discovered that unless he turned his gaze more than 180 degrees, he could only see the dazzling light of the star. How could he find the possible figure of Supremacy Quadiro in such a large area? I'm not sure. However, Supremacy Quadiro told me before he found me, he was cultivating in seclusion in the star of the star system where planet Tamral is. Therefore, I guess the cultivation method he cultivates should be related to the situation inside the star. Moreover, we didn't find any signs of Supremacy Quadiro leaving from the star system monitoring video information provided by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Instead, there was a report of a slightly strange asteroid approaching the star and being swallowed. I guess this so-called asteroid should be Supremacy Quadiro. As the disciple of a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Ovally, Angie Prairie naturally knew the power of a star-grade martial artist very well. She did not think it was strange that Supremacy Quadiro would actually choose to cultivate in seclusion in the star. She was concerned about another problem. From what that old demonic woman said, since the Supremacy Autoford you mentioned is heavily injured now, Supremacy Quadiro shouldn't be much stronger. If he's also heavily injured, will he still enter the star to take the risk to treat his injuries? I'm afraid he has no other choice. Chu Nan shook his head. He's currently in the Perseus arm, the enemy's territory. If he's in a complete state, he can naturally force his way out, but since he's heavily injured, he can't do this anymore. Otherwise, if that Supremacy malfinds him, his situation will probably be very bad. Therefore, I feel that it's a very wise choice for him to choose to enter the star to treat his injuries because no one will expect him to actually escape into it. That's true. Angie Prairie could not help but nod. His cultivation method is so strange that ordinary people definitely won't think of it. Moreover, normally speaking, no one will investigate the situation inside the star. Moreover, it's not so easy to investigate the inside of the star. However, speaking of which, Chu Nan, even if we're certain that he's hiding inside this star, how can we find him? Chu Nan looked at the huge star that occupied the entire space and smiled bitterly. This star was even more than 10 times larger than the sun. Planet Zidam was not larger than a speck of dust in front of it. If he wanted to find a mere person from such a huge star, the difficulty was countless times greater than finding a needle in a haystack. However, Chu Nan was not unprepared. He pondered for a moment and said to Angie Prairie, I have a way to try, but I can't guarantee that it will work. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. During this period of time, I'll be in charge of finding Supremacy Quadiro and you'll be in charge of monitoring the situation in the star system. No problem. Angie Prairie gestured to reassure Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan, do you really believe that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce will agree to your conditions? I don't have that extravagant hope. In fact, I raised the second condition on purpose. Chu Nan shook his head. On purpose? Yes, I deliberately did this to stop the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce from annoying us and allow me to focus on finding Supremacy Quadiro. Remember, Angie Prairie, it's fine if the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce doesn't find trouble with us in the past 10 days, but once they dare to come again, they will definitely mobilize star-grade martial artists. Therefore, once they sense that something is wrong, they have to choose to escape immediately. Don't hesitate, understand. Chu Nan's expression was very serious and he did not have the slightest intention of joking. He had never felt that he and Angie Prairie alone could force a large chamber of commerce like the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to accept such conditions and suffer a huge loss. Therefore, he had never taken Vice President Dothler's promise to heart. His goal in doing these things was simply to stall for time. Don't worry, I know better than you how terrifying a star-grade martial artist is. As long as I discover that something is wrong, I'll inform you to escape immediately. At this point, Angie Prairie suddenly smiled. You haven't agreed to be my boyfriend. I won't allow us to die here. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and shook his head before turning to look at the star again. Angie Prairie suddenly confessed to him and clearly expressed that she wanted him to be her boyfriend. It was greatly beyond Chu Nan's expectations, causing him to not know how to react for a moment. Therefore, he did not give an answer immediately. Angie Prairie's reaction was also different from almost all the girls. She did not seem to care if Chu Nan agreed. After confessing, she did not rush him to answer. Therefore, Chu Nan was not in a hurry. He needed to think about this problem. After spending some time calming down, Chu Nan slowly adjusted his internal breath. He was not in a hurry to control the spatial energy around him. Instead, he released his perception with all his might and clearly included the spatial energy fluctuations in the surrounding space. Of course, he did not have the intention to purely rely on his perception to find Supremacy Quadiro, because that was completely unrealistic. Although breaking through to the second stage heaven control realm made his perception much stronger than before, the range was only more than a few hundred kilometers. It was simply a fool's dream to sense the situation in the entire star. What he was doing now was trying to find Supremacy Quadiro through another trick. Chapter 1030. The violent spatial energy around the star that was comparable to the alternate space continuously fluctuated and surged in the vast starry sky around Chu Nan as if it would never calm down. However, unlike the chaotic and violent spatial energy in the alternate space, the spatial energy around the star clearly displayed a certain pattern of fluctuations. In the starry sky where Chu Nan was about a light minute away from the star, he could sense that although the fluctuation of spatial energy was intense, it was stable at a basic fixed frequency. However, after pushing his perception towards the core of the star, he discovered that the frequency of spatial energy fluctuations had also increased. This increase was not very intense or obvious. It might not even reach 0.01 Hz if he pushed forward 1,000 kilometers, but with Chu Nan's AI-like brain, he could clearly sense that these changes had been stable and continuous. Moreover, if the distance pushed was not obvious at 1,000 kilometers, after this distance was increased to the benchmark of a brilliant plan, one would discover that this increase had already become very obvious, and the closer one was to the heart core, the faster it increased. The trick Chu Nan was using now was to detect the inside of the star through this fixed frequency change. With his precise control of spatial energy and his powerful AI brain, Chu Nan slightly controlled the spatial energy in a small area around him and adjusted the frequency of their vibration to far higher than its original frequency. This way, because the frequency of the spatial energy in this small area was clearly different from the spatial energy vibration in the other areas, it immediately triggered a series of reactions. Under the influence of the frequency that Chu Nan deliberately controlled, the spatial energy vibration reaction triggered by the surrounding space instantly spread. Only when it was completely fused and worn down by the other spatial energy vibrations in the surrounding space did the entire space calm down again. This process did not last long, but during this short period of time, the strange spatial energy fluctuation had been transmitting the subtle reaction of the other spatial energy in the surrounding space to Chu Nan and returning through the spatial energy shock. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even if they could sense the change in these energy fluctuations, only Chu Nan could rely on these subtle changes to deduce the situation of the entire space and have a rough control of this area. Compared to using perception, the precision of this control of the surrounding space was clearly insufficient. However, the speed at which spatial energy was transmitted was abnormally fast and the range of expansion was extremely wide. The furthest it could reach was even 0.3 light seconds away from Chu Nan, allowing him to easily explore the ball-shaped starry sky with a radius of 0.3 light seconds. Although this effect was weakened by the violent spatial energy the closer he was to the star, it was countless times stronger than relying on perception detection. According to his personal terminal, Chu Nan had spent 3 days exploring the vast area from the periphery of the star to a light minute away and confirmed that Supremacy Quadiro was not floating in the starry sky outside the star. Then, Chu Nan spent a total of 4 Zidam days wandering around the surface of the star and exploring it. He still did not find any traces of Supremacy Quadiro. Therefore, Chu Nan's next action should be to enter the star and explore further. Are you sure you want to go in? Angie Prairie floated beside Chu Nan and stretched out her hand. She felt the terrifying spatial energy shock caused by the violent particle storm spat out from the outer layer of the star, and her usually carefree face could not help but reveal a trace of worry. The environment inside the star is much more terrifying than outside. Moreover, because of the energy storm, no communication signal can pass. Ordinary energy fluctuations will probably be very difficult to transmit far. Therefore, I shouldn't be able to contact you after you enter. There's no problem. Chu Nan shrugged with a relaxed expression. Don't forget how I survived in the alternate space. As for contacting me, if I still don't come out in 3 days, don't worry about anything else and immediately leave this star system to contact Supremacy Melanie and bring her here to find me. In addition, if the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce brings star-grade martial artists to find trouble with us, you must immediately retreat or find her. Angie Prairie frowned slightly and was about to speak when Chu Nan raised his hand to stop her. There's no need to stay. The situation this time is different from the last time after all. Supremacy Melanie and the others are about to arrive. As long as we meet up with her, we don't have to worry too much about the threat from a star-grade martial artist. At the very least, we can escape safely. If I can successfully find Supremacy Quadiro and help him recover, we'll have 2 star-grade martial artists as our backing, let alone fear those guys from the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Angie Prairie thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, you're right. However, what if I leave and you're found or even killed by the other party's star-grade martial artist? Chu Nan pointed at the extremely huge star. Don't worry, if I play hide and seek here, even star-grade martial artists can't do anything to me. Alright, I believe you. Angie Prairie stretched out her arms and hugged Chu Nan. She smiled and said, go. After we find Supremacy Quadiro and the incident here ends, I'll tell Master that I've finally confirmed that I like someone. I believe she'll be very happy when she finds out. Chu Nan smiled but suddenly frowned. Speaking of Supremacy Ovally, where is she going? She clearly came here and even fought with Supremacy Autoford and Supremacy Mel. Why can't I hear any news related to her after this? In any case, she won't die. There's no need to worry. Angie Prairie's reaction was as calm and relaxed as her previous reaction after knowing that Supremacy Ovally and Supremacy Lahir were fighting to the death. I think we've caused such a huge commotion here. Even if she's still in the Perseus arm, she should have said that she received the news. Perhaps she'll suddenly appear. Yes, that's possible. When he recalled his last accidental encounter with Supremacy Ovally, the worry in Chu Nan's heart dissipated. To put it bluntly, Supremacy Ovally was a star-grade martial artist, so how could they worry? Alright, I'll go in. Angie Prairie, maybe you don't have to wait long. I found Supremacy Quadiro as soon as I went in. That's naturally even better. Chu Nan waved at Angie Prairie and his figure moved, disappearing into the blazing light that could devour everything. Chapter 1031. Crazy spatial energy surged from all directions and surged towards Chu Nan like an endless terrifying flood. After entering for less than a light second, Chu Nan had no choice but to stop. At this place, the strength of the spatial energy fluctuations in the surrounding space had actually far surpassed the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. This surprised Chu Nan. He had originally thought that the environment inside the alternate space was caused by the high-speed compression of space, causing the flow of spatial energy to be especially violent, so it should far exceed the normal environment of the main space universe. Therefore, he had not taken the environment inside the star too seriously previously. Now, it seemed that he had really underestimated this universe. A star that was highly condensed in the environment of the positive space universe was a huge wonder in the universe to begin with. The internal environment was only more terrifying than an alternate space. With Chu Nan's powerful body that was enough to move freely in the alternate space, he already showed signs of being unable to endure it here. Even the hair on his body curled up because of the surrounding high temperature, causing him to have no choice but to mobilize a portion of spatial energy to form a shield to protect his body from further invasion. However, the problem with his body was still a small problem. The problem that troubled Chu Nan now was that the surrounding spatial energy was too violent. In fact, the vibration frequency of the spatial energy had already exceeded the limit of his control. Due to the crushing of high-frequency vibrations against low-frequency vibrations, his previous method of using the vibration wave of spatial energy to detect was no longer useful. In such an environment, it was clearly impossible to use the naked eye to observe. Therefore, he actually did not have an effective way to continue probing for a moment. Previously, he had finished probing the outer part of the star, but there was still a very wide space in the star's core that had not been probed. He still could not be sure if Supremacy Quadiro was inside the star. Chu Nan calmed down and began to think about how to continue exploring this environment. Feeling the crazily surging and highly focused spatial energy around him and the extremely terrifying high temperature, Chu Nan's heart suddenly stirred. He had seen such a situation before. It was a high-level fire elemental power cultivation technique. The high-level fire elemental power cultivation technique used exquisite control of spatial energy to manifest it in a special way and form extremely high-temperature flames. Although the surrounding environment was countless times stronger than a high-level fire elemental power cultivation method, it was essentially similar. When he thought of this, Chu Nan carefully recalled the details of the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method in his mind. Then, he raised his hand and a small flame appeared in his palm. Although it was also flames, the flames in his palm were actually completely different from the flames formed by the high-energy nuclear energy eruption in the star in the surrounding environment. However, from the perspective of spatial energy, these two were actually the same thing. The degree of spatial energy condensation was extremely different, but the structure was not that different. Chu Nan stretched out the flames in his palm and instantly drowned in the invasion of spatial energy in the surrounding environment. He thought carefully for a moment and confirmed a direction. The essence of the two was the same, so what he needed to do now was actually to push the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method back. Through the flames, he could investigate the formation essence of the spatial energy contained in it and deduce the environment inside the star from this process to analyze the essence structure of the spatial energy surging wildly in the environment around him. This was clearly a very troublesome project, but Chu Nan had no choice but to do it. Otherwise, he could forget about continuing to investigate the inside of the star. Chu Nan did not hesitate and completely removed the energy defense around him, allowing the terrifying spatial energy in the surrounding environment to wash through his body. As his body was affected bit by bit, Chu Nan had a more intuitive and clear understanding of the composition and structure of these spatial energies. After spending a period of time collecting data, Chu Nan had basically figured out the structure pattern of spatial energy. With a flip of his hand, a portion of the spatial energy in his body seeped out and formed another ball of flames in his palm. This flame was produced according to a high-level elemental power cultivation method, but it was different from the flame Chu Nan had produced in his palm. Its form had clearly changed and became purer and more stable. This change occurred because when Chu Nan produced him, he had adjusted the structure of the spatial energy in the cultivation method, causing it to be closer to the structure of the spatial energy surging in the space around him. However, Chu Nan did not succeed this time because he knew very well that this flame was still much inferior to the so-called flame in the star in the environment. Chu Nan let go of his physical defense again and allowed the spatial energy around him to wash over him. He gathered the data again and used the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method to produce flames in his palm. After 2 consecutive experiments, Chu Nan recognized a problem. Under the current circumstances, it was impossible for him to perfectly simulate the spatial energy pattern in the surrounding environment. As for the reason, it was impossible for him to adjust the spatial energy he controlled to the shocking vibration frequency of the spatial energy in the surrounding environment. Is there any way to adjust it? Chu Nan frowned and suddenly had a bold thought. A martial artist controlling the spatial energy around them was actually affecting the outside world through the internal cosmos formed in their dantian after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. The direct reason for all this was the martial artist's internal breath. Before this, Chu Nan had relied on his powerful data ability to control his internal breath extremely accurately. Coupled with the fact that he had opened up all his meridians, he could increase the vibration frequency of his internal breath to a level that far exceeded ordinary martial artists and affect the spatial energy he controlled to an extremely high frequency. This did not change even after Chu Nan successfully condensed a star cloud and broke through to the heaven control realm. What determined the frequency of spatial energy vibration was still his internal breath. It was naturally impossible to increase his internal breath in a short period of time, but after the star cloud condensed, the way he controlled the spatial energy around him was fundamentally different from when he was still a void break martial artist. He could directly use his internal breath to urge the star cloud to produce and control spatial energy. Although it was impossible for his internal breath to increase greatly in a short period of time, the star cloud could be changed. As long as he condensed the star cloud again and directly maintained the high-frequency vibration state of the star cloud when it condensed, wouldn't the spatial energy affected by the star cloud obtain an extremely high increase in the vibration frequency from the beginning? Chapter 1032. This was not only a bold thought, but also a crazy thought. If other martial artists knew what Chu Nan was thinking, they would definitely think that he was crazy or even wanted to commit suicide. The step of a void break martial artist breaking through to the star-grade martial artist realm was an extremely difficult step for countless void break martial artists. To them, being able to succeed was already extremely lucky and worth celebrating. After the star cloud successfully condensed, once it shattered, it was a disaster for any heaven control martial artist because this meant that their greatest support as a heaven control martial artist had disappeared. They were instantly beaten down from the heaven control martial artist and returned to the realm of a void break martial artist. As for whether he could successfully condense another star cloud in the future and become a heaven control martial artist again, that was almost impossible. No heaven control martial artist had ever thought of taking the initiative to shatter the star cloud and condense it again. There was probably no chance of success in a million. No one was willing to try. However, Chu Nan was different. Before this, he had already taken the initiative to shatter the star cloud and condense it again. With his powerful brain that was equivalent to the most advanced AI, he did not only have a vague concept of condensing a star cloud like other martial artists. Instead, he knew the entire process of condensing a star cloud and the reason for its creation clearly. In the eyes of the other martial artists, the condensed star cloud that could only rely on luck and talent was not mysterious to him at all, nor did he feel any reverence. Now that he recalled that he could resolve the problem of controlling the upper limit of the frequency of spatial energy vibration by condensing the star cloud again, Chu Nan did not hesitate at all. After calculating and simulating the entire process in his mind, he immediately activated his internal breath to circulate and surge into his dantian, completely breaking down the naturally circulating star cloud in his dantian. This time, because of his previous experience, the shattering of the star cloud did not cause him to suffer internal injuries. It was only that his realm had suddenly fallen, causing his perception of the spatial energy around him to become much weaker. However, this was not a problem. He composed himself and controlled his internal breath to circulate in his body for a cycle. After adapting to this void break state, with a thought, he guided some of the spatial energy surging in the environment around him into his body. As soon as this high-frequency vibration spatial energy that far exceeded the limit of his control entered his body, it made Chu Nan feel as if a sharp knife had stabbed into his meridians. Not only did it bring him intense pain, but because of the extremely high-frequency vibration, his entire meridians and body shook extremely. Chu Nan had long expected this situation and did not panic. As he endured the pain and soreness brought about by the intense vibration in his body, he focused and carefully guided the trace of spatial energy to slowly flow through his meridians and into his dantian. As soon as this trace of spatial energy with an extremely high-frequency vibration entered his dantian, it was immediately like a ball of ice water entering a pot of oil that had long boiled. In an instant, the originally calm internal cosmos in his dantian became extremely boiling. For a moment, the entire internal cosmos began to tremble wildly, as if it was about to fall apart at any time. Therefore, the pain it brought was dozens of times greater than when it flowed in his meridians. Chu Nan gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain his last clear mind. His mind spun wildly. Under such circumstances, he still calmly controlled the huge internal breath that had long been prepared in his dantian and surged towards the trace of ultra-high-frequency vibration spatial energy. After a long time, this trace of spatial energy was finally controlled by his internal breath. Then, under the guidance of his internal breath, it slowly circled and condensed in his internal cosmos. Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Being able to complete this step meant that the star cloud had already successfully condensed. As Chu Nan continued to introduce strands of ultra-high-frequency vibration spatial energy from the outside world, the star cloud condensed in his dantian gradually took shape. However, after it was truly formed, Chu Nan was surprised to discover that the newly condensed star cloud was not like the previous star cloud. It was like the star cloud he had seen in the night sky and had a hazy feeling. Instead, it was a very clear ball. If he had to say it, it was as bright and resplendent as observing the nearest star in space. What kind of star cloud is this? Chu Nan was a little puzzled. Then, he tried to use his internal breath to urge the star cloud and use it to urge the spatial energy around him to experiment. It was fine if he did not try, but this attempt immediately frightened Chu Nan. Previously, it was still a little difficult for him to control the spatial energy around him in this environment. No matter what he wanted to do, it was far more difficult than in an ordinary starry sky. However, now, with a thought, the surging spatial energy in the environment around him was immediately controlled like a finger and was easily affected by the condensed star cloud in Chu Nan's dantian, which allowed him to casually control it. This feeling was as if Chu Nan had returned to the normal starry sky of the positive space universe. So it's that simple. Chu Nan was overjoyed and immediately released his perception with all his might. He discovered that his perception range had returned to normal and was no longer affected by the surrounding spatial energy. However, sensing it alone clearly could not resolve the problem. Chu Nan used the feedback of the spatial energy shock wave to explore the further space again and discovered that it was as he had expected. This time, because the frequency of spatial energy vibration he could control was high enough, there was no pressure in using this small technique and he could easily explore the distant distance of 0.2 light seconds. Although it was still inferior to the space outside the star, it was completely enough. Chu Nan immediately flew around the star at high speed and began to explore deeper. Then, Chu Nan discovered that after the new star cloud condensed, not only did he have the ability to greatly increase the frequency of spatial energy vibration, he no longer had any resistance inside the star and seemed to be much more agile than before. Originally, the remaining area he had not explored was not very large. Now that there was an unexpected increase, the speed of exploration became even faster. In less than half a day, he discovered a situation in the exploration of the star. In the signal fed back through the microwave vibration of spatial energy, the other areas steadily gradually faded. Somewhere he had discovered, 37 degrees below him on the right, the microwave vibration fed back from an area immediately disappeared, as if it had been swallowed. Chu Nan did not hesitate to fly in that direction. Before he approached that area, he felt an abnormal change in the spatial energy flow around him. Originally, all the spatial energy flows in the star were flowing from the inside out, as if a mountain torrent had erupted. This time, a strange portion of spatial energy shrank into a very small area, as if a pit caused by a collapse had suddenly appeared. A moment later, Chu Nan flew to that area in the direction he sensed. When he was completely close, he saw a figure floating in the intense light of the star with his naked eye. Before Chu Nan could completely approach, the figure suddenly moved and turned to face him. Their gazes met and Chu Nan smiled, but that person was filled with shock. Who else could it be but Supremacy Quadiro? Chapter 1033. Supremacy Quadiro and Chu Nan stared at each other for a long time. His figure suddenly flashed and he grabbed Chu Nan before sending a voice transmission. "Kid, why are you here?" Chu Nan did not answer immediately. Instead, he carefully sized up Supremacy Quadiro and could not help but be shocked. The first time he saw Supremacy Quadiro, Chu Nan felt that he was simply like an old beggar. That was because he was wearing tattered clothes and was slovenly. His entire face was covered in beard and he was no different from an old beggar on the street. However, not only were Supremacy Quadiro's clothes tattered, his entire body had also become tattered. Compared to the last time Chu Nan saw him, the current Supremacy Quadiro's entire right leg was almost broken. His left leg was also crooked and it was obvious that it had been broken into a few pieces. There was a hole in his lower abdomen that almost penetrated his entire body. Although the edge of the wound was not festering, it looked even more sinister and terrifying. However, this was not the injury that surprised Chu Nan the most. What really shocked him was that Supremacy Quadiro's entire scalp had almost been cut off. Not to mention his hair. At a glance, he could see the brain tissue still squirming below. It was already a miracle for ordinary people to survive such a terrifying injury. Now, Supremacy Quadiro was in the center of the star core and was even chatting and laughing with Chu Nan. Seeing Chu Nan sizing him up, Supremacy Quadiro did not look like he was heavily injured at all. Instead, he laughed and patted Chu Nan's shoulder in satisfaction. "Kid, I was indeed not wrong about you. You're only an initial stage heaven control realm martial artist, but you can actually barge in here with your body. Not to mention anything else, just the strength of your body is something no heaven control realm martial artist can compare to. It seems that what I want you to do shouldn't be a problem." Chu Nan glanced at Supremacy Quadiro again and sighed in his mind. He shook his head and pointed outside, gesturing for him to follow him out. No, Supremacy Quadiro shook his head and rejected Chu Nan's suggestion. "I'm still alive because I relied on my cultivation method to absorb the energy in the star. If I go out now, I can only live for half an hour at most. Kid, unless you're already prepared to save me outside, I'll die if I go out." Chu Nan frowned and flipped his hand. The surrounding spatial energy quickly condensed in his palm. It first turned into a ball of flames, then into a hurricane, then into a ball of soil. In the end, it turned into a ball of clear water that reflected endless water light in the surrounding shocking light. Supremacy Quadiro looked at Chu Nan in surprise. "Kid, your use of spatial energy is really strong, even much stronger than I imagined. Tell me, have you had any fortuitous encounters or major breakthroughs recently?" Chu Nan shook his head and did not answer his question. Instead, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest. "Supremacy Quadiro, relax. I'll help you treat your injuries. You can actually speak. You." When he heard Chu Nan's voice, Supremacy Quadiro was even more surprised. However, halfway through his sentence, a ball of bright milky white light suddenly erupted from Chu Nan's palm and almost covered the terrifying star light around him. Then, he immediately felt an extremely comfortable warm current surge into his body, instantly making him feel much better. Before long, he was shocked to discover that the terrifying injuries that had been pestering him and preventing him from even leaving the star were actually quickly healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. First, the holes in his stomach grew and healed bit by bit. Then, some serious wounds in his chest, limbs, and even his face and head completely grew. Before long, other than his broken right leg and exposed skull, the other injuries in his body had completely recovered. Even his left leg, which had been broken into a few pieces, was placed back to its original state by Chu Nan and completely recovered. "Damn!" Supremacy Quadiro could not help but curse. "Kid, what cultivation method is this? This is too ridiculous." Chu Nan smiled at him and asked, "Senior, can you leave this place first?" Supremacy Quadiro stretched his body. His internal breath circulated in his body and he raised his eyebrows. "I've actually recovered. No problem, I won't die if I go out now. However, Chu Nan, if I encounter that old woman again when I go out like this, I won't be able to resist in my current situation." "It's fine. She has already left this star system. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to safely come here to find you." Chu Nan smiled. "You should leave with me first. Regarding your remaining injuries, I'm not confident in healing you here. I need to go out and find a more stable environment with spatial energy. So, kid, what cultivation method did you use? I think even the top medical technology of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce is not as strong as yours." Supremacy Quadiro was still shocked. "Let's go out first." Chu Nan smiled and pointed outside the star. Supremacy Quadiro nodded and followed behind him. Before long, the two of them flew out again. As soon as he flew out, Angie Prairie welcomed him. Her gaze swept past Supremacy Quadiro and she asked in surprise, "You're Senior Quadiro?" Supremacy Quadiro also sized up Angie Prairie before turning around to whistle at Chu Nan. He even deliberately sent the whistle into his ears through the vibration of spatial energy. "Heh, kid, this girl is not bad. She's your girlfriend." Chu Nan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Instead, he turned to Angie Prairie and said, "Yes, he's Supremacy Quadiro. Angie Prairie, his injuries are too serious. Help me treat you." "All right, no problem," Angie Prairie agreed. "Same old." "Yes." After communicating with Angie Prairie, Chu Nan flew into the starry sky with the two of them. When he was far enough away from the star and confirmed that the surrounding environment was no longer affected by it, the spatial energy fluctuation was as stable and pure as the normal starry sky of the positive space universe, and he stopped. "Senior, try your best to let go and not have any thoughts of resisting. Otherwise, you'll interfere with our treatment," Chu Nan instructed. "All right, I'll leave my old bones to you." Supremacy Quadiro waved his hand and did not have any worry. Instead, he looked at the two of them excitedly. He was very curious. Chu Nan had said that he wanted to treat his other injuries, but the other injuries in the head that were only left with a completely broken right leg and a severed skull could even treat him? "Come." Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie, who nodded and stretched out her hand to press on Supremacy Quadairo's chest. The flame of life was activated. At the same time, Chu Nan stretched out his hands and pressed one on the top of his head and the other on the broken part of his right leg. A moment later, Supremacy Quadairo felt a strange itch on his head and right leg. He could not see the situation above his head, but he could see his right leg clearly. He widened his eyes and was extremely shocked to discover that a complete leg bone had actually grown out from the broken part of his right leg bit by bit. Then, the flesh on it slowly grew, and then his skin covered it. Even his hair and the finger pressure on his foot perfectly grew out. Before long, he actually grew a new right leg. Chapter 1034. Even with Supremacy Quadairo's powerful knowledge as a star-grade martial artist, it took him a long time to accept the facts in front of him. He shook his new right leg forcefully. He did not feel any stiffness at all, as if his leg had never been broken. Then, he touched his head and discovered that not only had his skull grown out, his scalp had also covered it again. Even his hair had completely grown, and he also did not feel anything abnormal. The current him seemed to have never been injured. Supremacy Quadairo looked at Chu Nan and Angie Prairie deeply before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie immediately felt a huge amount of spatial energy in the surrounding space crazily surge into Supremacy Quadairo's body. As this spatial energy surged in, Supremacy Quadairo's aura rose wildly. If it was said that his previous aura only felt like a small lake, although it was considered vast, it was wide and measured, and the depths could be seen, then now, his aura felt as vast and unfathomable as a vast sea. Previously, he had an abject appearance and did not have the demeanor of an expert. In the blink of an eye, he had already returned to the peak realm of all martial arts. Star-grade martial artist. Although he still looked sloppy, a star-grade martial artist was still a star-grade martial artist. Just relying on his aura, it was impossible to ignore his existence. Supremacy Quadairo opened his eyes again. They had already emitted a shocking light again. Then, they retracted. At the same time, he retracted the aura in his entire body. In the blink of an eye, his aura was completely retracted, causing people to not feel any power emitting from his body. It was as if the feeling just now was simply an illusion. Senior, congratulations on recovering. Chu Nan smiled. Supremacy Quadairo focused his gaze on Chu Nan and nodded lightly. Kid, I should thank you properly. If you hadn't found me and helped me recover, I might not have been able to recover from my injuries and would have died in the star. You saved my life. You're my benefactor. Chu Nan shook his head repeatedly. Senior, you're being too serious. The reason why you came here and even fought with those two star-grade martial artists is also because of me. Fortunately, you're only heavily injured. If you unfortunately lose your life, I'm afraid I won't forgive myself and my life. Kid, you only asked me to pick up someone, not beg me to come here. As for fighting those two fellows, that's only because that old woman is too annoying. It has nothing to do with you. Supremacy Quadairo waved his hand. No matter what, you were in danger because of me. Chu Nan wanted to say more, but he was interrupted by Angie Prairie. Alright, in any case, Senior Quadairo has already recovered, so there's no need to say so much nonsense. Chu Nan, since Senior Quadairo has been saved, what do you plan to do next? Continue to wait for the reply of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce? Supremacy Quadairo rolled his eyes. What? From what you say, you still have something to do with that Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie and his gaze landed on Supremacy Quadairo. A thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly smiled. I originally planned to quickly escape after finding Supremacy Quadairo. However, since his injuries have already recovered, there's no need for us to leave in a hurry. Listen to me, I want this. The star rose from the horizon of planet Zidam again, illuminating the entire grassland and emitting a green color. Chu Nan opened his eyes and looked at the star that was especially bright because it had just risen on the horizon. When he recalled that he had just run around this star and returned, he could not help but have a strange feeling. At this moment, what he was thinking was not about successfully finding Supremacy Quadairo in the star, but the moment he condensed the star cloud again. Now, the newly condensed star cloud was naturally circulating in the internal cosmos in his Dantian. It did not look much different from the previous star cloud other than its appearance. However, Chu Nan knew very well that this star cloud was actually fundamentally different from the star cloud he had condensed previously. The previous star cloud was a star cloud that he had carefully formed and successfully condensed through connecting all the characteristics of the cultivation method he had grasped. The star cloud he condensed this time was a star cloud that he had specially condensed in order to deal with the situation inside the star. If the previous star cloud was a general star cloud that could deal with all cultivation methods, then the star cloud he condensed again already had an obvious specialization. The spatial energy claimed through this star cloud naturally had an extremely high vibration frequency. The spatial energy affected by it would easily increase the vibration frequency to an extremely high level. The consequences of this were good and bad. The good thing was that he could easily adjust the spatial energy he controlled to an extremely high vibration frequency, which meant that the power he could produce when attacking was even more terrifying. If it was the current him, he was certain that he could increase the power of this punch by more than 13.6% to 15.1%. The effect and destruction of the alternate space in the environment at that time would be even more shocking. The bad thing was that because the transformed spatial energy had an extremely high frequency vibration, it would increase the difficulty of his control of the cultivation method. This was reflected in the fact that when he was healing Supremacy Quadairo, he had to ask Angie Prairie for help. Otherwise, he really did not have 100% confidence in helping Supremacy Quadiro recover perfectly while using the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method at the same time. If this situation was reflected in battle, it would clearly weaken one of his greatest advantages in the past: the use of precise cultivation methods based on his powerful data ability. Although Chu Nan was certain that his overall combat strength had increased, he was used to accurately controlling all situations in his hands and could not endure any accidents. Could it be that I should disperse this star cloud and condense the previous one? Chu Nan frowned and shook his head. Although it was not difficult for him to condense a star cloud again, this would at least take some time. He could not condense it again when he needed to use the previous star cloud, right? If only there was more than one star cloud condensed in my Danshan's cosmos, or even a vast and endless star cloud. After this thought appeared in his mind, Chu Nan was shocked. Although he had had extremely bold thoughts countless times in the past, he had never thought of anything bolder than this. Or rather, this thought could not be called bold at all. It was simply whimsical. With just a casual thought, Chu Nan discovered that this idea required him to face terrifying problems and many contradictory aspects. It made his powerful brain feel a little numb just thinking about it. Forget it, let's use it first. We'll talk about it in the future. Chu Nan patted his butt and stopped thinking. He stood up and looked up. In the distant sky, a low-altitude shuttle was flying over. Clearly, it was those guys from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 1035. The low-altitude shuttle landed in front of Chu Nan and Vice President Doppler was the first to walk down. Accompanied by him was the representative of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce that Chu Nan had seen last time. However, Chu Nan looked around and did not see Ro. He could not help but feel a little strange. What we want to discuss today is the internal affairs of the Chamber of Commerce and has nothing to do with the matter that Ro is in charge of, so he did not come. Doppler smiled and explained to Chu Nan before his expression quickly became serious. Chu Nan, after our Chamber of Commerce's in-depth research and discussion, we finally decided. At this point, Doppler deliberately paused and looked at Chu Nan deeply before continuing with a smile, to accept your conditions. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie raised their eyebrows slightly in surprise. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce actually agreed to Chu Nan's conditions? This was too shocking. One had to know that the reason why Chu Nan proposed this condition was only to buy some time for him to find Supremacy Quadiro. He did not think that the Tag Life Science Company would agree. After all, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was such a powerful chamber of commerce. Even if they were harassed by Chu Nan, they should not have submitted so easily. Now, they actually agreed. Chu Nan looked at Doppler in surprise and could not help but ask, Vice President Doppler, is this really your Chamber of Commerce's decision and not your personal joke? Doppler smiled and shook his head. You're thinking too much. I'll tell you clearly that this is indeed the official research decision of our Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors. Look, I only brought these few people to see you this time. You can't think that this is a trap set by our Chamber of Commerce, right? Chu Nan's gaze swept past the others behind Doppler and he nodded. Indeed, it was a fool's dream for these few people to have any ill intentions toward Chu Nan. Doppler did not even bring Ro along this time, which was enough to show the sincerity of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan carefully thought for a moment and asked, then, Deputy President Doppler, what does your Chamber of Commerce plan to do? Please follow me to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce, Miss Angie Prairie. I'll explain it to you in detail on the way. In addition, I have to discuss some plans to send away those experimental subjects with you. Doppler made an inviting gesture. Get in the shuttle first. We'll talk on the way. Chu Nan turned to look at Angie Prairie. She tilted her head and nodded at him. The two of them did not have much reservations about going to the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. In any case, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce could not do anything to them and was not a threat to them, so they naturally did not have to worry too much. If he wanted to fulfill the condition Chu Nan proposed and resolve those problems, it was obvious that he could only truly do it by going to the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Chu Nan thought for a moment and nodded before walking towards the shuttle. He did not really think that he could really achieve the second condition when he proposed it to Doppler previously, but since there was really such an opportunity, he might as well give it a try. Although there was no acquaintance like Willen among the other young martial artists who had been captured, let alone an object like Angie Prairie that he had to think of a way to save, it was a good thing if he could save these people. The two of them got into the shuttle and it immediately started up and flew towards the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he took off, Doppler began to explain the entire matter to Chu Nan in detail and took out a plan for him to read. Through Doppler's explanation, after reading the plan, Chu Nan was a little stunned. It was not that there was a problem with his words or plan. Instead, regardless of what he said or this plan, it seemed too perfect, causing him to feel that it was unreal. According to the plan of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, they decided to accept the second condition proposed by Chu Nan. Then, they would release all the young martial artists they had captured and specially arrange a spaceship to safely send them back to the Orion Arm. In that plan, the entire arrangement was described in extreme detail. Even the model of the spaceship arranged was marked. The entire time process was extremely careful. Clearly, it had been carefully designed. Chu Nan looked around and did not see any problems. He thought for a moment and asked Doppler in confusion, Vice President Doppler, actually, I'm very curious. Why did you agree to my conditions so easily? Didn't you say that this Genius Gene project had spent a large amount of human and material resources and invested countless resources? No, it's not as easy as you think. Doppler shook his head and sighed. In fact, in the past few days, there have been very intense discussions and even arguments in the Chamber of Commerce because of this matter. In the end, there are too many people and things involved in the Chamber of Commerce to make this decision and formulate a plan. Do you know? Doppler stared at Chu Nan and looked into his eyes with a bitter smile. I'm no longer the deputy president. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows. Because of this? That's right. I was the first to propose the genius genetic plan back then and have supported it greatly all these years. Now that this plan has brought so much trouble to the Chamber of Commerce because of your appearance and the plan has been forced to end, I naturally have to take responsibility as the person in charge. Chu Nan thought for a moment and frowned. Deputy Doppler. Cough, to be honest, although I'm very confident in myself, I don't think I can make your Chamber of Commerce make such a huge sacrifice alone. Even with Angie Prairie, this shouldn't be enough. Of course, it's not enough with just the two of you. Doppler smiled. However, as you said, we've already suffered pressure from the Orion arm during this period of time. After an internal discussion, the Chamber of Commerce has confirmed that if we end this plan now and actively compensate in time, we still have hope of minimizing the negative impact of this matter on the Chamber of Commerce. However, if this continues, the consequences are unpredictable. In the end, we're a Chamber of Commerce. As businessmen, benefits are our first consideration. Looking at his pained and sincere expression, Chu Nan could not help but nod. All right, I believe you. There's an old saying in our hometown called the return of a prodigal son is worth more than gold. If your Chamber of Commerce is willing to send those young martial artists back safely, I'll try my best to explain to those people for your Chamber of Commerce. I think as long as those people are fine in the end, the various countries on the Orion arm won't pursue the matter too much. Doppler laughed. I hope so. After saying that, he turned around and stood up to reach out to Chu Nan. Very good, we've already arrived at the headquarters. Mr. Chu Nan, Miss Angie Prairie, I hope we can cooperate with all our might to perfectly resolve this matter. Chu Nan also stood up and smiled as he stretched out his hand to shake his. Of course. Chapter 1036. 5 planets pass day and night. Another morning, Chu Nan glanced at the medium-sized civilian spaceship parked outside the space station behind him and felt a little strange. Even though he knew that the remaining 107 young genius martial artists who had been captured by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had already boarded that spaceship, he was still filled with surrealism. In these 5 days, no matter how suspicious Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce did not come up with any conspiracies or traps as they had imagined. They followed the arrangements in the plan and pushed the entire plan step by step. On the first day, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie met with the higher-ups of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce in the headquarters and confirmed some details of the operation negotiation. That night, under Chu Nan's personal witness, the Tag Life Science Chamber released the 107 young martial artists from the life support cabin. In the next 3 days, the 107 young martial artists recovered and adapted under the arrangements of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, Chu Nan began to discuss the entire plan to retreat with them. On the 5th day, which was yesterday, the 107 young martial artists recovered and woke up. Then, under Chu Nan's explanation, they understood the entire incident and finally accepted the arrangements of this retreat plan. Today, they successfully arrived at the space station with Chu Nan and Angie Prairie under the arrangements of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce and successfully entered the spaceship. Now, the spaceship was already prepared to set off at any time, which meant that Chu Nan could bring them to the Kasha Kingdom according to the plan at any time and return to the Orion arm from the cross-spiral Stargate in the kingdom. If everything went smoothly, they would not even need a month on Earth to successfully reach the Orion arm and return to their respective countries. Up until now, everything had gone extremely smoothly. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was extremely cooperative, allowing the entire plan to not encounter any obstruction or difficulty. Therefore, Chu Nan was filled with surrealism. It ended so easily? He had taken such a huge risk saving Willen previously. Later on, he really experienced a life and death calamity with Angie Prairie. Now, these 107 young martial artists who had been captured were easily brought out by them. Wasn't the difference too great? Of course, on careful thought, Chu Nan did not find it that difficult to accept. These few days, he had also been continuously contacting the Orion arm to ensure that the entire matter went smoothly. Although this matter had always been kept a secret because it involved the reputation of all the young martial artists who had been captured and there was no news revealed on the entire Milky Way network, at the very least, Chu Nan knew through contacting Supremacy Melanie that the United States of Meleda was very concerned about this problem and exerted pressure on the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, it was credible for Doppler to say that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had taken the initiative to give up on this plan because they felt the pressure from the Orion arm. After all, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was only a chamber of commerce. It was one thing for the entire plan to not be exposed, but now, because of Chu Nan, it had been completely exposed. If they still dared to forcefully continue, even if this Chamber of Commerce was in the Perseus arm and was protected by the extremely xenophobic military alliance, the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance, it would still take an extremely huge risk and not be in line with the interests of a Chamber of Commerce. Of course, Chu Nan also hoped that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce would be punished enough, but under such circumstances, returning safely was the most important. He could not care less. Then, Mr. Chu Nan, I'll send you here. Doppler, who had personally sent Chu Nan and the others to the space station, bade farewell to him. According to ordinary tradition, I should say goodbye to you. However, I sincerely say that it's best if we don't see each other anymore. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Doppler, in the end, you finally told the truth. Doppler smiled and raised his hand at Chu Nan before turning to leave. Looking at his back, Chu Nan recalled the series of things he had experienced since he was captured by Jigs on planet Tomrel and could not help but sigh. From that time until now, more than half a year had passed on Earth. Among them, he had gone back and forth tens of thousands of light years, passed through the two spiral arms twice, and fought intensely with several heaven control experts. He had even fought with a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Mal and was extremely close to death. Up until now, the entire matter had unexpectedly obtained such a good result. Now that he thought about it, it was simply like a dream. Although this result was not perfect, for example, Chu Nan had not seen jigs since he led his team to ambush on planet Eden. Another example was that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had not paid a sufficient price as a punishment, which was in the future. Chu Nan could not be dissatisfied with this result. I hope we can end this here. As for Jigs and the others, after I become a star-grade martial artist, I'll have to make him pay the price sooner or later. Chu Nan gently exhaled and turned around to walk into the passageway. Soon, he boarded the spaceship. As soon as he entered the spaceship, a group of people surged forward. Chu Nan, can we leave now? That's right. We can't wait. Let's go quickly and continue to stay here. Who knows when the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce will change their minds? That's right. I don't want to stay in this damned place for a second longer. Chu Nan's gaze swept past these young martial artists from different galaxies in the Orion Arm. He raised his hand to signal them to be quiet and suddenly reached out to pull the young male martial artist closest to him. He slapped him and a trace of internal breath entered his body. That person was shocked and asked in surprise, Chu Nan, what are you doing? Don't move, don't resist. I'll help you check your body. Chu Nan instructed him and continued to urge his internal breath to cause a special spatial energy vibration to circulate in his body. After a while, traces of a dark red aura slowly seeped out of that person's body and spread throughout his entire body, looking a little strange. Seeing this scene, the other young martial artists around him immediately fell silent and looked at Chu Nan with questioning eyes. The young male martial artist had a panicked expression and asked Chu Nan, what's this? Chu Nan's expression slowly darkened. Humph, these guys are indeed not that simple to let us go. Chapter 1037. Chu Nan's actions and the strange dark red aura attracted the attention of all the young martial artists on the spaceship. However, Chu Nan decisively stopped them from continuing to ask and did not extract the dark red aura that represented special genetic information from the young martial artist. Instead, he pretended that nothing had happened and turned around to enter the control room of the spaceship. Set off. We're ready. Let's go. The people in charge of driving this spaceship were naturally sent by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. When they heard Chu Nan's order, they did not reject it and obediently started the spaceship before quickly leaving the space station. This spaceship was a high-speed medium-sized spaceship specially chosen by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. Before long, it had already left the space station far behind. Chu Nan glanced at the vast starry sky through the window and confirmed from the equipment on the spaceship that it had already arrived at the void star field between the Stargate and Planet Zidum before leaving the control room again. At this moment, Angie Prairie, who had been missing, had appeared in the cabin and was talking to the other young martial artists. When she saw Chu Nan appear, she threw a questioning gaze. Chu Nan nodded lightly and sent a voice transmission to Angie Prairie. They've indeed been planted with a genetic virus by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. That's simple. The two of us should be able to help them eliminate these genetic viruses. No, let's not worry about it for the time being. How's your search for the spaceship? Is there a problem? No. However, since the spaceship was provided by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, there's almost definitely a problem. Hearing Angie Prairie's voice answer, Chu Nan pondered. From the fact that he had discovered a new biological genetic virus on the young martial artists he had saved just now, it could be determined that the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was indeed not that kind. They would agree to Chu Nan's conditions so easily and easily release these 107 young martial artists that they had painstakingly captured, allowing them to successfully return to the Orion Arm. However, this was very strange. If the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce was really unwilling, they could not agree to Chu Nan's conditions so easily. Although Chu Nan's strength could bring them some trouble, it was naturally impossible for him and Angie Prairie to really kill the entire Tag Life Science Chamber. As for wanting to save those 107 young martial artists and bring them back to the Orion Arm, that was even more impossible. Therefore, if the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce wanted to ambush them midway and kill them, in Chu Nan's opinion, it would be useless. Let's wait and see. If the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce doesn't cause trouble, that's naturally the highest. If they want to set up any traps, it's fine. Chu Nan revealed a smile to Angie Prairie. Don't forget that we have someone to rely on now. Angie Prairie chuckled and waved at Chu Nan. Alright, I'll continue to monitor the situation outside. Watch those guys from the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce inside. After saying that, Angie Prairie quietly disappeared again. After Chu Nan casually chatted with the young martial artists who were saved, he entered the control room again. There was a total of 27 light minutes between Planet Zidum and the Stargate. The spaceship finally arrived after 2 hours. In the past 2 hours, Chu Nan had been staying in the control room of the spaceship. As he stared at the crew members sent by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, he kept in touch with Angie Prairie at all times and closely watched the situation inside and outside the spaceship. He had always been highly nervous and vigilant, guarding against the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce changing their minds at any time. However, until the spaceship arrived at the Stargate, nothing unexpected happened along the way. In fact, the spaceship even reported to the Stargate Management Office and successfully obtained the right to pass. Then, it queued up and entered the Stargate step by step. When he personally saw the head of the spaceship enter the Stargate, the scene in the alternate space that he was already very familiar with appeared in front of him. Moreover, the control room had already locked onto the channel and began to stabilize towards the next Stargate. Chu Nan felt very strange. The Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce still did not attack. Could it be that they had really decided to fulfill the conditions they agreed to Chu Nan? Chu Nan still did not dare to lower his guard. Before successfully entering the cross-spiral arm Stargate, he did not dare to be 100% sure that it was safe. In the end, anything could happen before he arrived at the Orion arm. The spaceship was still sailing steadily in the alternate space. From planet Zidam to the center of the cross-spiral arm Stargate closest to the Kasha Kingdom required 6 consecutive Stargate jumps. The estimated voyage required 3 Earth days. Therefore, as long as there was no problem in these 3 Earth days, Chu Nan and the others could successfully return to the Orion arm. It was already the 2nd Earth day since they set off. According to the star map, as long as they passed through another Stargate jump, they would enter the sovereign star field of the Kasha Kingdom. Seeing that the Stargate was right in front of him, Chu Nan, who had been in the control room for the past 2 days, suddenly moved. In the past 2 days, he had been sitting quietly in a corner of the control room without any commotion, like a stone statue. However, now, when he moved, he instantly erupted like lightning. In a flash, he had already arrived beside the captain who was mainly in charge of this voyage mission, and grabbed his neck. "Pass down the order to change the route," Chu Nan said coldly. The captain wanted to resist, but under the terrifying aura emitted by Chu Nan, he almost peed his pants. How could he have the intention to resist and could only obediently do as he was told? The other crew members did not dare to resist Chu Nan, so before they entered the Stargate, the predetermined route had already been modified under his orders. After the spaceship drove into the Stargate, Chu Nan informed Angie Prairie and asked her to eliminate the special biological genetic information left in the bodies of the 107 young martial artists. After doing all this, Chu Nan finally heaved a sigh of relief. When he was still in the Sparian Federation, he still had some reservations and did not dare to do this. Now that he had finally left the Sparian Federation, he could finally implement what he had long thought of. Now that he had controlled the crew members of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce on this ship and expelled the biological genetic virus in those young martial artists, he could temporarily make the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce lose the method to track them and obtain a chance to return safely. Mr. Chu Nan, we've already planned the route of the spaceship again. According to you, we'll still have to perform 3 Stargate jumps before we can reach the star field where the cross-spiral Stargate is. However, the captain reported to Chu Nan with a long face but hesitated. However what? Chu Nan shouted. However, we changed the route at the last minute and did not report it in advance. When we perform the Stargate jump, I'm afraid it's very difficult to pass approval from the Stargate Management Office. If we follow the previous route, because the Chamber of Commerce has long prepared the procedures in advance, our journey will be smooth, so I feel that. Who told us to follow the procedures? Chu Nan glanced at the captain. After arriving at the Stargate, rush in and don't worry about anything else. How can that do? The captain was shocked. If we violate the rules of the Pan-Milky Way Stargate management regulations and forcefully break through the Stargate, we will definitely be punished by the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce and all the countries in the entire Milky Way after this. This consequence. If you don't do as I say now, I guarantee that you won't have the chance to receive their punishment. Chu Nan looked at the captain coldly. The captain's body shook and he was instantly crushed by Chu Nan's powerful aura. He could not refute it anymore. Listen to my order and follow this route. When you pass the Stargate next, don't have any reservations in charge. Chu Nan suddenly shut up and suddenly raised his head to look at the alternate space in front of the spaceship displayed outside the window in the control room with a shocked expression. In that direction, he sensed an extremely terrifying and surging spatial energy fluctuation that was more than 10 times more violent than the violent spatial energy in the alternate space heading straight for the spaceship. In less than 3 seconds, this terrifying spatial energy tide was about to collide with the spaceship. In front of such a terrifying spatial energy tide, it was impossible for this ordinary civilian spaceship to resist and survive. Chapter 1038. Star-Grade Martial Artist. In an instant, Chu Nan had already determined from this terrifying spatial energy tide that it was not naturally produced in the alternate space. Apart from star-grade martial artists, no one else could use human strength to form such an energy fluctuation that far exceeded ordinary alternate space. This must be a star-grade martial artist attacking. Moreover, they were coming for their spaceship. With his mind spinning wildly, Chu Nan understood in less than a second. No wonder the Tag Life Science Commerce Society agreed to Chu Nan's conditions so easily and let him bring back a total of 107 young martial artists he had painstakingly captured. They even thoughtfully prepared a spaceship for them and carefully formulated all the itineraries so that their journey could be smooth. All of this was reflected in this terrifying spatial energy tide. As long as they could not block the attack of a star-grade martial artist, the only result would be destruction. Moreover, because they were in an alternate space, once the spaceship was destroyed, other than Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, everyone else would definitely be destroyed into the tiniest basic particles by the violent spatial energy in the alternate space without any traces. At that time, if this star-grade martial artist killed Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, the entire spaceship would disappear without a trace. At that time, even if the Orion arm found the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to question, they could deny everything. It had to be said that this was a very ruthless but effective solution. Although the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce would pay a huge loss because of this, they could escape the serious impact of the entire matter. At the same time, they could continue to hide the secret of the Genius Gene project and even find a chance to start this plan again in the future. These thoughts instantly flashed through Chu Nan's mind, but he did not feel any panic. Instead, he gently exhaled and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Humph, you calculated everything but missed the most important point. Do you think you can really kill us like this? The terrifying spatial energy tide had already arrived in front of the spaceship. An extremely ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the control room. Just as shock appeared on the faces of the crew of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce, a figure suddenly appeared at the front of the spaceship. There was no sound, but an extremely brilliant ball of light seemed to have suddenly erupted from the alternate space. Countless seven-colored energy flows exploded in front of the spaceship, causing the originally boring alternate space to be extremely beautiful and colorful. At this moment, the crew of the TAG Life Science Chamber in the control room had just completely revealed a shocked expression, but then they turned from shock to shock and fear because of the phenomenon in front of them. As crew members who could control a spaceship to perform a long-distance cross-spin-arm super spatial jump, they were naturally extremely familiar with the situation in the alternate space. However, they had never seen such a shocking phenomenon erupt in the alternate space. They had never seen it become like this. Without needing to explain, they easily understood that they and the spaceship under their feet had just experienced a life and death calamity and had almost turned to dust. The reason why all of this happened was clearly the figure blocking the spaceship. Chu Nan's gaze landed on the figure and he grinned. He directly used spatial energy to send a voice transmission. "Heh, Supremacy Quadiro, can't you attack earlier? I thought you had suddenly disappeared." I was shocked. This figure was Supremacy Quadiro, who had been saved by Chu Nan. After saving Supremacy Quadiro, Chu Nan discussed with him and deliberately made him not appear during this period of time because he did not want to expose the trump card he had painstakingly obtained to the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. This way, if the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce set any traps, they would make a mistake because they missed the power Chu Nan had. Chu Nan originally thought that the TAG Life Science Business Society would directly attack him in the process of the discussion, but he did not expect that the discussion had always been smooth. Instead, just as he was about to leave the borders of the Sparian Federation, he was suddenly ambushed in this alternate space. This attack actually came from a star-grade martial artist. If not for the fact that Supremacy Quadiro had been hiding his greatest trump card, even Chu Nan and Angie Prairie might have been able to survive. This spaceship and the 107 young martial artists in the cabin had definitely turned into the tiniest basic particles and died without a burial. Moreover, under the pursuit of a star-grade martial artist, Chu Nan was not confident that he could escape with Angie Prairie. Nonsense, that guy is clearly lying in ambush here in advance. How do you want me to attack earlier? Supremacy Quadiro's voice quickly sounded with the vibration of spatial energy. Alright, cut the crap. I'll block that guy. Hurry up and bring them away and wait for me near the exit of the next Stargate. Chu Nan nodded and could not help but ask, this fellow doesn't seem to be Supremacy Mal. Could it be that the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce hired another star-grade martial artist to ambush us? I don't think so. Perhaps they. Halfway through his answer, Supremacy Quadiro's voice stopped. Then, a ball of spatial energy turbulence that was much more brilliant than before erupted from the alternate space in front of the spaceship, looking even more beautiful and varied. Clearly, that star-grade martial artist attacked again, but he was stopped by Supremacy Quadiro. Kid, quickly leave. I have to protect you here. It's too troublesome. Supremacy Quadiro's voice entered Chu Nan's ears again and berated him loudly. Okay. Chu Nan replied and suddenly sensed something. He turned around and discovered that Angie Prairie had walked into the control room. Clearly, she had already sensed the abnormal spatial energy fluctuation ahead and came to investigate the situation. Chu Nan, Supremacy Quadiro. Chu Nan raised his hand to stop Angie Prairie's questioning and ordered the captain, sail forward at full speed and try to jump out of the Stargate as soon as possible. Although the captain was not as pale as the other crew members, he was still filled with fear. When he heard Chu Nan's berating, he was stunned for a moment before barely reacting. Then, under his command, the spaceship began to accelerate with all its might, but it still did not dare to deviate from the route. It could only advance towards the exit of the next Stargate. Chapter 1039. Attention! You're about to jump out of the Stargate. You're about to jump out of the Stargate. The notification of the spaceship's mainframe AI sounded in the control room. Everyone, including Chu Nan and Angie Prairie, heaved a sigh of relief. However, the reason why the crew heaved a sigh of relief was different. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie relaxed at the same time. When Supremacy Quadiro stopped that star-grade martial artist, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie had already determined through the characteristics of the energy fluctuation that the star-grade martial artist was not Supremacy Mel who had almost killed them, but another person. Therefore, the two of them were very worried. Since the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce could invite another star-grade martial artist to ambush here, Supremacy Mel might attack at the same time. If Supremacy Mel also attacked at the same time, it was impossible for Supremacy Quadiro to block the attacks of two star-grade martial artists alone. Their ship was still doomed. Fortunately, the situation they were most worried about did not happen. After shaking off the area where Supremacy Quadiro and the star-grade martial artist were fighting, they flew in the alternate space on tenterhooks for 3 hours, but no accidents happened again. Seeing that they were about to jump out of the Stargate and enter the territory of the Kasha Kingdom, it meant that they had finally escaped the ambush of the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce and had hope of escaping. Will anything happen to Supremacy Quadiro? Angie Prairie looked back. He's not like my master. He might die. Hey, he's also a star-grade martial artist, okay? Chu Nan glared at Angie Prairie. Do you think it's so easy to be a star-grade martial artist? Even if he can't defeat that guy, he still has the ability to escape when the situation is bad. Yes, that's true. Angie Prairie nodded. Master once told me that it's very difficult for star-grade martial artists to determine life and death, because as long as a star-grade martial artist is willing to escape with all his might, there's almost no way to keep him. Then why is Supremacy overly still fighting to the death with others? Could it be that she feels that she can reincarnate with her body, so she's not afraid of death? That's right. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. He was once again certain that whatever master he had, he could teach. With Angie Prairie's carefree and heartless personality, most of the blame must be on Supremacy overly. Just as he was talking, the alarm of the mainframe AI sounded again. Attention! Crossing the Stargate. Crossing the Stargate. Chu Nan closed his mouth and stretched out his senses to carefully experience the change in spatial energy when he passed through the Stargate. Although this was not the first time, every time he passed through the Stargate, it would allow Chu Nan to further sense the composition and structure pattern of spatial energy in this special space that was connected to the positive spatial universe and the alternate space. From there, he would have more understanding of the spatial wall and become more skilled and relaxed in forcefully opening it. The scene at the front of the spaceship's window suddenly darkened, and then starlight appeared. An extremely bright fireball could be seen burning in the lower right corner. Clearly, it was the star of the nearest star system. According to the star map and the route, they should have already jumped to a border star system called the Angel Star System in the Kasha Kingdom through the Stargate. Due to the fact that Chu Nan had forced the captain to change the route they chose was not the best and fastest route from the Sparian Federation to the capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom, Planet Eton. Instead, it took a small detour. The border star system they chose to enter the Kasha Kingdom was a star system with a low status in the Kasha Kingdom. Moreover, this star system did not have a planet suitable for humans to live on, so it was actually very desolate. Chu Nan only planned to use this star system as a springboard and adjust the route to bypass the prosperous star systems of the Kasha Kingdom to head to the location of the cross-spiral Stargate. Chu Nan, where should we wait for Supremacy Quadiro? Angie Prairie suddenly asked. Air. Let's choose the nearest asteroid to land and leave a detection satellite near the Stargate. As long as Supremacy Quadiro appears, we'll. Before Chu Nan could finish speaking, he suddenly turned to look out the window. Angie Prairie, who was 0.1 seconds slower than him, also turned around in surprise. Outside the window, countless lights suddenly appeared. They instantly tore through the starry sky and shot toward the spaceship. Stay here and control them. While Chu Nan's voice echoed in Angie Prairie's ears, it suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Chu Nan had already appeared in the starry sky outside the spaceship and stood in front of it. Looking at the nearly 100 particle beams that were already close to him, Chu Nan kicked his eyes and threw his right fist. The high-frequency star cloud that condensed in his dantian had already absorbed the huge spatial energy in the surrounding space into his fist. With a punch, spatial cracks spread in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, they were like an extremely huge spider web that completely enveloped the first half of the spaceship. At this moment, nearly 100 particle beams had already cut through the starry sky and entered the range of the spider web. After these terrifying particle beams that were enough to destroy a spaceship in a single shot touched the cobweb, it was as if they had been cut by something. In an instant, they turned from extremely thick beams to extremely fine fragments. Some were even forcefully diverted and looked scattered. After such a particle beam landed on the spaceship, its power had already decreased greatly. Not to mention piercing through the energy shield outside the spaceship, even if it landed on the main body of the spaceship, it would probably not even be able to blast open the outer shell. After seeing that the spaceship was intact, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the distant starry sky. Although it was impossible for his vision to see more than 100,000 kilometers away, there was no need to guess that the surrounding starry sky was definitely surrounded by battleships. From the nearly 100 particle beams just now, there were at least 50 battleships attacking. Chu Nan, what's going on? Do you need me to go out and help? Angie Prairie's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Nan's ears. Chu Nan turned around and discovered that at this distance, he could still see Angie Prairie leaning against the front window of the spaceship and looking over. There's no need. Watch those guys and don't let them drive the spaceship away. Chu Nan waved at Angie Prairie from afar before turning around and staring at the distant starry sky again. At this moment, those battleships had already launched their second attack. One could clearly see that countless light spots in the distant starry sky were indeed shining. In an instant, they transformed into countless bright particle beams that headed straight for the spaceship. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and clearly memorized the direction and angle of these beams. Then, he relied on the time needed to shoot these particle beams to fly here to clearly calculate the distance of the particle beam's firing point in his mind. After punching out again and using the spider web formed by spatial cracks to block the particle beam, Chu Nan's body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already opened the spatial wall again and appeared in a starry sky 131,600 kilometers away. Seeing the extremely majestic and huge battleship with countless particle cannons installed outside, Chu Nan sneered in his mind and threw a punch. Chapter 1040. In terms of experience fighting battleships, Chu Nan was quite experienced. Before this, every time he faced a battleship, he needed to spend a little time analyzing the energy shield outside the battleship. Now, his strength had greatly increased. Before he threw this punch, he had completely figured out the characteristics of the energy arc outside this battleship. This punch not only easily used the extremely high-frequency spatial energy vibration to shatter the energy shield, but it also directly blasted the main battleship in the middle and broke it into two. It was not that he did not have the ability to destroy the entire battleship with a punch, but there was no need. Now, his main mission was to successfully escape with the 107 young martial artists. He could not waste too much time and energy here. Although this battleship was not shattered by his punch, it had clearly lost the ability to continue fighting. After dealing with a battleship with a punch, Chu Nan did not continue to attack the other battleships. Instead, he flashed and used a short spatial jump to return to the spaceship that Prairie and the others were on. He blocked the particle beam attacks of the other battleships for the spaceship again. Then, while the enemy battleships were firing, his body flashed again and he appeared in the star field of the enemy battleships again. He crippled another battleship with a punch. This time, when he returned to the spaceship, he sent a message to Prairie. Get them to open the next Stargate. Just escape with all your might. Ignore everything else. Okay. Prairie replied. A moment later, the spaceship started up again and headed towards the distant starry sky at high speed. Chu Nan did not attack those battleships anymore. Instead, he flew behind the spaceship and circulated the star cloud with all his might, adjusting the spatial energy he controlled to an extremely high-frequency vibration state, causing the dense spatial cracks to still completely envelop the back half of the spaceship like an extremely huge spider web. Perhaps because those battleships were shocked by Chu Nan's easy attack of two battleships, they did not surround him like this. Instead, they chased from afar and fired some particle beams to attack from time to time. However, when these particle beams touched the cobweb set up by Chu Nan, they were immediately cut into pieces and were not threatening. Although Chu Nan wanted the spaceship under his feet to immediately shake off the annoying battleships behind him, they were on an ordinary civilian spaceship after all. Even if the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce said that this spaceship was specially chosen to emphasize speed, it was naturally impossible to compare to a battleship. If not for Chu Nan, the battleships behind would have long caught up. However, even if they did not dare to really catch up now, they were unwilling to relax at all. Just like that, they maintained a certain distance and chased after him in the starry sky. Chu Nan frowned and looked at the weak light representing the enemy battleship behind him. If the current situation continued, he was confident that he could persist in protecting the spaceship to escape to the Stargate. As long as they jumped into the alternate space through the Stargate, they had hope of avoiding the pursuit of these battleships, because they had never heard of that battleship daring to fire in the alternate space. However, Chu Nan felt that it should not be so simple. Since these battleships could attack so accurately as soon as they jumped out of the Stargate, they had clearly been lying in ambush here. This made Chu Nan feel very strange. It was not strange for the other party to grasp their location so accurately. After all, this spaceship was provided by the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce. If the other party wanted to do something, even if he got Prairie to check the entire spaceship, it was unlikely that he could completely block this possibility. This was already proven by the fact that a star-grade martial artist could accurately ambush them in the alternate space. However, since the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce could accurately control their location, why did they send these battleships to attack? Could it be that they really thought that relying on these battleships could deal with their group? Perhaps they had the chance to destroy the spaceship, but no matter how stupid those guys from the TAG Life Science Chamber of Commerce were, they should not think that they could easily kill him after suffering so much, right? Chu Nan frowned and pondered this problem. As he protected the spaceship under his feet with all his might, he released his senses and closely watched the changes in the surrounding starry sky. As if to confirm Chu Nan's guess, less than a minute after he flew out and could even vaguely see the Stargate, a change occurred. The spaceship was originally flying through the starry sky at a high speed of 20 light minutes. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted, and the spaceship seemed to have fallen into the mud as its speed quickly slowed down. Feeling the strange distortion of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, Chu Nan's expression changed. To be able to affect the spatial energy in the positive space universe to this extent, even the spatial wall was affected. The only explanation was star-grade martial artist. Chu Nan tilted his head and his gaze landed on the distant starry sky behind him. According to the trend of the spatial energy change, the source of the change in the surrounding spatial energy was in that direction. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A figure appeared out of thin air in the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chu Nan and slapped him. It was clearly an ordinary and small palm, but when it entered Chu Nan's eyes, it seemed to have filled the entire world, causing his mind to be shocked and he could not even move. The powerful AI-like brain played its role again at this moment. Although his body and mind were almost completely suppressed by the terrifying aura emitted by the other party, his brain did not stop at all. In a millionth of a second, he had already analyzed the current situation. Then, his brain circulated wildly and drove his mind to spin. The star cloud in his dantian suddenly erupted, and almost all the spatial energy and internal breath that continued to be in his body erupted in an instant. Crack, 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 crack. He was clearly in space where sound could not be transmitted, but the surrounding space emitted clear sound waves as it shattered. Accompanied by the shattering of space was the terrifying deterrence that person gave Chu Nan. Chu Nan almost dodged the other party's terrifying strike at the critical moment, but he still could not completely dodge the terrifying power of this strike and his body was sent flying. Feeling the shocking pain coming from all over his body, Chu Nan raised his head and his gaze landed on that person's face. His mood quickly sank. In the end, Supremacy Mal still came. Chapter 1041. To Chu Nan's surprise, after he dodged her first attack, Supremacy Mal did not immediately pursue him. Instead, she floated in space and stared at him. Seeing Chu Nan look over, the space around her shook and a loud voice spread throughout the entire space through the vibration of spatial energy. Kid, run. Run again? Aren't you very good at running? Chu Nan frowned and looked at her in confusion. He glanced at the spaceship below and was slightly relieved to see that it was still intact. Then, he raised his head and looked at Supremacy Mal again. He smiled bitterly and simply shook all the spatial energy in the space around him like Supremacy Mal to transmit his voice. Senior, actually, I still don't understand. Why do you have to kill me? You still don't understand. Supremacy Mal pointed at Chu Nan and screamed, when I knew that you actually dared to heavily injure Zealer, you were already a dead person in my eyes. If not for Autoford stopping me at that time, and Zealer being willing to spare your life for the time being, when you were at the headquarters of the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce, you would have already died. Then aren't you afraid that Supremacy Autoford and Zealer will be unhappy when they find out that you want to kill me so badly? Chu Nan continued to ask. It's one thing for you not to mention Autoford, but since you mention him, don't you understand why I have to kill you? Chu Nan frowned and shook his head. I still don't understand. Supremacy Autoford is only heavily injured and not dead. Do you have to hate me so much? Supremacy Mal's figure moved slightly, but she instantly closed the distance between the two sides and continued to extend her hand to point at Chu Nan. Since you still don't understand, I'll tell you clearly. In all the years I've worked together with Autoford to dominate the Sparian Federation, we've never suffered such a huge loss. Now that you've heavily injured him because of this, how can I let you go so easily? Therefore, kid, cut the crap and die obediently. Chu Nan's expression immediately tensed as he focused on preparing to deal with Supremacy Mal's terrifying attack. However, Supremacy Mal's reaction was beyond his expectations again. After shouting this ruthless sentence, Supremacy Mal still floated on the spot and stared at Chu Nan with a mocking gaze. He did not seem to have the intention to attack. Chu Nan was even more puzzled and could not help but ask, Senior, didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why didn't you attack? Supremacy Mal sneered and asked, then why don't you run? Aren't you very good at escaping? Chu Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior, you must be joking. Last time, I was able to escape from you because you were not familiar with my cultivation method and were slightly careless. In a head-on battle, not to mention being your match, it's even more impossible for me to escape. Kid, you know very well. Supremacy Mal nodded. She suddenly turned around slightly and raised her right hand in the direction of the dozens of battleships chasing after her. The particle beams that the dozens of battleships had been shooting out immediately seemed to have shot into a transparent wall and were all annihilated. Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Mal in surprise and did not understand what she wanted to do. Supremacy Mal ignored Chu Nan and raised her arm to open the personal terminal on her wrist. She lowered her head and said something to it. This time, she could control her voice to a very small area and Chu Nan could not hear what she was saying. However, he could see her suddenly flare up and shout a few times before revealing a satisfied expression and turning off her personal terminal. Chu Nan discovered that after Supremacy Mal shouted, the battleships that had been chasing closely behind suddenly stopped and floated in the starry sky far away from them. They did not seem to have the intention to continue coming and no longer continuously shot particle beams to attack like before. What does this fellow want? Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Mal and became more and more puzzled. After seeing those battleships stop, Supremacy Mal turned to look at Chu Nan again. Kid, I'll give you a chance. What opportunity? Chu Nan asked curiously. Supremacy Mal pointed at the spaceship behind them. Don't you want to save those guys and bring them back to the Orion Arm? Then I'll give you a chance now. Chu Nan's heart stirred and he continued, Senior, please tell me. I can let this spaceship go first and order those guys from the Chamber of Commerce not to continue chasing. However, you have to obediently stay here and fight me. When you're killed by me, I'll continue to pursue them. In other words, how long you can last under me will give them time to escape in advance. Whether they can escape in the end will depend on how much time you can buy for them. Do you understand? Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Mal in disbelief. Senior, are you kidding me? Supremacy Mal sneered. Are you qualified for me to tease you? If you're not teasing me, what's the point of raising this condition? You're the strongest star-grade martial artist. The difference in strength between me and you is worlds apart. How long can I last in a head-on battle? Therefore, this condition is meaningless, right? I've said it before. You're not qualified to choose. Supremacy Mal's voice became extremely cold. I know very well that your strength can't be compared to mine. However, since I said that I'll give you a chance, I'll really give it to you. When I fight you, I'll suppress my strength to the heaven control realm. Since you have the strength to defeat Zealer, you should be able to persist under me. Senior, are you serious? Is there a need for me to lie to you? Hearing that Supremacy Mal did not seem to be joking, Chu Nan's eyes immediately lit up. According to the plan of the route, if the spaceship headed towards the cross-spiral stargate with all its might, it would arrive in 3.5 hours. Coupled with the time it took for those battleships and Supremacy Mal to catch up, in fact, as long as Chu Nan could last for an hour, it was enough for the people on the spaceship to successfully escape. If it was under the hands of a star-grade martial artist, Chu Nan definitely did not have the confidence to last an hour or even a minute. However, if Supremacy Mal was really willing to suppress his strength to the level of a 5th-stage heaven control martial artist, it was not impossible for him to last an hour. Moreover, Supremacy Quadiro was currently fighting intensely with the other star-grade martial artists sent by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce. If Supremacy Quadiro lost, there was naturally no need to mention anything. However, if he won and rushed over, Chu Nan could even successfully survive with his help. All of this required time. Chu Nan did not need to think too much to understand that it was indeed as Supremacy Mal had said and he did not have the qualifications to choose. If Supremacy Mal was focused on killing him, he might have already turned to dust. Now that Supremacy Mal had given him such an opportunity, could he still say no? These thoughts instantly floated through Chu Nan's mind. He took a deep breath and calmed his mood. He thought for a moment and slowly nodded at Supremacy Mal. Chapter 1042. That old witch really said that. Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan in surprise with an unbelievable expression. Is she crazy? After agreeing to the conditions proposed by Supremacy Mal, Chu Nan made another small request to her, which was to bid farewell to Angie Prairie and the others. Unexpectedly, Supremacy Mal was surprisingly reasonable and actually agreed. Looking at the wide-eyed Angie Prairie, Chu Nan shrugged. Regardless of whether she's crazy or not, this is always an opportunity. Therefore, Angie Prairie, there's no need to worry so much now. Hurry up and retreat with them and set off for the Crossarm Stargate as quickly as possible. I'll last as long as possible. Angie Prairie frowned. You mean to let me leave you behind and escape? This can't. Chu Nan raised his hand to stop her from continuing. You have to escape with them. I'm worried about anyone other than you. After a pause, he added, if I don't last long enough and you can't escape, it's naturally useless to say anything. If you can escape, I hope. Angie Prairie, you must live well. In the end, won't I still leave you behind and escape and watch you die? Do you think I'm willing to do this? I don't. Angie Prairie raised her hand to cover Chu Nan's mouth and did not let him continue. Then, she looked straight into his eyes with an abnormally firm gaze. I understand what you mean. I'll properly escape with them. If we successfully escape and you die, I won't cultivate myself like last time and strive to avenge you with my own hands. Chu Nan was stunned. Then what do you want? I did that last time because I believed that I could break through to the heaven control realm in a short period of time and have the ability to personally take revenge for you. However, this time, the person who killed you is a star-grade martial artist. I don't think I have the ability to become a star-grade martial artist in a short period of time, and I might even never be able to break through, so the possibility of taking revenge for you is not high. In that case, I'll find Master and get her to kill this old demonic woman. And then, Angie Prairie revealed a strange smile. She suddenly stretched out her hands and pinched Chu Nan's cheeks before saying fiercely, no matter if you go to heaven or hell, I have to chase after you and capture you because you haven't agreed to be my boyfriend. Chu Nan puffed out his face and smiled before sighing. Then, he raised his hands and held Angie Prairie's face. His gaze swept past the crew in the control room behind him and he suddenly lowered his head. He stuck out his mouth and pressed it against her lips. Angie Prairie's body first froze before it instantly softened. She opened her arms and hugged Chu Nan tightly. She exerted strength in her mouth and warmly replied. After 2 minutes, the two of them slowly separated. Angie Prairie smiled and glanced at Chu Nan before reaching out to touch her lips. I never understood why people kissed in the past because in my opinion, this was meaningless physical contact. But now, it feels good. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes and look at Angie Prairie before saying seriously, alright, Angie Prairie, if I can survive this time, I promise to be your boyfriend when I return. After saying that, Chu Nan hugged Angie Prairie and turned around to fly out of the spaceship again. A moment later, he flew in front of Supremacy Mal. What? You're done chatting with your little lover. The smile on Supremacy Mal's face was still filled with mockery. Can we start now? Chu Nan turned to look in the direction of the spaceship and gestured. A moment later, the spaceship shook slightly and began to accelerate toward the distant starry sky. Before long, it disappeared into the vast starry sky without a trace. Chu Nan turned to look in the direction of the battleships and discovered that they were floating on the spot without any movement. It seemed that they had really listened to Supremacy Mal's order and did not chase after them. In the end, Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Mal and assumed a posture. Senior, we can begin. Very good. Supremacy Mal let out an ear-piercing laugh and her figure suddenly moved. Her laughter was still echoing in Chu Nan's ears with the weak spatial energy vibration. Supremacy Mal had already instantly arrived in front of him and slapped him. Chu Nan's eyes focused as he raised his arm and threw a punch. As expected, Supremacy Mal did not lie to Chu Nan. Although the power of her palm was still terrifying, it was obvious that it was not as terrifying as a star-grade martial artist. The most obvious difference was that Supremacy Mal's palm actually attacked Chu Nan at close range. It was completely different from before when she attacked Chu Nan from afar. Previously, Supremacy Mal only said that she would suppress her strength to the level of a heaven control martial artist, but she did not say what level she would suppress it to. Therefore, Chu Nan was not sure what power Supremacy Mal would unleash now. However, as long as Supremacy Mal really suppressed herself to the level of a heaven control martial artist, he was naturally fearless. When she threw this punch, Chu Nan had already fully mobilized all his strength and fused with powerful spatial energy before punching Supremacy Mal's palm without any tricks. Buzz! A not-so-turbulent spatial energy suddenly surged from Supremacy Mal's palm, but this spatial energy was divided into countless thin streams. Every thin stream had the characteristics of high-speed spinning and high condensation. It was simply like countless drills that forcefully broke through Chu Nan's defense and entered his palm to invade his body. Chu Nan instantly felt as if countless drills were crazily accumulating in his meridians. In an instant, all the meridians in his body were heavily injured and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He did not dare to stop at all and instantly gave up on the thought of facing it head-on. Then, the powerful shocking force on Supremacy Mal's palm drove his body to fly at high speed into the starry sky behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he pulled an extremely long distance. Supremacy Mal did not pursue. Instead, her voice sounded with the microwave vibration of spatial energy. Heh, kid, I know you're very good at escaping, but I've said it before. You're not allowed to escape this time. If you dare to escape, I'll immediately order them to start chasing. Chu Nan's body immediately stopped in space. Due to the extreme movement to silence, his already heavily injured body suffered further injuries. His injuries immediately increased and he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. However, he could not care less about his injuries. He only focused all his attention on the distant Supremacy Mal to guard against her sudden attack. However, to his surprise, Supremacy Mal still did not pursue. Instead, she slowly flew over and her mocking voice sounded. Kid, not only do I know that you're very good at escaping, but I also know that you know a very strange cultivation method. No matter how serious your injuries are, you can quickly recover, right? Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at her without answering. There's no need to look at me like that. Come, I won't attack you now. Heal your injuries first and let me see your true ability. Chu Nan was puzzled. What did Supremacy Mal want to do today? Although he could not understand it at all, Chu Nan did not dare to be negligent. Seeing that Supremacy Mal really did not have the intention to attack, with a thought, a milky white light instantly enveloped his entire body. Chapter 1043. A moment later, Chu Nan's injuries had already recovered. Supremacy Mal looked at Chu Nan with interest. Kid, I've seen some cultivation methods similar to yours, but compared to you, the effect of those cultivation methods on recovery is far inferior to yours, let alone the speed of recovery. Tell me, what cultivation method is this? Of course, Chu Nan was happy to stall for time with her. He thought for a moment and replied, this cultivation method is called the Flame of Life. I learned it from Angie Prairie's master, Supremacy Ovally. Supremacy Ovally. Supremacy Mal frowned slightly, that crazy woman. Chu Nan was silent. Very good, I understand. No wonder that crazy woman seemed to not care about her life when she fought last time. It turns out that she's relying on this cultivation method. Supremacy Mal sneered, but so what if she has this cultivation method? If she can recover once, she can recover a second time, a third time, and continue to recover? Kid, I'll make you regret knowing this cultivation method. As soon as she finished speaking, Supremacy Mal leaned over again and slapped him again. From the momentum of his palm and the spatial energy fluctuations around him, this palm was actually identical to the previous one and did not change at all. It could be seen that Supremacy Mal did not take Chu Nan seriously. A thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind. In the end, he raised his right arm and threw another punch. Buzz, buzz. Similarly, countless thin streams of force drilled into Chu Nan's body like a drill. However, this time, he had prepared a defense on his fist in advance. The star cloud in his body circulated and the naturally transformed extremely high-frequency vibration spatial energy set up a protective layer on his fist, offsetting the high-speed spinning and vibration in the thin stream. Although the two spatial energies that were also vibrating at an equally high frequency collided head-on, causing the surrounding space to tremble even more wildly, causing Chu Nan's ears to recall a sharp buzz, causing his eardrums to hurt. This time, the thin spatial energy did not successfully drill into the meridians in his body. However, he was still unable to completely resolve the terrifying force in Supremacy Mal's palm. Just the terrifying impact coming from his palm shook his meridians to the point of being heavily injured again. He could not help but open his mouth and spit out another mouthful of blood. Just like the last time, Supremacy Mal did not directly pursue. Instead, she floated on the spot and looked at Chu Nan with interest. Hey, kid, use your cultivation method called the Flame of Life to recover again. What are you waiting for? Chu Nan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Supremacy Mal in the distance. When he saw the undisguised cruelty in the smile on her face, he immediately understood. This woman did not plan to give him a fair chance to fight, let alone give Chu Nan, Angie Prairie, and the others the possibility of escaping. She was clearly doing this to force Chu Nan to stay here and be heavily injured and tortured by her over and over again. However, after figuring this out, Chu Nan was not angry. Instead, he was secretly happy. Originally, they did not have the slightest chance in front of a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Mal. Now, although she had ill intentions, she really gave Angie Prairie and the others a chance to successfully escape. As for his injuries and pain, Chu Nan did not mind. If Supremacy Mal liked it, Chu Nan was naturally willing to play with her. As long as he could delay Angie Prairie and the others, Chu Nan had no complaints. When he thought of this, Chu Nan deliberately pretended that he was affected by his injuries and slowed down before starting to circulate the Flame of Life to recover. He even pretended that the circulation of the Flame of Life was not smooth and probably took some time to recover. Senior, try again. After confirming that his body had recovered, Chu Nan gestured to Supremacy Mal. Supremacy Mal did not waste any time this time. Her figure moved and she slapped again. Seeing that this palm strike was still identical to the previous two, Chu Nan was even more certain that Supremacy Mal was deliberately toying with him. With a thought, Chu Nan threw another punch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, Chu Nan strengthened the internal breath in his fist. Although he blocked the force of Supremacy Mal's palm outside his body, he was still heavily injured and spat out blood before flying back again. This time, Supremacy Mal still did not pursue, but her performance was completely different from before. She said with a cold expression, Kid, although I'm willing to give you a chance, if you don't want to grasp it well, I can't be bothered to play with you. Do you believe that I'll kill you with a palm strike now and immediately chase after your little lover and send her to see you? Chu Nan asked in surprise, Senior, why do you say that? I'm naturally willing to do my best, but how can my strength compare to yours? Is that so? Supremacy Mal sneered, I've already suppressed my strength to the heaven control realm. If you can't even receive a punch like this, how did you repel Ro and those guys like Anklo? How did you defeat Zealer? If you want to treat me as an idiot, I don't mind beating you into a true idiot. Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. Not only did this fellow ask Chu Nan to accompany her and let her vent the abnormal desire in her heart, but she also asked him to do his best. However, the situation was stronger than others, so Chu Nan had no choice. With a thought, he activated the Flame of Life with all his might. At the same time, he activated the goddess song cultivation method. In a breath, he had already calmed the meridian injuries in his body and looked at Supremacy Mal again. Come, if you still dare to try and stall for time by perfunctory me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Supremacy Mal sneered and slapped again without any change. This time, Chu Nan did not dare to have any negligent thoughts. With a thought, he activated his internal breath with all his might and instantly completed the fourth revolution in his meridians. At the same time, he urged the star cloud to enter a high circulation state and threw a punch. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, the spatial energy in the surrounding space shook wildly. A terrifying roar spread throughout the entire star field with the vibration of spatial energy, and the entire starry sky seemed to tremble violently. Chu Nan was slapped back again, but this time, he did not seem to be injured or vomit blood. That's right. This is still decent. Supremacy Mal nodded in satisfaction. However, it's still much inferior to your punch last time. What? Do you still want to maintain your strength? I'll tell you clearly that the more you want to do this, the less time you can obtain. After saying that, Supremacy Mal's figure flashed again and she slapped again. Chapter 1044. However, Supremacy Mal's palm was different from the previous few palms that did not change at all. When she slapped out, a ball of bright green light suddenly erupted from her palm. Countless spatial energy instantly condensed and actually turned into a little green sand that was like a physical body. In the blink of an eye, the range of the sand had already expanded and completely enveloped the space in front of Chu Nan. Chu Nan immediately determined that this sand was almost identical to the cultivation method used by Zealer. They used spatial energy to condense into an attack pattern like a sandstorm at an extremely small range. However, compared to Zealer, the sand condensed in Supremacy Mal's palm was undoubtedly denser and more terrifying. The situation of his battle with Zealer instantly flashed through Chu Nan's mind. He threw another punch, but he did not directly punch Supremacy Mal's palm. Instead, he threw it into the air. This punch carried the extremely high-frequency vibration spatial energy urged by the fourth revolution internal breath. It blasted out countless spatial cracks in the void in front of him and densely blocked Chu Nan. As soon as the sand brought about by Supremacy Mal's palm invaded these spatial cracks, it was directly shattered and returned to the most basic spatial energy particles. The power of this palm immediately decreased and could no longer pose any threat to Chu Nan. Supremacy Mal could not help but raise her eyebrows, and a trace of praise flashed through her eyes. That's right. No wonder Zealer was defeated by you. Your use of spatial energy has actually reached this extent. Your talent is really the most outstanding among all the young martial artists I've seen. Chu Nan grinned and forced himself to smile. Thank you for your praise, senior. Admiration. Supremacy Mal sneered and shook her head. No, I'm telling you that since your talent is so strong, it's even more impossible for me to let you survive. Otherwise, if you break through to the star-grade martial artist in the future, your strength might even surpass mine. How can I be at ease? Chu Nan frowned slightly. In that case, why didn't senior just slap me to death? Why did you give me such a chance? You think this is really a chance for you? Supremacy Mal laughed loudly, her face filled with mockery. No. Do you know? When a predator captures prey, they usually won't directly kill it. Instead, they'll play with it for a while before ending its life. The current you is the prey that has already fallen into my hands. I only want to play with you before killing you. Do you really think you have the chance to escape? Is that so? Chu Nan shook his head and sighed. I don't expect to escape. I only hope that senior can keep your promise and let me buy them enough time. Do you really think you can do it? Supremacy Mal sneered and waved her hand. Alright, cut the crap. Whether you can buy them time will depend on your ability. After saying that, Supremacy Mal's figure moved and she slapped again. This time, her palm changed again. Not only did she slap out the sandstorm again, but it also secretly flowed. It gave people the feeling that the space was mixed with sand, and the entire space had become turbid. However, this power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Chu Nan could deal with one of the attacks with a punch, but it was a little difficult to eliminate two different spatial energy vibrations at the same time. Although his punch accurately struck the most fragile part of Supremacy Mal's palm and greatly reduced the power of this chapter, Chu Nan was still heavily injured. Moreover, this time, Supremacy Mal did not give Chu Nan any time to continue recuperating in peace. She slapped him again and again, forcing him to receive it head-on. Helpless, Chu Nan could only take the opportunity to urge the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to treat his injuries while receiving Supremacy Mal's attack. However, this way, the consumption of his internal breath could only be even more terrifying. After receiving a few palm strikes, Chu Nan quickly determined that if this situation continued, his internal breath would not even last half an hour. This time was clearly not enough for Angie Prairie and the others to escape to a safe distance. Moreover, although Supremacy Mal had indeed suppressed her strength to the level of a heaven control martial artist, she did not show many cultivation methods. Just using such a palm technique to complement her special internal breath cultivation method had already made Chu Nan so miserable. If she used an even stronger attack later, how would he deal with it? If he fought a heaven control martial artist normally, Chu Nan could still choose to think of a way to escape if he could not defeat him and return to rest before considering how to deal with him. Now, he did not have this chance and could only be forced to fight Supremacy Mal head-on. Star-grade martial artists were star-grade martial artists after all. Even if Supremacy Mal suppressed herself to the level of a heaven control martial artist, her understanding of internal breath and spatial energy as a star-grade martial artist would not change, and the cultivation methods she grasped would not change, let alone her various experience in facing enemies. Compared to any heaven control martial artist Chu Nan had fought before, the strength displayed by Supremacy Mal was clearly much stronger. As for Zealer, who was infinitely close to or even equivalent to a 5th stage heaven control martial artist but his actual performance was greatly inferior, it was even more incomparable. Soon, Chu Nan began to appear to be in a dilemma. His body was continuously injured by the sand and fine streams brought out by Supremacy Mal's palm. Countless deep wounds that could be seen through his bones frequently appeared on his body before they were repaired by him with the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method. Not only did this situation not make Supremacy Mal feel anything amiss, she even became even more excited. Haha, kid, treat your injuries to your heart's content. Seize this opportunity to your heart's content. I guarantee you that when you exhaust the last bit of strength, I definitely won't kill you immediately. Instead, I'll pull out all the hair on your body one by one, peel off your skin bit by bit, cut off your flesh, and pull out all your blood vessels. I'll let you stay alive and awake during this process. I want you to see the beating heart in your separated chest with your own eyes. I'll let you see it in my hand and let you. Damn, this abnormal old witch. Chu Nan could not help but curse in his mind. Supremacy Mal's current performance reminded him of the guy who had almost killed him in Chu Zioxi. He originally thought that that guy was the most abnormal guy he had ever encountered in his life, but now, it seemed that Supremacy Mal was probably even more abnormal than that guy. Moreover, this abnormality was a star-grade martial artist. After being slapped back by Supremacy Mal, he felt the shocking pain and the consumption of his internal breath from all over his body. Chu Nan took a deep breath and calmed down. Without a doubt, he could not wait like this anymore. Now, it was time to risk his life. Chapter 1045. The risk Chu Nan thought of was not to fight Supremacy Mal. Strictly speaking, he was actually fighting him to the death. After confirming that his internal breath could only last for half an hour, Chu Nan immediately began to desperately think about how to resolve this problem. The final result of his thoughts pointed to the final problem, which was the star cloud. Previously, in order to find Supremacy Quadiro from the star, Chu Nan had condensed a star cloud again and made it more suitable to the environment inside the star. Then, he successfully found him and saved him. Because the condensed star cloud was condensed using the spatial energy environment inside the star, its characteristics were also affected. Naturally, the spatial energy affected carried the characteristics of extremely high-frequency vibration. This would undoubtedly make the spatial energy he controlled in the future stronger. At the same time, the speed at which he condensed spatial energy was faster. In terms of power, it was much stronger than the universal star cloud that could adapt to all his cultivation methods. However, there was also a problem. It was the characteristics of this star cloud that caused his precise control of spatial energy to clearly decrease. Moreover, because the spatial energy affected naturally had the characteristics of ultra-high frequency vibration, it was a little inconvenient for him to use many cultivation methods now. He could not even use them at all. This caused him to be a little helpless against the combined attack of spatial energy with two characteristics, sand and flow. In a head-on battle, even if Supremacy Mal suppressed herself to the level of a heaven control martial artist, it was impossible for him to compare. If he wanted to use other methods to deal with it, with his current situation limited by the star cloud, it was very difficult. After thinking about it, Chu Nan could only think of a solution. He would condense the star cloud again and change the characteristics. However, now, he was in an intense battle with Supremacy Mal condensing a star cloud under such circumstances. Of course not. If he dared to do this, the moment he destroyed the star cloud, he would be slapped into meat paste by Supremacy Mal. There was no possibility of survival. Therefore, after Chu Nan desperately thought, he finally came up with an even bolder thought. Condense another star cloud. He must be crazy. If anyone knew Chu Nan's plan, they would definitely curse like this. Not to mention that Chu Nan was currently in an intense battle with Supremacy Mal. Just the thought of condensing another star cloud was already whimsical. Ordinary heaven control martial artists had originally cultivated according to their cultivation method. That was why they had successfully condensed a star cloud when they broke through to the heaven control realm and used the star cloud as the foundation to continue increasing their strength until they finally became star-grade martial artists. However, now, it was already unbelievable that Chu Nan could destroy the star cloud a few times and condense it again. He even wanted to condense another star cloud in his Dantian. Chu Nan did not think he was crazy. In fact, when he condensed the current star cloud in the star, he had already thought of the endless star cloud. Moreover, he had taken the time to seriously consider this problem in the past few days and felt that it was not impossible. Before this, Chu Nan's greatest disadvantage was that he had not had a good inheritance since he was young. His understanding of martial techniques only relied on the information he found. Even after he entered West Cloud Academy, his strength slowly increased because of the influence of the 9 Revolutions technique. He was not valued in the academy and the martial arts education he received could not even be considered systematic. However, after his brain was modified into a powerful brain equivalent to an AI, this disadvantage became an advantage. Because he did not have a systematic understanding of martial arts, he had never adhered to the rules in this aspect and only relied on his own situation to determine. However, he had a sufficiently powerful brain. Not only could he have a full and precise understanding of his situation, but he could also deduce all the possible situations extremely accurately. Therefore, as long as he wanted to obtain something, he would make precise calculations in his mind. If the result of the calculation was feasible, he would do it. No matter how difficult it was or how terrifying the pain was, he would firmly complete it because he firmly believed that he could do it. The facts also proved that there was no problem with his every calculation. He could succeed every time. In these 2 years, his strength could advance by leaps and bounds, allowing him to break through to a powerful heaven control martial artist in a short period of time. Therefore, Chu Nan did not think it was a crazy idea to condense another star cloud. The only problem was that he was currently in an intense battle with Supremacy Mal. It was very easy for an unexpected situation to happen and make his efforts go to waste. However, he had no choice. If he continued to maintain this state, the result would definitely be less than half an hour later. Because his internal breath had been exhausted, he would be completely defeated by Supremacy Mal and be captured alive to be brought back to suffer his endless pain and torture. At the same time, because Angie Prairie and the others did not have enough time and did not escape far enough, they were also captured. They were even directly killed and their corpses were destroyed. After all, the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce had planned to do this time. Since maintaining this state would only result in the worst outcome, Chu Nan naturally had to seek the possibility of changing this state. Even if the chances of success were very low, even if there was only a 1% chance of success, Chu Nan had to do it. Therefore, he wanted to risk his life. This was not about Supremacy Mal, but himself. If he did not risk his life, everyone would die. If he risked his life, there was still hope of survival. Was there any need to choose? Chu Nan's eyes focused and his mind frantically spun. He threw a punch and faced Supremacy Mal's palm again. This time, Chu Nan was still unable to completely block the impact of the two spatial energy fluctuations with different characteristics. However, when the energy fluctuation invaded his meridians again, Chu Nan did not try his best to offset it like before. Instead, he mobilized his internal breath and the spatial energy hidden in his body. While he tried his best to resist, he deliberately missed a trace of energy fluctuation and allowed it to invade his meridians and rush into his dantian. Pew! His dantian was directly impacted and Chu Nan's body immediately trembled wildly. The intense pain even made his face frown and he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Supremacy Mal was a little strange. Although this kid had seemed to be in a sorry state previously, it was obvious that he could still block it. It was enough to prove that his strength was indeed especially outstanding. No wonder that useless guy, Zealer, was defeated by him. However, why did he suddenly seem to have been heavily injured this time? Her palm clearly did not increase the power especially. She did not know that although Chu Nan's dantian had suffered a heavy blow and suffered serious internal injuries, after that trace of energy fluctuation rushed into his dantian, it was left behind by the powerful internal breath that had long been prepared in his dantian. After circling in his dantian for 2 weeks, it finally stabilized. A bit of sand-like spatial energy crystal was produced in his dantian. At the same time, an extremely small trace of spatial energy that was like water flowed around this sand. Sand and water continuously circled like a star cloud. Chapter 1046. Supremacy Mal became stranger and stranger. Although Chu Nan's strength was naturally far inferior to hers, since he could fight back and forth with third-stage heaven control martial artists like Rowan Anklo who were quite strong and could even defeat Rowan a one-on-one battle without any tricks, his strength should not be as simple as it looked. Moreover, the last time Supremacy Mal personally attacked, she suffered a small loss under Chu Nan and Angie Prairie's full-strength counterattack. Later on, because of her carelessness, the two of them successfully escaped. In that battle, Supremacy Mal had a very high evaluation of Angie Prairie and only a higher evaluation of Chu Nan. Therefore, in her opinion, if she suppressed her strength to the heaven control realm, even if Chu Nan was still not her match, he would at least have a certain amount of strength to resist. She did not plan to kill Chu Nan immediately because, as she had said, she wanted to play with him before killing him. Moreover, she wanted to completely shatter his pride and dignity and make him completely collapse and regret daring to attack Zealer. Therefore, she deliberately raised this condition that Chu Nan could not reject because she wanted him to experience the despair of being unable to see hope even if Supremacy Mal suppressed his strength. In the beginning, Chu Nan's reaction was as Supremacy Mal had imagined. This young kid had indeed displayed strength that far exceeded ordinary young martial artists, allowing him to even be on par with Supremacy Mal at one point as if he really had the chance to block enough time. However, just as Supremacy Mal calculated the time and prepared to exert more pressure on Chu Nan and crush him bit by bit, he collapsed. After being slapped by Supremacy Mal, again and again, every time he received her palm, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Soon, he actually spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. Be it his pale face or clearly weakened resistance, it could easily be seen that his strength had suddenly decreased greatly. He no longer had the aura that could even be on par with Supremacy Mal at the beginning. Could it be that this kid has always forcefully increased his strength with a special cultivation method, but now, he can't hold on anymore? When she thought of this, Supremacy Mal frowned slightly and suddenly felt a little dispirited. If that's the case, it's too boring. To think that I thought highly of him. Supremacy Mal slapped out again. Chu Nan also threw a punch to block it like before. His body also shook and he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, Supremacy Mal did not know that after this palm strike, another special spatial energy was guided into Chu Nan's meridians and flowed into his dantian. It's about time. Chu Nan's eyes suddenly focused and his mind raced. At this moment, there was already countless sand and fine spatial energy condensing and spiraling in his dantian. It was deliberately guided into his dantian every time he fought Supremacy Mal. Now, as Chu Nan's mind spun, these special spatial energies began to gather in his dantian. At first, it was only like loose sand in turbulence, but under the guidance of the powerful internal breath in his dantian, these scattered sand in thin streams condensed bit by bit. The sand was combined in a highly dense but extremely precise structure. Every grain maintained an extremely small distance between them, but this distance was completely identical, forming a perfect hexagonal crystal like a beehive. On the other hand, those scattered thin streams were connected head to tail under the influence of his internal breath. In the end, they formed a continuous thin stream that circulated in the crystal formed by the sand and perfectly filled every gap in the crystal. They continuously circulated and grew endlessly. Under such a structure model, regardless of whether it was the sand or the flow, they became stable. At first, they were only forcefully gathered because of the influence of their internal breath, but when the structure was completed, the spatial energy and the internal breath that filled the omnipresent internal breath in his dantian quickly reacted. After their internal breath surged into this special spatial energy crystal, it instantly transformed into a spatial energy with a special characteristic. The inside of the crystal naturally spun and urged the internal breath to grow stronger. Chu Nan was overjoyed. It was done. Although the shape was a little strange, from the result, this had undoubtedly successfully condensed a star cloud. Seeing that the newly condensed star cloud in his dantian was peaceful with the fireball-like star cloud, and at the same time, it circulated with the internal breath in his dantian, Chu Nan almost could not help but laugh. He did not expect that his bold idea would actually succeed with his powerful data ability. Now that 2 star clouds had successfully condensed in his dantian, did that not mean that there was still hope of condensing the 3rd, 4th, and even endless star clouds? If he really achieved this result, Chu Nan did not dare to imagine how much his strength would increase. However, soon, Supremacy Mel slapped again. Chu Nan had no choice but to pull his mind out of his reverie. He condensed his mind and the newly condensed star cloud in his dantian spun at high speed with the previous star cloud. In an instant, not only did he completely understand the spatial energy fluctuation brought about by Supremacy Mal's palm, but his basic fist also brought about spatial energy with the same characteristics. The fist and palm collided again. 2 spatial energies with the same characteristics collided and were annihilated at the same time. Although Chu Nan was sent flying by Supremacy Mal's palm again because of the difference in absolute strength, this time, he was no longer injured like before. Instead, he seemed to be at ease. Supremacy Mal was immediately stunned. From Chu Nan's punch, she actually felt the same feeling as the cultivation method she used. How was this possible? The quicksand cultivation method was her unique and self-created cultivation method. Apart from giving it to Zealer, she had never even imparted it to anyone, even Supremacy Autoford. Of course, it was impossible for this kid in front of her to know it. However, in the punch just now, the spatial energy characteristics circulating on Chu Nan's fist were almost identical to the spatial energy driven by the quicksand cultivation method. Supremacy Mal frowned and slapped him again without holding back. Chu Nan's reaction this time was completely different from before. Facing Supremacy Mal's palm, his figure fluttered and he sent out his palm, turning into palm shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, a light green milky white light appeared on his body and he activated the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method. Every time he absorbed a trace of spatial energy with a special attribute from Supremacy Mal's palm, all the meridians in his body and even his dantian had been heavily injured. Now that it had accumulated, he was actually already extremely injured. His current situation was not suitable to continue fighting Supremacy Mal head-on. It was more important to treat his injuries first. Seeing that Chu Nan suddenly used this fist technique as a palm technique, Supremacy Mal sneered in her mind. This kid simply did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually planned to fight her with external martial techniques? With a move of her arm, the originally simple palm instantly transformed into palm shadows that filled the sky. Chapter 1047. Bang, 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 bang. The crisp sound of countless palms colliding spread far and wide in the starry sky with the vibration of spatial energy. A moment later, the two of them retracted their palms and retreated at the same time. Supremacy Mal looked at Chu Nan in surprise and could not help but feel a trace of disbelief. Not only did this kid successfully receive every palm strike of hers, he even perfectly resolved the terrifying spatial energy fluctuation brought about by her palm. He was actually on par with her. Not only was this kid's external martial technique and palm technique shocking, but most importantly, every time their palms collided, she could sense that Chu Nan's palm seemed to have carried the same spatial energy fluctuation and perfectly resolved the power in her palm. In fact, even the spatial energy driven by this kid's palm was even more special. It vaguely revealed a characteristic that surpassed her, causing her to have no choice but to divert more attention to deal with it. This kid was clearly still struggling to deal with him previously and was about to collapse. How did his combat strength soar in the blink of an eye and become so troublesome? Could it be that he could obtain some major breakthroughs in battle? Supremacy Mal's expression sank slightly. Her palm strengthened the change and at the same time, she further strengthened the mobilization of spatial energy in her palm and increased the power of the palm technique bit by bit. She planned to completely suppress Chu Nan again and torture him to her heart's content before taking his life. However, no matter how Supremacy Mal increased the power of his palm, Chu Nan could always easily resolve it. Not only were the moves of external martial techniques not chaotic, he was not at a disadvantage in a head-on collision and resolved every palm strike of hers. For a moment, Supremacy Mal actually felt that she could not do anything to Chu Nan. Bang! Another two palms collided. Supremacy Mal increased her strength and slapped Chu Nan away. When she discovered that he still did not seem to be injured, her eyes immediately focused. Kid, you've indeed brought me a huge surprise, but this is the end. As soon as Supremacy Mal finished speaking, her aura soared again. She slapped out again, and immediately, the entire starry sky shook. Then, the spatial energy in the entire space seemed to have been instantly sucked away by her. The entire starry sky seemed to have begun to collapse like her palm, as if she had opened her hand and controlled the entire starry sky. Chu Nan was shocked. He knew that when Supremacy Mal saw that she could not take him down, she clearly let go of the strength he had suppressed. Although this palm strike still had not reached the level of a star-grade martial artist, the power was completely different from any previous palm strike. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately thought quickly. His internal breath quickly completed the 7th revolution in his body, causing the 2 star clouds in his dantian to circulate at high speed at the same time. He planned to urge the star cloud to enter a high circulation state and try his best to mobilize spatial energy to block Supremacy Mal's strike. He knew very well that before such absolute strength, any move was meaningless. He could only rely on strength of the same level to resist. However, he did not have any confidence. After many life and death trials during this period of time, Chu Nan's strength had already greatly increased compared to when he first returned to the Perseus arm. Now, his basic strength should be able to reach the level of a second-stage heaven control martial artist. When he urged the star cloud to the 7th revolution, it was enough to directly suppress third-stage heaven control martial artists like Ro and Anklo. It was possible that he had already reached the strength of a 4th-stage heaven control martial artist. However, Supremacy Mal was a star-grade martial artist. She said that she would suppress her strength to the level of a heaven control martial artist, but she did not say that she would definitely suppress it to the level of a low-level heaven control martial artist. In the previous battle, the strength Supremacy Mal had displayed was probably only slightly higher than Ro, Anklo, and the others. However, now, her aura had soared. Clearly, she had already increased her strength further and was very likely to have already reached the level of a 5th-stage heaven control martial artist. As expected, Chu Nan instantly circulated the star cloud to the highest level and collided with Supremacy Mal again. This time, although he still relied on the spatial energy mobilized by the successfully condensed star cloud to greatly resolve most of the power of Supremacy Mal's palm, he was still unable to block it in the face of absolute strength and was sent flying. The surging and terrifying energy fluctuation instantly entered Chu Nan's body and invaded all the meridians in his body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, all the meridians in his body suffered 10 times more terrifying injuries than before. Chu Nan spat out a mouthful of blood. An extremely terrifying pain assaulted his entire body, causing him to have the illusion that his body was about to completely crack and he almost fainted. The power of a 5th-stage heaven control martial artist was indeed extraordinary. Chu Nan tried his best to maintain his mind. The moment he was sent flying, he had already mobilized his internal breath with all his might and continued to urge the star cloud. As he resisted the remaining force of Supremacy Mal's palm, he mobilized the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he had mostly recovered from the injuries in his body. Seeing the milky white and light green light erupt from Chu Nan's body, Supremacy Mal stopped attacking and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although the strength this kid displayed exceeded her expectations time and time again, there was still a limit. Now that she had increased the strength she had displayed to the level of a 5th-stage heaven control martial artist, this kid indeed could not resist. In front of the absolute difference in strength, no matter how many cultivation methods this kid had, he still did not have the qualifications to resist. It was best if this kid could treat himself. If not, it would be really boring to cripple him with a palm strike. Supremacy Mal had long made up her mind. This time, she had to completely shatter the pride and persistence in Chu Nan's heart and make him completely collapse. He would experience pain that he could not endure in his mind and body. Despair. Collapse. Kneel and beg for mercy. Damn kid, only this can eliminate the humiliation brought about by you injuring Zealer and successfully escaping from me last time. This time, I must let you know clearly that offending a star-grade martial artist is the greatest mistake you've made in your life. It's also your last mistake. After patiently waiting for Chu Nan to recover from his injuries, Supremacy Mal slapped him again. She was confident that Chu Nan could not receive this palm strike and could only be heavily injured again. Then, he could only treat himself again. The extreme pain brought about by serious injuries time and time again, the despair brought about by being helpless to him after being heavily injured again and again, would completely defeat this guy sooner or later. Supremacy Mal had enough patience to wait for this moment to arrive, and she believed that it would not be long. She, who was immersed in her thoughts, did not notice that not only was there no panic on Chu Nan's face, but there was also no numbness caused by despair, nor was there meaningless anger and humiliation. There was only calmness and focus. Chapter 1048. Countless strands of internal breath that were as thin as gossamer flowed through Chu Nan's entire body and spread throughout all his meridians. His dantian was densely packed and continuously transformed with the 2 star clouds in his dantian. While transforming his internal breath into spatial energy through these star clouds to control the spatial energy outside, he could also see strands of spatial energy entering the star clouds. At the same time, they produced his internal breath and flowed back to his dantian to join the internal breath circulation in Chu Nan's body. Internal breath transformed into spatial energy through the star cloud. This was the most basic use that heaven control martial artists could achieve by using the star cloud. However, almost no heaven control martial artist would transform spatial energy into internal breath. Or more accurately, no heaven control martial artist would think of doing this. Not only was this impossible for almost all martial artists at the heaven control realm and above, but it was also because it was almost meaningless. Under normal circumstances, the best way to recover his internal breath was naturally to use his internal breath cultivation method to quickly recover. That way, not only could he recover his internal breath as quickly as possible, but he could also cultivate his internal breath and increase the strength of his internal breath. It was the best choice in a normal state. If he was in a battle state, because the battle was intense, where would he have the time and gap to recover his internal breath? His opponent would not give him this time and opportunity. Therefore, transforming spatial energy into internal breath was meaningless to most martial artists at the heaven control realm and above. Even if someone occasionally thought of this possibility, as long as they thought about it carefully, they would immediately give up because this was inefficient. A battle that could completely prevent you from adjusting your breathing must definitely force you into a battle where you had to use your full strength. Of course, you had to make full use of every bit of strength, so how could you deliberately hold back? In a battle between experts, the slightest difference could be fatal. It was impossible for anyone to dare to court death like this. However, Chu Nan did this. Although his current situation looked extremely dangerous, he had a subtle perception of battles that really required him to risk his life. If both sides went all out and used their full strength, it was impossible for Chu Nan to last more than a minute in front of Supremacy Mal, a star-grade martial artist. However, now that Supremacy Mal had to give Chu Nan a chance and deliberately suppress her strength to the level of a heaven control martial artist, it was a little different. Although with Chu Nan's current strength, it was still impossible for him to win against Supremacy Mal, who had taken out the strength of a 5th stage heaven control martial artist. He could still barely endure it. No matter what Supremacy Mal was planning, in fact, she could heavily injure Chu Nan, but she did not seem to have the intention to kill him in a row. Therefore, while Chu Nan could still barely endure it, he could also find a chance to use the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method to treat his injuries. It was also because of this that Chu Nan could maintain his intact state and endure it in a sorry state. However, this consumed a lot of internal breath. In order to last longer, Chu Nan had no choice but to think of this solution. He absorbed a portion of spatial energy into the circulation of the star cloud and transformed it into internal breath again to replenish some internal breath consumption. However, it was naturally impossible for him to use all the spatial energy he mobilized to do this. As long as he was not careful, he might not be able to resist Supremacy Mal's attack at all. Therefore, he would suffer overly serious injuries and completely lose his ability to resist. He had to grasp the spatial energy that could be freed up and transformed into internal breath extremely accurately in such an extremely tense situation. Only then could he ensure that he could block Supremacy Mal's attack and successfully transform a portion of his internal breath. Not only did this require him to be extremely clear about the power of his attack on Supremacy Mal, but he also had to control the transformation of the star cloud in his Dantian extremely well. At the same time, he had to accurately control his internal breath to use the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song cultivation method to treat his body perfectly. Not a bit less, not a bit more. Any mistake could cause extremely serious consequences and affect the entire battle, causing his plan to persist for more time to turn into dust. Time passed minute by minute. At first, Supremacy Mal seemed to be at ease with a smile filled with mockery. However, as time passed, the smile on her face gradually faded and she slowly became vexed. Initially, she planned to let Chu Nan recover from his injuries time and time again and let him suffer the dual torture of his body and mind. In any case, Chu Nan's internal breath was the priority and would be exhausted sooner or later. At that time, she would torture him as much as she wanted. However, after the slight stalemate lasted for so long, Chu Nan still seemed to be at ease and did not show any signs of exhaustion. This kid is simply a little monster. Supremacy Mal could not help but curse in his mind. At this moment, a voice sounded in her ears. Supremacy Mal, it's almost an hour. If we don't start chasing, those guys might escape and we won't be able to catch up. Hearing the voice of the captain, Boros, of the hidden ship team sent by the Tag Life Science Chamber of Commerce to be in charge of this operation, Supremacy Mal became even more vexed. She impatiently sent her voice back through the microwave vibration and the earpiece hidden in her ear. What's the hurry? I'm about to deal with this kid. There was silence for a moment. Clearly, Boros did not dare to directly disobey Supremacy Mal. About that. Supremacy Mal, no matter what, we can't give those guys more than an hour to escape. If they escape into the most prosperous galaxies in the Kasha Kingdom, it'll be very troublesome for us to capture them. Therefore, I hope you can try not to exceed this time. Please understand our difficulties and treat it as me inviting you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, okay? Boros was so humble that even as a star-grade martial artist, Supremacy Mal had to consider it carefully. After thinking for a moment, she asked, how long have those guys set off now? It's already 56 minutes. I'm only 4 minutes away from an hour. Alright, 4 minutes is enough for me to kill this kid. Wait a while. Yes. After ending the call with Boros, Supremacy Mal focused her energy on Chu Nan again and was even angrier. This kid had originally brought her some humiliation, and now, she had even embarrassed herself in front of Boros and the others. After capturing him in a while, she could not let him die so easily. When she thought of this, Supremacy Mal completely put away her thoughts of toying with Chu Nan and increased the strength of her palm again. She completely displayed the full strength of a 5th stage heaven control martial artist that she had always maintained and instantly suppressed him. 3 minutes left. Chapter 1049. Supremacy Mal did not know that Chu Nan actually had an extremely precise calculation of the time when Angie Prairie and the others left. With his powerful AI-like brain, this data would not even deviate by a millisecond. The time he had set for himself to delay Supremacy Mal was only an hour. 2 minutes left. Facing Supremacy Mal's powerful attack that had increased further, Chu Nan did not dare to hold back anymore. Not only did he not continue to use the star cloud to transform spatial energy into internal breath, but the two star clouds also circulated at the same time, and he slapped out with his left and right hands at the same time, causing two completely different spatial energy fluctuations, causing Supremacy Mal to suffer a small loss. 1 minute left. Supremacy Mal actually spent a period of time adapting to Chu Nan's strange attack and finally suppressed him again. However, all she felt was anger. As a powerful star-grade martial artist, she was actually suppressed by a kid. Although it was only an extremely small period of time, this was also an extremely great humiliation. 10 seconds left. Chu Nan was slapped in the chest by Supremacy Mal and immediately felt his entire chest collapse. However, under his full urging, this terrifying injury recovered almost in a breath. Then, he clenched his fists and ignored any moves or external martial techniques. He attacked Supremacy Mal without caring about his life. 9, 8, 7, 6. Boom, boom, boom. Supremacy Mal was momentarily stunned by Chu Nan's reckless method and was actually forced to defend. 5, 4, 3, 2. Supremacy Mal finally calmed down. She was furious and gathered her internal breath without holding back. She mobilized spatial energy and prepared to unleash a powerful strike that had definitely surpassed the peak 5th stage heaven control martial artist. At this moment, because of the anger in her heart, she could not even be bothered to care if this strike would directly kill Chu Nan. 1. In the next moment, Supremacy Mal's vision suddenly blurred and Chu Nan's figure disappeared into the vast starry sky. After being stunned for a moment, Supremacy Mal immediately reacted. Chu Nan suddenly chose to pass through the spatial wall and enter the alternate space. In other words, he had actually run away. Didn't this kid know that once he dared to escape, she would order those people to pursue him with all their might? What was even stranger was that this kid seemed to know the time she and Boros had set. It happened to be an hour exactly. Just as she was about to increase her strength further and even planned to ignore her previous promise and use the methods of a star-grade martial artist to deal with him, he actually chose such precise timing to escape. If it was before this, Supremacy Mal would have always been wary of Chu Nan ignoring the lives of those people and abandoning them to escape. Therefore, she had always divided her strength to lock onto the surrounding space, preventing him from forcefully opening the spatial wall. If Supremacy Mal no longer considered making a promise and used the true strength of a star-grade martial artist, it was even more impossible for Chu Nan to sneak into the alternate space under her nose. However, just as the hour ended, it was precisely because Supremacy Mal was hesitating about giving up on her promise that she slightly relaxed her guard. Chu Nan actually grabbed this fleeting opportunity to escape. If not for the fact that she knew that it was impossible, Supremacy Mal would even suspect that he had secretly colluded with Boros. This damned kid. Supremacy Mal cursed in her mind. Her figure flashed and she appeared in the alternate space in the next moment. As soon as the boring scene of the alternate space appeared in front of her, Supremacy Mal immediately sensed that something was wrong. The spatial energy flow in the alternate space around him was clearly abnormal. It became even more violent, faster, and more focused. In an instant, Supremacy Mal recalled the situation when Chu Nan escaped with Angie Prairie after disturbing the alternate space. Then, she saw Chu Nan's figure again and saw him punch the void in the alternate space. Thousands of waves instantly appeared in the alternate space where spatial energy was violent but looked very calm and boring. A huge amount of spatial energy instantly condensed into endless waves in anger, dyeing countless gorgeous and dazzling colorful lights in the alternate space, causing the makeup of the alternate space to be extremely brilliant and colorful as if a basin of different colors had suddenly been poured on a gray canvas. However, Supremacy Mal knew very well how terrifying this colorful alternate space was. Even if she was a powerful star-grade martial artist, if she rashly entered such an area, she would probably be affected. However, when she recalled that it was because of her that Chu Nan and Angie Prairie had successfully escaped from certain death last time, Supremacy Mal's eyes focused and dense killing intent appeared in her eyes. She sneered in her mind and flew in. As she had expected, in this area, the alternate space spatial energy that had always been in a violent state was more like an explosive barrel that had been ignited. It erupted with an extremely terrifying energy storm even more fearlessly. Even Supremacy Mal had no choice but to focus and set up an energy shield to protect herself. Only then could she properly investigate the surrounding situation. With the strength of a star-grade martial artist, even in such a chaotic area, she could still release her perception without any obstruction. A moment later, she had already sensed an existence that was different from the environment of the alternate space on the right. Kid, you still want to run? Supremacy Mal's figure flashed and she forcefully drew a straight line in this even more violent space before flying to that place. However, Chu Nan's figure was nowhere to be seen. She could only see a figure condensed from a light green light quickly dissipating. Clearly, Chu Nan had used some cultivation method to forcefully simulate a figure that was almost no different from a real person in such an environment and deceived her. Realizing that she had been deceived by Chu Nan again, Supremacy Mal became extremely angry. She focused her gaze on her surroundings and her expression quickly became extremely gloomy. Kid, you forced me to do this. Do you really think you can escape the palm of a star-grade martial artist like this? An extremely bright light green light suddenly erupted from Supremacy Mal's body. With her as the center, a large amount of surging spatial energy crazily condensed and transformed into a few highly condensed and corporeal energy crystals. This area quickly stretched out. In a breath, it had already enveloped the extremely vast area in the alternate space and continued to extend in all directions at high speed. The quicksand domain was activated with all her might. The seemingly endless sand was densely filled with large alternate spaces. This seemed to have brought great pressure on Supremacy Mal. Several blushes continuously flashed across her face. After a while, her body swayed slightly and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. In order to expand her domain with all her might, she did not hesitate to use a special cultivation method to forcefully increase it, causing her body to be damaged. Supremacy Mal was certain that this was the first time she had treated an enemy so seriously since she became a star-grade martial artist. This enemy was only less than 20 years old and his strength was only at the initial stage heaven control realm. After a while, Supremacy Mal's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, Supremacy Mal's figure instantly crossed a long distance through the quicksand domain in the alternate space. In the next moment, she had already passed through the spatial wall and returned to the positive space universe. In front of her was a medium-sized asteroid floating in space. At this moment, the asteroid's back was facing her. On the surface of this side of the asteroid, a distant pit was embedded. This pit seemed to have collided with other asteroids, but at this moment, at the bottom of this deep pit, a figure was lying inside. Supremacy Mal floated above the pit and lowered her head to look at the figure at the bottom. The corners of her mouth curled into a sneer. Kid, continue running. Chapter 1050. At the bottom of the pit, Chu Nan opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched and he revealed a helpless smile. In order to have the chance to escape from Supremacy Mal, he had already thought of a way. Not only did he use the small gap that Supremacy Mal had finally revealed to sneak into the alternate space and make full use of his previous experience, but he also raised an energy storm in the alternate space to interfere with his pursuit. He even used the goddess song and his powerful data ability to forcefully simulate a figure that was identical to him to confuse his perception. However, he still underestimated the terrifying power of a star-grade martial artist. When Supremacy Mal's domain spread in the alternate space, Chu Nan, who had already passed through the spatial wall and returned to the positive space universe, still clearly reacted. The strength of a star-grade martial artist could actually allow her domain to directly penetrate the spatial wall and affect the alternate space and positive space universe at the same time. The range that spread in the alternate space expanded by tens of thousands of times in the positive space universe. Before long, it swept past Chu Nan. Although he clearly knew that he had been scanned and located by Supremacy Mal, Chu Nan no longer had the thought of continuing to escape. Or to be precise, he no longer had the ability to escape. Previously, in order to deal with Supremacy Mal and stall for as long as possible, he had long squeezed himself to the limit. The last escape completely exhausted the last trace of strength in his body. There was only an extremely weak trace left in his dantian. The spatial energy contained in his body had been completely exhausted when he last passed through the spatial wall. Although the two star clouds still existed, they were powerless to mobilize them, so they naturally could not continue to mobilize the spatial energy in the space around them. Even if he was in good condition, it was impossible for him to fight back against a star-grade martial artist, let alone in this completely weak state. Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Mal floating above inside in his mind. Although he did not want to give up, his powerful brain, which was like an AI, clearly told him the true situation, causing him to only come up with a cold answer. Under the current circumstances, the possibility of him escaping was infinitely close to zero. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Chu Nan suddenly smiled at Supremacy Mal and mobilized the last trace of internal breath in his dantian. He shook the spatial energy around him and sent a message to her. Senior, do you know what Zealer said after he was defeated by me? Supremacy Mal was originally prepared to attack directly, but when she suddenly heard this question, she was immediately stunned. She looked at Chu Nan in surprise and asked, "What did he say?" Chu Nan revealed a mysterious smile at her but did not answer. Supremacy Mal frowned and shouted sternly, "Tell me quickly, what did Zealer say to you? Did you force him to do something?" Chu Nan still smiled and did not say anything. Supremacy Mal stared at Chu Nan. After patiently waiting for a while, she was about to attack when Chu Nan suddenly opened his mouth and his lips moved as if he had said something. However, Supremacy Mal did not hear anything. Clearly, Chu Nan did not continue to use the spatial energy to microwave and send a voice transmission. Supremacy Mal was a little impatient. Just as she was about to continue asking, Bora's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Senior, has that kid been dealt with? It's too late now. We have to pursue them immediately." Supremacy Mal immediately came to a realization. Chu Nan was clearly stalling for time. Her eyes focused and her material gaze shot at Chu Nan before she sneered, "Kid, you're courting death." After saying that, she raised her arm and stared at Chu Nan without blinking. This kid was extremely cunning. Although he looked to be helpless now, who knew if he would cause any trouble again? This time, she had already made up her mind and ignored her previous thoughts of torturing Chu Nan. She had to kill this detestable kid and prevent future trouble. Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Mal's raised arm and his heart was surprisingly calm. There was no fear, only pity. This was not the first time he had faced death. He was already used to such a hopeless situation, so he was calm and fearless. However, the figures of his parents, Chu Xiaoxi, Dongfang, Elvi, and so on flashed through his mind, causing him to feel pity. After he died, they would probably be very sad. In the end, Angie Prairie's beautiful face flashed past Chu Nan's eyes. This time, he finally gave an answer to Angie Prairie, but he no longer had the chance to fulfill his promise. "I'll become your boyfriend after returning?" Now, it seemed that this was simply a death flag. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched and he revealed a complicated smile that was filled with regret, relief, bitterness, happiness, and so on. Then, Chu Nan closed his eyes and calmly prepared to face death. A familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time suddenly sounded in the entire starry sky. "Heh, kid, you haven't even become Angie Prairie's boyfriend. Do you plan to die like this?" Chu Nan's heart shook and he immediately opened his eyes in surprise and joy. He discovered that Supremacy Mel had already retreated and was floating in the starry sky with a vigilant expression. In the starry sky not far away from where she was looking, there was also a familiar figure floating. She had a young and beautiful face, a slender but healthy figure, and a perfect figure like a model. However, her eyes revealed wisdom that had seen through the world. Among them was beauty and liveliness which was no different from a young girl. Her eyes were filled with concern and praise as she looked at Chu Nan, but they were also filled with criticism and scrutiny. Such a contradictory but unified combination would naturally only appear in one person. Supremacy Ovally. Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at Supremacy Ovally in the starry sky in disbelief. He could not believe his eyes. He had come to the Perseus Arm this time to find Angie Prairie first, and then Supremacy Ovally. However, now that he had already found Angie Prairie, he had only received a little information about her on planet Sidom. There was no other information related to her. However, now, she had actually appeared so accurately and perfectly at such a critical moment. Supremacy Ovally waved at Chu Nan and revealed a brilliant smile. "Alright, kid, you've done very well this time. We'll talk about the other things slowly later. Now, let me deal with this bold old witch first." To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.